It all starts with the Prota and his crew shooting a video, and right in the middle of recording, they suddenly bow down and apologize. And the reason they're apologizing is that it took them way too long to promote Evergreen, the premier resort in the South. He explains that it's an ultra-luxurious getaway where you can enjoy a romantic couple's escape, and that's totally where I'd take my significant other. He says that over there, visitors can swim with sea turtles and go on breathtaking tours around mysterious coral reefs, not to mention having a top-tier chef on site who whips up dishes that are true culinary masterpieces. On top of that, he mentions that the dwarf's craftsmanship in making ceramic tableware is the finest in the world, and the dwarf guarantees that the quality of their ceramics is second to none. Plus, the place offers fun events for all ages all year round. And finally, he invites everyone to visit the Evergreen Resort to discover these and many other wonders. Right after that, Dominic celebrates excitedly, thinking the cash is about to roll in nonstop thanks to this commercial. But looking over to the side, he sees his companions completely wiped out at the table. Kaylin complains that they were utterly exhausted from having to pose for pictures so many times. The dwarf agrees and calls Dominic a heartless human for working them to the bone without even serving any meat. The blue-haired girl tears up, saying all her energy was drained by the sheer embarrassment. The blonde guy sighs and asks why Dominic asked for all that, knowing full well how busy he was. Dominic asks if they really thought he expected them to do all that for free. He presents a bowl of ginseng chicken soup, perfect for restoring everyone's strength and stamina. This guy is more of a hustler than I am. Dominic calls everyone to eat before getting back to business, instantly lifting everyone's spirits. The story then flashes back to show what happened a few years ago, where Dominic is completely drained, resting against the trunk of a tree. Suddenly, someone walks up to him and calls him a brat. Kalon steps up with an intimidating smirk and asks how he managed to make it all the way out there on his own. Running on empty, young Dominic asks what the man means by that question. Dominic simply replies that he just walked all the way there. The man licks his lips and begins questioning the kid. Laughing out loud, Kalon asks what Dominic can actually do that's useful in a situation like this. But our boy has something up his sleeve. The scene cuts to a massive metal pot being slammed down onto the ground. Dominic calls out to the crowd to come eat and make sure they get their fill. In the distance, a huge crowd of people starts sprinting wildly toward the scent of the food. The thundering sound of rushing footsteps echoes across the green field as the crowd rushes in. They shout eagerly for lunch and complain about the wait, saying they were starving to pieces from waiting so long. One of them jokes that he was hungry enough to eat the village chief, while another warns Dominic that he'll have to work overtime. Facing all that chaos and shouting, Dominic snaps and yells for everyone to get in line right now. Startled by the shout, the men instantly fall into a neat line to get their food. One of them compliments the amazing aroma of the meal, and Dominic brags that of course it smells great since he's the one who cooked it. He introduces himself as Dominic and explains that he's the official guy in charge of preparing lunch for these folks. The place they live in is called Evergreen, a fishing village so tiny it doesn't even show up on world maps. The village was founded by a bunch of tough retired mercenaries, yet Dominic considers them the kindest and most genuine people in his life. Dominic looks back on how Chief Kalon warmly took him in, even when he was just a clueless young war refugee with nowhere to go. Kalon used to joke that he was about to waste away from hunger, acting like a true father figure to the boy from day one. For Dominic, who had given up on everything after facing so much prejudice as a refugee, those men were his saving grace. It has already been 1 year since he moved to Evergreen, where he happily cooks every day to pay back the enormous kindness he received. Kalon takes a generous spoonful of the hot soup made by the young man, and he's blown away by the flavor, praising Dominic's cream soup, which makes all the young cook's hard work worth it. Today's menu features cream soup, sautéed vegetables, and grilled sausages, all perfectly balanced to provide sustained energy. The secret lies in thoroughly sautéing the carrots, mushrooms, potatoes, and onions in a sizzling hot pot. He adds a roux made of flour and milk to the pot, letting everything gently simmer. Then, he seasons it with salt and herbs for aroma, since black pepper is super expensive around there. Here they are talking about food, and I'm sitting here completely famished. Even though it's just a simple, basic cream soup, he knows the final dish is top-notch. That hot soup is just what the fishermen need to warm their chilled bones after work. Callan points to the sausage made the day before, and Dominic explains that he used plenty of fat in it. The chief decides to try it, and is pleasantly surprised by the rich flavor from the very first bite. Dominic smiles with satisfaction, knowing that some dishes truly need a bit more fat to shine. He takes pride in having upgraded the recipe so much that he could easily sell it for a small fortune. But suddenly, he's caught off guard by what he spots. Dominic notices Kalon trying to push the vegetables aside and calls him out on his stubbornness. Kalon grumbles that the kid nags too much, claiming that lions don't graze on grass. Annoyed, Dominic tells the chief to quit being such a picky eater, leaving the other men chuckling at the scene. He sighs as he realizes he's still acting on the exact same old habits from his past life. He remembers back when he was a regular dietitian in South Korea, working across various corporate cafeterias. Back then, his name was Han Jong-min, which is now just a distant memory. Even though his memories returned, nothing changed the fact that he was currently just a war refugee. But his train of thought is interrupted when Kalon asks if he'd like to become the new village chief. Dominic completely freezes in shock after hearing such an out-of-the-blue, ridiculous offer. He argues that taking over the village leadership is way too big of a responsibility for him. Dominic yells in frustration, saying Kalon tried to dump the position onto him in the sneakiest way possible. Another villager walks up laughing and tells old Kalon to finally come clean with the kid. The man reveals that the chief's council meetings require literacy, something lazy Kalon despises doing. Kalon laughs, admitting they know him all too well, while Dominic points out that's definitely nothing to brag about. Dominic is completely baffled that they want to make him chief just because Kalon refuses to learn how to read. He asks if all he really has to do is go there and fill the seat, and Kalon just nods in confirmation. Dominic agrees to attend the meeting next month, but Kalon reveals that the trip is actually the day after tomorrow. The young man is left completely speechless, realizing he was shamelessly played by the old guy. 2 days later, Dominic finally arrives at the Lord's imposing castle for the big meeting. Inside the conference room, the chiefs from various villages begin debating the upcoming agenda. One of them mentions that the old Lord's birthday is around the corner and that gifts from different villages shouldn't overlap. Another chief agrees, saying it was pretty embarrassing when people brought duplicate gifts last year. While one suggests offering sheep, another gets scolded for trying to light up a smoke in a restricted area. Several chiefs shout out offers of pigs and calves, making Dominic feel like this entire meeting is a total waste of time. He recalls rumors claiming the Lord is a former knight obsessed with becoming a sword master. A maid swings the doors open and invites all the chiefs to grab a bite before continuing their discussion. Dominic gets super hyped about finally being able to taste the fancy food served at the castle. He resolves that if the food is truly top tier, he'll figure out the recipe no matter what it takes. But as he steps up to the buffet table, Dominic's eyes go wide with surprise at what's laid out before him. He stands in awe before a magnificent feast packed with stunningly decorated dishes. Taking a bite of the bread, he immediately notices that the quality of the flour used by the royal kitchen is exceptional. He also falls in love with the seafood stew, finding the shrimp and clams incredibly flavorful. However, the dish that truly catches Dominic's eye is something very specific sizzling on the grill. It happens to be grilled chitterlings, and he tells the cook that he absolutely loves eating them. Dominic praises how spotless the offal was cleaned, making the cook take immense pride in his craft. The cook shares that the old lord loves all kinds of meat, which pushed him to hone his cooking skills. He offers Dominic a fresh sample on the house, explaining that the grilling technique makes all the difference. The man then asks if Dominic's village has already picked out a birthday gift for the Lord. Dominic gets slightly worried, since all the other villages have already claimed the best cuts of meat. The cook glances around to make sure no one is listening in, and drops a brilliant suggestion. Instead of meat, Dominic's village should offer a barrel of quality spirits. Dominic considers that his village does brew ale, but the quality isn't exceptionally high. He thanks him for the tip, and promises to return the favor, happily accepting another piece of grilled chitterlings. Thinking about the Lord's daily habits, Dominic offhandedly remarks that eating that much meat is bound to cause gout. He explains to the confused cook that gout is an intensely painful condition that typically flares up in the big toes. Dominic continues breaking down how uric acid builds up in the body before catching himself and apologizing for oversharing. The cook finds all that purine talk bizarre and tells him to quit the nonsense and just enjoy his food. Dominic realizes that his old habit of lecturing people about nutrition accidentally kicked in again. Walking through the castle hallways, he tells himself he seriously needs to stop over-explaining everything. At least he comforts himself knowing he got to enjoy plenty of that delicious grilled meat. Out of nowhere, a dark sack is thrown over Dominic's head, and he gets pinned down before he can even process what's happening. Sometime later, he groggily regains consciousness and slowly blinks his eyes open. He realizes he's lying on the floor, while cloaked figures in blue capes receive orders to haul him away. The men promptly comply and carry Dominic off, while he's still dazed and disoriented. Dominic snaps awake in a panic, realizing he's tied to an ornate chair. The person behind the kidnapping notes that he's finally come to from his blackout. The mysterious man calmly explains that his subordinates completely misunderstood his orders. He apologizes for the rough treatment by the guards who brought him in, claiming that wasn't the plan at all. Dominic plays it cool and says it's fine, but deep down, he's totally freaked out by the abduction. Seeing that the guards standing behind the man are heavily armed, he realizes one wrong move could be game over. When Dominic tries asking how he should address him, one of the guards snaps angrily, calling him an insolent brat. The guard chews Dominic out for his lack of manners, but gets cut off instantly by the leader's commanding voice. Sinclair orders the guard to stop yelling, grumbling that all the noise makes his bones throb with pain. He strains to bow slightly and apologizes for taking so long to properly introduce himself to his guest. He introduces himself as Theodore Sinclair, dropping the bombshell that he's actually the former lord of these lands. Dominic's eyes go wide in total disbelief as he registers the true identity of the man in front of him. The young man lets out a startled shout, making Theodore wince in pain and ask him once more to keep his voice down. Dominic starts connecting the dots, trying to figure out why the former lord is in so much bodily agony. He asks if the root cause of all this suffering is indeed gout, and Theodore confirms it is that very condition. The former lord asks if Dominic knows anything about this curse, convinced that someone put a hex on him. Dominic thinks the idea of gout being some mystical curse or dark spell is completely ridiculous. He knows full well that the pain stems from an overload of purines caused by the Lord's heavy drinking and poor diet. But he worries that if he explains the scientific truth, the Lord might mistake him for some shady dark sorcerer. And if the Lord suspects that of his captive, he'll definitely toss him straight into a damp dungeon instead of a cozy guest room. Dominic studies Theodore's stern, shadowy expression, feeling the heavy pressure rolling off the man. Seeing the former Lord's hands trembling in agony, he realizes just how desperate the man is for a cure. He decides to step in and asks if the pain kicked off with severe swelling around his toes or ankles. Dominic describes how the flare-ups are usually unbearable at night and sometimes strike the elbows, and fingers as well. A flashback shows Theodore writhing in torment on his bed throughout the night during severe flare-ups. He adds that on the worst days, even a light breeze feels like pure torture, only for the pain to vanish out of nowhere later on. The former lord is thoroughly impressed by the spot-on description and confirms that's exactly how it goes. Dominic then states with absolute confidence that it's no curse at all, but rather a medical condition known as gout. Theodore echoes the young man's words, still a bit skeptical and stunned by the revelation. He asks what triggers this issue, and Dominic explains that his daily diet is the primary culprit behind it. He breaks down that there's a compound called purine, found in heavy concentrations in rich fatty foods. And if the body fails to flush out this compound properly, it builds up and triggers excruciating pain in the joints. The Lord questions why these issues are only showing up now, and Dominic explains it's due to the natural aging of his digestive system. Dominic gives a heads up that he isn't a physician, and that this is merely an educated guess, leaving Theodore quite surprised by the honesty. Theodore wants to know how he understands the illness so well without being a physician, and Dominic realizes this is his golden opportunity. He makes up a story on the spot about traveling with a master who taught him that proper food serves as the body's ultimate medicine. Dominic wraps up by saying that eating in balance harmonizes vital energies and promotes a long, healthy life. Theodore wonders if these vital energies refer to the elements that form mana and asks for the name of Dominic's master. The young man pauses for a brief second before replying that his master's name was Jun. Dominic starts faking dramatic sobs, crying out that his full name was Heo Jun and that he misses him dearly. Theodore finds the master's name unique, and seeing the boy's tears assumes he must have studied under a great sage of ancient elven descent. On the inside, Dominic does a massive victory lap, realizing his improvised bluff worked like a charm and totally convinced them. Theodore reflects that Dominic can't truly cure his condition since the kid isn't a trained physician, and the young man readily agrees. But the former lord quickly changes the subject, decreeing that Dominic will be in charge of overseeing everything he eats from now on. Theodore warns that he needs to test whether the kid is merely running his mouth or if he truly possesses ancient elven wisdom. While this conversation plays out, dawn breaks quietly, illuminating the grand facade of the Sinclair family castle. Dominic paces down the opulent hallways, feeling anxious, trying to brainstorm a way out of this tight spot. He reassures himself by recalling that he worked in a hospital cafeteria for 1 year, so whipping up patient-friendly meals is right up his alley. The real headache is that he's never handled meal planning for someone this influential and powerful before. Dominic knows the quality of the food has to be top shelf, planning to cut out alcohol and heavy fats while hoping the Lord doesn't despise greens. To get the ball rolling, the young man heads down to the castle kitchen to scope out the setup and see what ingredients are in stock. Suddenly, Dominic jumps out of his skin when someone pops up right beside him, asking where he thinks he's going. Heart pounding in his chest, he asks if the knight had been standing there shadowing him the entire time. The blonde warrior stands tall with his arms crossed, staring down at the young man with a deadpan look. He introduces himself as Ian Hanover, revealing that he received direct orders from the former lord to stick by his side day and night. Dominic realizes he's under round-the-clock watch, but asks to speak with the lord's personal physician and the head chef anyway, only to get shut down immediately. The young man is left completely bewildered by Ian's blunt refusal. Ian stubbornly explains that all details regarding Theodore's daily routine are strictly confidential and off-limits to outsiders. Dominic tries to reason that he needs those details to manage his dietary plan, but Ian counters that the order shouldn't be taken so seriously anyway. Losing his patience to argue, Dominic yields, thinking that if things go sideways, it'll be entirely on the stubborn knight. The young man walks off, annoyed that the folks here don't understand that proper nutrition genuinely has the power to heal. Right then, Dominic stops in his tracks, spins around with determination, and calls out to the knight. He asks if Ian Hanover will change his tune if he manages to improve the former lord's health solely by fixing his diet. Dominic firmly asserts that while food is just fuel to some, to others, it represents something far more essential. Ian falls completely silent, staring at the young man with a look of surprise and deep contemplation at such unwavering conviction. The knight acknowledges there's truth to that, but doubles down on his point that food alone cannot act as real medicine. Dominic fires back that he'll do his absolute best and asks Ian not to get in his way, leaving the warrior taken aback by his sheer boldness. Keeping a cool face with a slight smirk, Dominic calmly remarks that it's really not that deep. Left without a comeback against the young man's confident attitude, the knight simply clicks his tongue in annoyance. Dominic walks away thinking he has no reason to fear Ian, since he's an official guest of the former lord of these lands. Out of nowhere, the knight appears right next to him again, asking where he's heading, making the kid let out another terrified shriek. Stuttering in pure panic, Dominic replies that he's heading to the kitchen and desperately asks why the knight is breathing down his neck. Cool as a cucumber, Ian points in the opposite direction and lets the kid know that the way to the kitchen is actually over there. Seeing Dominic walk into the kitchen, the head chef is utterly shocked to see that the supposed fake shaman is still alive and kicking. Dominic clarifies that the whole thing was just a misunderstanding, and the head chef mentions he assumed the kid would be terrified after being dragged away by the knight. The young man then reveals that he's been put in charge of managing all of the former lord's meals moving forward, leaving the cook floored. The head chef flies into a rage and grabs Dominic by the collar, but the kid quickly clarifies that he's only stepping in as an assistant to lend a hand. The man settles down a bit upon learning that Dominic will work under his supervision, and the boy notices just how strictly the castle hierarchy is enforced. The chef asks what he means by picking ingredients, and Dominic explains that he needs to check which foods might be harmful to the lord. Ian questions whether specific foods truly match different body types, and the young man compares it to the mana that warriors train with daily. The knight agrees with the logic, and Dominic adds that ingredients that absorb the world's mana also yield different effects for each individual. The head chef admits the explanation holds up, realizing Dominic's plan is to curate the ideal ingredients for Theodore's constitution. Dominic smiles on the outside, but knows on the inside that he had to spin this mystical tale because real nutritional science would be impossible to explain here. Dominic starts gathering intel and asks if the former lord was a legendary warrior, which Ian confirms, stating he was once the commander of the army. The young man notes that the lord's training routine must have dropped off significantly after retiring, and Ian agrees the intensity just isn't the same anymore. Dominic inquires about Theodore's dietary intake, and the head chef shares that according to veteran servants, the lord's appetite hasn't shrunk one bit. The chef adds that the lord eats nearly twice the standard portion, helping Dominic understand why he's been packing on weight lately. Dominic and Ian discuss Theodore's massive portions and the alarming reality that every single meal consists entirely of meat. Ian reveals that the lord hasn't been feeling well recently, and because of that, was intentionally eating even more meat to try to build back his strength. Hearing that wild revelation from the knight, Dominic is completely blown away and deeply concerned for the former lord's well-being. On the inside, the young man wonders if Theodore has completely lost his marbles to take such a reckless approach with his own body. The head chef insists that eating meat and fish builds strength during illness, but Dominic counters that in the lord's case, it only makes matters worse. Dominic explains that heavy meat consumption wasn't an issue when the lord was active, but the lack of exercise post-retirement flipped the entire script. The young man concludes that this misguided belief that meat cures all was the real culprit behind the train wreck of Theodore's health. Dominic lays down the law, banning red meat, fatty fish, shellfish, and alcohol from the menu, leaving the cook and the knight utterly terrified. He takes full responsibility and approves only chicken, white fish, and modest portions of eggs, while the head chef begs the heavens for mercy. Trying to offer some reassurance, Dominic firmly grasps the frightened head chef's hands. The young man asks the man to place his trust in him, reminding him that his own neck is entirely on the line with this new diet. Later on, heavy rain begins pouring outside the castle, making the night cold and stormy. Dinner time finally arrives, kicking off the decisive moment to put the former lord's new menu to the test. Theodore is seen seated at the head of the lavish dining table, ready to inspect what they whipped up for him. The man glares at the table with a stern look, demanding to know if that's seriously his dinner. He grumbles in outrage that his eagerly awaited meal doesn't feature a single cut of red meat or a single drop of whiskey. The courses served that evening showcase an unusual spread, made up solely of light salads and a colorful serving of sautéed mushrooms. Theodore's daughter attempts to break the ice by praising the vibrant colors and appealing presentation of the new dishes. The former lord softens his posture slightly, concluding that the best course of action is to taste the meal and judge for himself. Theodore takes a sip of the ruby-red beverage in his goblet and instantly realizes it isn't his usual wine. The former lord's son remarks that it looks like pomegranate juice, noting that the tart flavor helps stimulate the appetite, and asks his father what he thinks. Theodore admits the juice is exceptionally good, praising the perfect balance of gentle acidity, natural sweetness, and a subtle bitter finish. The pomegranate juice hits the spot so well that he compares it to the complex, bold profile of a high-end vintage wine. Pleased with the beverage's distinct flavor, Theodore prepares to dig into the next dish on the table. He eyes a velvety golden soup and wonders what this unusual recipe could possibly be. Dominic calmly explains that it's a sliced mushroom soup with olive oil grilled asparagus and broccoli, simmered in milk and fresh cream. With a polite smile, the young man invites the former lord to give the new soup a try. Theodore scoops up a spoonful of the steaming soup and brings it to his lips to test the flavor. The second he swallows the first spoonful, the man's eyes widen in absolute astonishment at the taste. The lord's children panic seeing their father suddenly tremble, asking with concern if he's feeling unwell. The head chef enters full panic mode, blaming Dominic for messing up the lord's meal. But Theodore slams his hand down on the table, ordering everyone to quiet down immediately so he can focus. The former lord describes how the dish carries a rich, nutty flavor that coats the entire palate, paired with an amazingly silky texture. Savoring the nutrient-packed mushroom soup, the man is stunned to discover that vegetables can deliver such a deep, robust flavor profile. With a subtle nod of approval, Theodore looks at the young man and praises him, saying he did a fantastic job. Dominic lets out a huge sigh of relief inside, knowing full well that if the lord had hated it, his head would have been on the chopping block. Energized by the early win, the young man claps his hands together and announces that it's time to bring out the evening's main course. A maid enters the hall pushing a cart with covered platters under the watchful eyes of Dominic and the head chef. The former lord's son lifts the metal cloche to unveil the main course's big reveal. Theodore's daughter gazes at the dish, wide-eyed, pleasantly surprised by how appetizing the food looks. Theodore uncovers his own plate as well, watching the hot steam drift up, carrying a delightful aroma. Dominic presents the dish as a cod fillet, seasoned to perfection with 5 distinct spices. The fish is an outstanding healthy choice, being packed with lean protein, combating built-up fatigue and supporting heart health. The former lord examines the fish fillet thoughtfully, having never experienced anything like it during his formal dinners. He notices that the exterior appears lightly pan-seared to an ultra-crispy finish. Wasting no time, the man pops a generous bite into his mouth all at once to taste it. Theodore is blown away to find the fish amazingly tender and juicy on the inside, wondering how on earth they achieved that texture. The former lord's son calls out to his father, noticing he's trembling with excitement at the dining table once again. Theodore admits he simply can't hold back in front of such delicious food, and his children just smile in agreement. With a massive grin on his face, the former lord invites everyone to dig in, celebrating a special family meal for the first time in ages. Theodore reflects that it's been ages since a meal sat so comfortably and lightly in his stomach. He finishes the entire plate with ease, setting his utensils aside on the now empty dish. Theodore crosses his arms with deep satisfaction, declaring out loud that the dinner was thoroughly satisfying. Dominic breathes a huge sigh of relief to still be in one piece, thinking that dodging a strictly vegetarian menu was the smartest call he made. But out of nowhere, Theodore speaks up with a booming, commanding voice, startling everyone present in the hall. The former lord notes that there's still no telling if this food will truly cure his gout, firmly calling out for Ian right after. Theodore instructs the knight to keep Dominic from wandering the castle grounds at night, ensuring the boy doesn't step a single foot outside. Ian promptly takes the order while a frustrated Dominic grumbles under his breath, realizing his situation just got complicated all over again. With no way out, poor Dominic ends up being escorted back by the guards to his quarters under house arrest. The relentless, heavy rain continues pouring down over the imposing Sinclair family castle throughout the dead of night. Strong winds howl outside as the roar of the storm reverberates through the grand windows of the darkened corridors. In his quiet bedchamber, Theodore lies down on his spacious bed feeling remarkably relaxed and peaceful. The man realizes nighttime has rolled around again, wondering how long he'll be able to hold on to this sense of peace. He recalls with dread the excruciating physical pain that routinely ambushes him first thing at the break of dawn. Theodore reflects somberly that he can no longer turn to strong whiskey to numb the fear of that morning torment. He resolves not to show any weakness so as not to tarnish his reputation, concluding that the best move is simply to fall asleep as fast as possible. The former lord closes his eyes to rest, but suddenly notices something very unusual happening within his body. He realizes his bed feels incredibly cozy, noticing with pleasant surprise that his foot isn't throbbing like it usually does. Theodore feels that the mattress, which used to feel like a bed of nails due to his joint pain, is now remarkably plush and comfortable. He recalls how the meal prepared by Dominic left him fully satisfied without any heaviness or heartburn. He acknowledges that his past days were filled solely with greasy meats and stiff alcoholic drinks. But tonight's dinner, centered around fresh vegetables and fruits, agreed with his entire system effortlessly. Theodore realizes the human body requires balance, and that meats and vegetables must always go hand in hand. With a serene and peaceful look, the former lord admits to himself that he's been far too stubborn all these years. Suddenly, a mysterious and potent aura of blue energy begins radiating from his body in the darkness of the room. The following morning, the sky clears up completely, turning bright, sunny, and without a single cloud in sight. A gorgeous butterfly with colorful, shimmering wings flutters across the vibrant garden surrounding the great castle. Dominic watches the small insect land gently on his fingertip, whispering how carefree and unburdened it seems. The young man vents aloud, wishing he had the ability to fly freely far away from this place. Having been ordered not to take a single step outside his room, Dominic now tours the garden seated in a wheelchair pushed by Ian. Dominic decides to mess with him, asking the knight to wheel him closer to the butterfly, pretending he wants to fly alongside it. The kid playfully rushes the knight, leaving Ian with a furrowed brow, visibly annoyed and irritated. Running out of patience, Ian points out that the kid has perfectly good hands and feet to walk on his own, and that playing invalid is pure stubbornness. Dominic fires back angrily that the Lord locked himself away to train a week ago without issuing any clearance for them to head home. The young man insists he already did his part by leaving the dietary plan ready, telling the knight to keep pushing the wheelchair without complaining. Despite being annoyed and frustrated, Ian keeps rolling Dominic down the picturesque stone path of the castle garden. Dominic asks what the point of this secluded training is, and Ian explains it's meant to achieve spiritual enlightenment free from outside distractions. Finding it very similar to the martial arts novels he used to read back on Earth, Dominic asks how long this type of seclusion usually lasts. Ian replies that the duration varies wildly, ranging anywhere from a few hours to several years, which leaves Dominic completely terrified. The young man hits absolute panic mode, considering the grim possibility of being stuck in that castle for years, waiting for the Lord to finish training. Ian simply clams up and looks away, showing that he's just as worn out by the whole ordeal. The knight keeps wheeling the young man back inside, while the brisk wind rustles the leaves of the courtyard trees. Dominic calls out to the knight, asking if the former lord's instructions explicitly stated that he had to remain physically locked up. He argues that he already handed off the full dietary plan to the head chef, and that the lord never mentioned keeping him behind bars. The young man wraps up by suggesting that as long as he doesn't skip town and honors the agreement, there shouldn't be any issue with him going back home. Ian suddenly spins around and stares at Dominic wide-eyed, completely taken aback by that airtight logic. That very afternoon, departure preparations are set into motion in the castle's main courtyard. Ian hands over a clearance pass stating that the chief of Evergreen Village is permitted to return home, provided he receives weekly check-ins for the diet. Dominic celebrates cheerfully, seeing that this whole ordeal ended up turning into a very well-paid, one-week business trip. Bags packed, Ian dryly informs Dominic that it's time to grab their gear and hit the road back home. Ian spots Dominic holding a travel bag and asks in surprise what that bag is for and where he thinks he's going. Dominic simply replies that he's heading back to Evergreen, and Ian acts surprised upon hearing the village's name. Dominic shoots the knight a suspicious look, sensing that he's scheming something annoying. Ian reveals with a tired sigh that he received orders from Theodore to keep a very close eye on him, just in case the kid tries to make a run for it on the road. While they chat about the trip, seagulls glide freely across the clear blue sky right along the coastline. Dominic and Ian hike up the hill carrying their bags, with the young man pointing toward the village of Evergreen just ahead. The kid emphasizes that his village sits right next to the ocean, reiterating that he's explained countless times it's a humble fishing settlement. Out of the blue, a familiar voice calls out Dominic's name with great surprise from the small village square. Chief Kalon appears carrying a large fishing net, celebrating warmly to see the kid back safe and sound from the castle. The man says it's great to have him back and immediately asks for his help with the beach troubles, leaving both the young man and the knight totally baffled. Kalon puts on a dramatic face and cries out in panic that the dreaded devil's hand has surfaced in the village waters once again. Ian is completely shocked by the creature's menacing name, while Dominic wonders if he's the only one completely out of the loop here. Kalon clarifies that a flock of sea turtles actually showed up and laid tons of eggs on the shore right by the village entrance, spreading those marine plants everywhere. A local villager warns that the situation on the beach is getting worse by the minute, while Dominic remains puzzled, unable to fathom why everyone is panicking so much. Ian finds it absurd that the village chief is clueless about this phenomenon, but Dominic fires back that he's no fisherman and never even wanted to be leader. Kalon explains that the devil's hand is actually a giant marine plant cultivated by the region's farming sea turtles. The man adds that it resembles a massive underwater tree, which grows up to 3 times the height of an average adult once fully mature. These plants completely block the passage of fishing boats and shoot up at an incredible speed, even when the fishermen try hacking them down. To make matters worse, the turtles that tend to the vegetation are aggressive and chase the larger fish away from the shore, wrecking the village's livelihood. Ian finds it odd, since those turtles usually steer clear of shores with human activity, but Kalon reveals the backstory is a bit different here. Chuckling nervously, Kalon confesses that he got scammed when buying the village land, completely unaware that the turtles return there every few years. Ian and Dominic stare at the old man with completely deadpan faces, wondering if this clown show is supposed to be funny. The 3 of them walk together toward the towering stone cliffs, where the ocean waves crash with immense force down below. Dominic tries to break the tension, mentioning to Ian that the view from atop the cliff is genuinely stunning and pleasant. The young man scans the sea, noticing that this time around, there's a massive swarm of turtles planting seaweed that's already nearly full grown. Dominic remarks that the view looks rather peaceful, but Ian warns him that the situation is serious, telling the kid to look at the water more closely. The young man squints and shields his eyes with his hand, complaining that he can't spot any major threat in the water from this far away. Annoyed by the kid's slowness, Ian angrily points toward the water and shouts that those dark plants are blanketing everything down there. The knight takes a closer look at the plant's details, asking with a bead of sweat on his face if all of that is really just ordinary seaweed. Dominic lets out a curious hum as he recognizes the shape and texture of that supposedly mysterious saltwater plant. Ian insists the plant is known as the devil's hand, but Dominic replies that back in his hometown, they just call it seaweed and sees zero reason to freak out. Dominic is impressed by how healthy the seaweed is growing, remarking that it would make an amazing rich soup. Ian and Kalon stare at the boy with absolute horror upon hearing that he's actually craving to eat the dreaded devil's hand. The kid, wiping a bit of drool from the corner of his mouth from sheer anticipation, genuinely asks why on earth they wouldn't take advantage of such good food. Ian states the obvious, saying it's because the plant carries such a terrifying name, but Dominic finds zero logic in that silly superstition. The knight demands to know what's going through the kid's mind to want to put a plant with such a creepy look into his mouth. Dominic brushes off Ian's complaints and invites Kalon to have a taste, and the old chief excitedly accepts, missing the kid's home cooking. Ian is left utterly speechless and stunned, staring at the 2 in pure disbelief, wondering if they've completely lost their minds. A little while later, the wooden door of a cozy little village home is pushed open by the young men. Dominic happily cheers for being back home, while Ian compliments the fact that the house's kitchen is remarkably well kept for a small village. Dominic boasts that the place is great because he was the one running it, prompting the annoyed knight to tell the kid to pipe down for once. Ian holds up a damp green ribbon of freshly gathered seaweed, asking Dominic what they need to do to get the cooking started. Kaylin mentions that the seaweed ended up drying out due to poor storage, but Dominic is thrilled to see it actually dehydrated perfectly. The village chief doubts that a brittle, dried-up leaf is good for anything, but the young man explains it turns out even better and more flavorful that way. He details that dehydrated seaweed packs an incredible depth of umami, sparking the knight's curiosity with this new culinary trivia. Pumped by the ingredients he managed to track down, Dominic eagerly rolls up his sleeves to get down to business. The young man happily celebrates that the time has finally come to show off his culinary chops in his own home. The young man grabs a razor-sharp knife and gets right to work, swiftly mincing several garlic cloves on the wooden table. Next, he slices up some fresh scallions, while the fire crackles brightly in the hearth behind him to warm the kitchen. He heats the skillet over high heat, drizzles in sesame oil, and sautés the clams alongside the rehydrated seaweed and minced garlic. The knight catches a wonderful, unique aroma wafting over from Dominic's skillet. Ian closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, admitting he's never smelled anything quite like this before, yet it seems incredibly appetizing. Dominic notices the knight's reaction and suddenly turns around, catching Ian off guard for being spotted peeking. The young man smiles warmly, glad to see people in this world appreciating the traditional Korean seasonings he works so hard to prepare. Dominic notices there isn't much cooked rice left, but decides to be generous and scoops a hearty portion into the bowl. Dominic finds it hilarious watching the proud knight pretend not to care about the dish while constantly sneaking glances at the pot. The kid chuckles to himself, thinking this is his only way to go toe-to-toe with the formidable knight, using nothing but his cooking skills. Ian gasps and yells upon seeing Dominic pour the murky water used to wash the rice straight into the pot where the soup is bubbling. The knight complains that he's dumping dirty water into the food, but the young man explains that rice water is the secret weapon to giving the broth a rich body. Dominic scolds him, pointing out that the starch and nutrients neutralize any harsh fishy taste, telling the knight not to micromanage his cooking. Ian ends up thoroughly confused by the technical breakdown, and the kid playfully teases that he has no idea what he's been missing all this time. The young man lets out a long, weary sigh after giving the proud guard a full-on culinary lecture. Dominic continues preparing the meal, remarking that he knows Ian is different from other highborn warriors because he doesn't look down on commoners like him. He praises the warrior's character, noting he treats everyone fairly and showed genuine respect to both Chief Kalon and the castle cook. While dishing out a side of kimchi, Dominic playfully wraps up by saying the knight's only real flaw is being way too stiff. The young man sets the steaming bowl of rice on the wooden table alongside the side dishes with great care. With a friendly smile, Dominic invites the proud knight to pull up a chair and try this simple, home-cooked meal. Ian eyes the food thoughtfully, reflecting on Dominic's words about accepting and respecting people for who they are. Kalon walks into the house carrying a platter of pan-fried fish, thanking him for the safe escort and calling everyone to dig in right away. The warrior pauses for a split second before the rustic, unfamiliar spread, under the watchful gaze of the old village chief. Ian finally works up the nerve to take a spoonful, his eyes flying wide open in pure shock at the explosion of flavor in the soup. He is thoroughly amazed to realize that such a rich and comforting soup was made using the very weed everyone refers to as the devil's hand. Unable to help himself in the face of such a treat, the ravenous knight dumps a generous mound of rice right into his bowl. Ian mixes everything together frantically, admitting to himself that his hands and mouth are moving purely on instinct thanks to the incredible taste. The mighty warrior opens wide and starts scarfing down spoonful after spoonful without holding back. On the other side of the dining table, Dominic quietly watches his guard's ferocious appetite with immense satisfaction. Dominic asks Kalon what he thought of the meal, and the old chief heaps praise on the seasoning, demanding the kid serve him another bowl right now. Dominic takes the compliment, but points out that rice is pricey, asking what they should do to clear out the plants if the knight lends a hand with the turtles. Suddenly, the young man cuts himself off, flashing a clever, mischievous grin straight at the warrior. Dominic locks eyes with Ian, making sure to remind the knight that he was just raving about the taste of that very seaweed. He asks playfully if Ian would really want to throw away such a delicious and nourishing resource over mere superstition. Meanwhile, a merchant carriage rolls down the road, and a young man asks his grandfather if they really need to pull over at that village. The boy complains that the settlement looks tiny and has nothing to offer, but the elder scolds him, telling him never to judge a place by its cover. The seasoned merchant imparts that Evergreen could thrive down the line, and that for a budding trade guild, every single client is pure gold. The young man gladly takes the elder's wisdom to heart, breaking into a warm, friendly smile. The two keep chatting about the village's history, wondering if Evergreen has always just operated as a humble fishing outpost. Pulling up to the village entrance, Chief Kalon and Dominic step out together to greet the traveling merchants who just parked. The elder greets Kalon, who asks not to be called chief anymore, jokingly explaining that he dumped the annoying leadership gig onto young Dominic. The merchant announces that he brought 3 full sacks of premium-grade rice to trade, and Kalon agrees to buy up the entire stock on the spot. With a welcoming and friendly demeanor, Dominic walks up to the travelers and asks if they've had a bite to eat today. The elderly merchant holds the bowl of hot soup and asks with great curiosity what that dark ingredient in the broth could be. Kalon explains that the kids call it seaweed and urges the elder to taste it without fear, promising the broth will help him unwind. The young merchant takes the first bite and, brimming with excitement, tells his grandfather to hurry up and try it because the flavor runs deeper than any fish stew. The old trader takes a spoonful and is floored to realize that rich, savory flavor comes directly from the dark plant itself, not from meat. He feels his merchant instincts tingling, instantly recognizing that this exotic item holds colossal sales potential. The elder asks if there's a more common name for that dark seaweed, since he's never heard of it in the capital, making Kalon hesitate. Kalon states with a straight face that the plant is locally known as the devil's hand, causing the merchant to drop his spoon in shock. The old trader recoils at the ominous name, but his grandson enthusiastically raises his hand, declaring he wants to buy and trade the product right then and there. Anton argues that unique ingredients are a massive hit in the capital, and that this devil's hand actually tastes out of this world. Eyes sparkling with excitement, the young merchant promises his grandfather that he sees a literal gold mine waiting on that shoreline. The seasoned old merchant pauses in complete silence for a few beats after hearing the seaweed's ominous name. The elderly merchant gives his grandson the green light to handle the deal however he sees fit, leaving the young man thrilled with the call. The old trader claps his hands together to draw everyone's attention and seal the start of this major trade deal in the village. Dominic flashes a greedy grin and asks how much product they should pack up, assuring them the beach's seaweed supply is practically endless. A few days go by in the story, and the scene shifts back to the Sinclair family's grand castle under a bright, clear summer sky. In the bustling marketplace courtyard, a desperate man starts venting to his buddy about his wife's fragile condition. He shares with great worry that his wife hasn't been able to regain her strength since giving birth, barely eats, and can't produce milk for the newborn. While listening to his companion's sorrowful story, the other gray-haired man catches a delightful culinary aroma drifting through the breeze. Intrigued, the man cuts the conversation short to pinpoint where that mouth-watering, unusual scent is coming from. The two quickly spot Anton perched atop a wooden crate, rallying the market crowd to come sample and purchase his new merchandise. The young merchant calls out that this seaweed soup is made with devil's hand, the very nourishment turtles feed on right after laying their eggs. He highlights at the top of his lungs that the hot broth is incredible for restoring physical vitality in expectant and postpartum mothers. Hearing about the dish's revitalizing qualities, the husband who was so worried about his wife feels deeply moved and hopeful. The man bolts back home with a crate packed with the ingredient, explaining to his wife that he picked up a superfood recommended for new mothers. He excitedly shares that the merchants even walked him through the soup recipe, asking her to hold on just a moment while he cooks. At the castle market, Anton keeps touting the seaweed's benefits through a megaphone, tossing in complimentary sesame oil at an unbeatable price. Suddenly, the young trader points happily into the busy crowd, spotting his very first customer. The man comes running back holding a gold coin, cheering that his wife has fully bounced back and asking for 3 more packs of seaweed on the spot. The surrounding crowd overhears the testimony and scrambles to grab the sacks, making Anton realize he'll need to restock with Dominic very soon. Back in his home kitchen, Dominic stirs a bubbling pot while letting out a delightfully greedy, mischievous chuckle of pure joy. The young man jumps for joy, celebrating that he can finally make spicy rice cakes, a comfort food he couldn't afford before due to the price of rice. He reflects happily that sales of the dark seaweed are blowing past expectations, and that he'll be able to live comfortably for quite a while. Dominic gets so caught up celebrating his profits that Sir Ian has to step in and warn him that the pot of red sauce is about to boil over. The knight comments on the intense, spicy fragrance and gladly accepts Dominic's friendly offer to have a taste. A plate piled high with rice cakes simmering in a mouth-watering, fiery red sauce is served right after. Dominic gives a playful thanks for the meal, while the knight gets ready to try the new spicy dish with utmost seriousness. The young chief pops a whole rice cake into his mouth, nostalgically savoring that classic, comforting taste from his homeland. but their peace is shattered when a castle soldier kicks the door wide open, booming out an urgent royal decree from the Lord. Several heavily armed guards clad in blue capes file into the humble home, drawing the eyes of everyone eating at the table. The messenger unrolls an official scroll, formally proclaiming that the current ruler of the Sinclair domain has issued a high-priority summons. The guard reads the decree ordering Dominic to report immediately to the main Sinclair castle under armed escort. The soldier warns with a firm, piercing glare that turning down the current lord's summons is out of the question. Ian steps into the conversation, stating that he also holds direct orders to accompany and look after the young chief of Evergreen on this return trip. The knight stays composed, but grows curious to uncover the real reason why the guards are acting so pushy and rushed. The soldier states that mere guards cannot question their master's motives, reiterating that they are under strict orders to ride out without delay. Ian rests his hand on his chin, deeply pondering the unusual nature of this immediate summons from the ruler. Ian clears the soldiers to take Dominic, prompting the kid to whine in frustration that the knight should have backed him up after all the meals they shared. Ian remarks that if this were a punishment, he'd be locked in irons right now, suggesting it's likely just urgent business and telling the kid to hurry up and pack. Dominic tries to stall the guards to finish off his plate of spicy food, but Ian yanks him up, telling him to get on his feet without making excuses. The young man clams up and shoots a pouty glare back over his shoulder after being blocked from finishing his meal in peace. However, Dominic notices with shock that the knight's plate is completely licked clean, wondering how on earth the guy managed to inhale everything that fast. Shortly after, the carriage arrives before the grand staircases of the Sinclair family's opulent main palace. Dominic and Ian walk side by side down the castle's grand corridor, making their way toward the great audience chamber. The massive doors to the royal hall swing open with a heavy thud, leaving Dominic on edge and nervous about the encounter. They step into the grand hall and spot the current lord of the Sinclair lands sitting solemnly upon his high throne. Patrick Sinclair, the youthful ruler of the territory, gazes down from the throne with a stern expression and exceptional poise. Ian bows out of respect, while a flustered Dominic stammers a greeting to the lord, who promptly grants them permission to raise their heads. On the inside, Dominic tries to hide his nerves by making a face and silently cursing guard Ian's blunt attitude. The gray-haired ruler opens the conversation by mentioning he heard Dominic is the one supplying the new seaweed at the castle fair. Patrick holds up a dried frond of the dark seaweed, asking with a sharp gaze if it's true that the beach turtles are crazy about the devil's hand. Dominic swallows hard out of pure internal panic, wondering if the Lord discovered the seaweed marketing was a bit of a stretch. The young man tries to play it cool, confirming the story by inventing that back in his homeland, there's an ancient custom of cooking devil's hand seaweed for new mothers. Lord Patrick flashes a friendly smile, saying he already knew Dominic was an extraordinary kid ever since he managed his father's special diet. The gray-haired ruler turns to Ian Hanover, asking how the knight would evaluate Dominic's personality and character after spending time together. Dominic quickly leans over to whisper to the blonde knight to put in a good word, cheekily reminding him of the delicious spicy rice cakes they just shared. Ian replies that the young man possesses deep knowledge of cooking and ingredients, along with the courage to treat others as equals regardless of social rank. The knight concludes by stating the boy knows how to balance reality and ideals seamlessly and would serve as an invaluable asset to Lord Patrick. Patrick lets out a genuine laugh upon seeing the strict warrior praise someone so highly, deciding the kid's character is more than approved for the task. The ruler of Sinclair then reveals the true reason behind the summons, sharing that his beloved wife recently gave birth to the family heir. Surprised by the announcement, Dominic quickly offers his warm and courteous congratulations to the current ruler. Patrick sighs, explaining that the Countess has locked herself inside and refused to leave her quarters ever since 2 days after giving birth. The Lord proposes placing his wife's postpartum recovery entirely in Dominic's hands, catching the young chief completely off guard with the offer. Eyeing the profit, Dominic accepts immediately, demanding a rate of 1 gold coin per week, internally celebrating that his golden era of prosperity has officially begun. But their peace is abruptly shattered when a furious female voice screams from inside the room, declaring she's perfectly fine and refuses to see anyone. The Countess rants that she feels insulted they brought in a mere cook to look after her health, leaving the red-haired maid completely at a loss. Dominic scratches his cheek in defeat, realizing his dream salary of 1 gold coin a week might be going down the drain before it even starts. The young man asks Ian if the noble lady was always this cranky, and the knight replies that she never used to act like this, clueless as to what caused the shift. The red-haired maid steps out with her head low to apologize, stating the Countess has zero appetite and mentioning she'll report this to the Lord. Dominic begins putting the clues together, trying to figure out why the Countess locked herself in her room 2 days after giving birth despite continuing to eat seaweed soup. Suddenly, the young man's eyes go wide as a major realization hits him regarding the noble lady's behavior. He flashes back to his past life on Earth, remembering when his own sister had a baby and stayed at a postpartum care center. Dominic recalls how his sister would try to hide her face in embarrassment over the physical changes her body went through after pregnancy. He remembers calling out his sister's name upon seeing her from behind in the room because she looked so different from her usual self. His sister was so swollen, it was genuinely hard to recognize her at first glance, helping the young man relate to the Countess's feelings. Connecting the dots, the kid deduces the Countess locked her doors out of body insecurity and that there's a huge chance she's dealing with severe postpartum edema. Dominic stuns the maid by pinpointing her mistress's actual issue, leaving the young red-haired girl utterly speechless at such precise insight. He explains that a woman's body naturally retains fluids and fats to produce breast milk, and that a proper dietary plan is crucial for a fast recovery. Placing a hand over his chest with absolute conviction, the young chief of Evergreen promises he has the skills to help the Countess reclaim her former figure. Convinced by the young man's unshakable confidence, the maid asks them to wait a moment and heads into the room to reason with her mistress. Dominic considers that the Countess must have had minimal physical activity while eating excessively salty and rich foods alongside her father-in-law, Theodore. Ian steps up, mentioning he made sure to highlight Dominic's practical talents and competence when discussing his abilities with Lord Patrick. The knight wishes the kid luck, hoping he'll use those unique skills to resolve this tricky situation, just like he did with the Lord's father. Dominic looks back at the knight with a surprised expression, taken aback by the unexpected support and encouragement. He wonders if they suddenly became buddies over that bowl of spicy rice cakes he made back at the hut, but decides not to overthink it. The heavy wooden door to the Countess's luxury chamber finally opens with a gentle creak, grabbing Dominic and Ian's attention. The red-haired maid peeks her head out rather timidly, finally inviting both young men to step inside the room. The Countess is seen sitting up in bed with a noticeably puffy face, stating she'll accept his help based on the stellar dietary results he achieved with her father. Dominic clocks the visible swelling and figures the noble lady's self-esteem took a massive hit after giving birth to the heir. He silently hopes she isn't dealing with postpartum, depression on top of it, knowing that would make her recovery a whole lot harder. The Countess somberly vents that she's been trying to heavily restrict her food intake on her own, yet hasn't managed to shed any weight so far. She anxiously clutches her dress, wondering if she should cut her meals down even further to quickly get her old figure back. Dominic cuts her off firmly, stating that starving herself is the worst thing she could do, leaving the woman completely stunned by the remark. She snaps in annoyance, thinking the young man is mocking her, but Dominic calmly reiterates that proper nutrition is essential for her weight loss. He explains that his food will act like medicine, and that if she simply sticks to every guideline, she'll swiftly return to her healthy self. The young man asks the Countess to promise that she'll follow every dietary rule and meal plan he lays out to the letter. After a moment of hesitation, and having no better options, she accepts the meal plan terms, admitting she has no choice but to trust his expertise. She sets a deadline of 3 weeks until the grand blessing ceremony for the newborn heir, stating she'll be counting on Dominic's work. With a confident and determined look, Dominic gives her hand a firm handshake, promising he'll deliver on his word flawlessly. As the sun sets, casting warm hues across the castle skies, the young man starts doing the math and planning the light meals he'll need to cook for the Countess. He knows the swelling will subside quickly, but the real test will be designing light dishes that still deliver the essential nutrients a nursing mother needs. Ian asks if Monica's case is tougher than Theodore's, and Dominic replies that the former lord's condition was technically more serious since it was an actual disease. The young man explains that because gout is a well-defined medical issue with clear solutions, putting together an appropriate diet for him was much simpler. Dominic notes that with Monica, the swelling is temporary, but balancing slimming down with maintaining energy for nursing makes it complicated. Ian Hanover bluntly suggests that the kid tackle one issue at a time, catching Dominic off guard with such straightforward logic. The knight advises the young man to focus on the immediate step to reach the goal, suggesting Dominic apply that exact approach to managing the Countess. Dominic ponders the warrior's great advice, realizing he was overcomplicating a situation that's actually fairly simple. The kid decides to prioritize clearing the postpartum water retention first, locking in the clear direction for her dietary plan. Strolling beneath the clear sky, Dominic thinks to himself that the stubborn blonde knight can actually be a huge help from time to time. Come morning, the red-haired maid steps into the bedroom to wake Lady Monica, whose face still looks quite puffy and worn out. The Countess is skeptical of the new healthy breakfast spread, featuring brown rice with black beans, a warm salad, and a bowl of sesame seaweed soup. The maid serves the tray, making sure to mention that Dominic strictly requested the Countess drink a special tonic right after finishing her meal. She explains that it's brewed pumpkin tea, fantastic for flushing out fluid retention and cleansing the body, recommending 4 cups a day. Even though she finds the whole routine bizarre, the Countess decides to give the regimen a shot and starts eating to see real results. Monica begins sipping the sesame seaweed soup peacefully under the watchful, quiet eye of her personal maid. The Countess complains to the maid that the food tastes rather bland, wondering if her taste buds got thrown off after days of total fasting. The maid clarifies that the boy intentionally cut back on salt so the swelling would drop faster, helping the mistress see his logic. Determined to get her old figure back, Monica puts her doubts aside and willingly finishes every bite of the wholesome breakfast. Feeling drowsy after eating, she considers taking a nap, but the maid informs her that the young man recommended a light 30-minute walk after meals. The noblewoman grits her teeth slightly, visibly annoyed that all her lazy urges are getting shut down by the kid's strict health rules. Taking a deep breath, she remembers she promised to follow the young Evergreen Chief's instructions and heads out for a stroll down the castle hallway. Panting and working up a sweat, Monica is shocked by how out of shape she is, while the maid lets her know her bath is ready, with one extra heads up. The Countess halts in her tracks with an impatient, annoyed glare, asking what other restriction Dominic came up with to torment her. The maid sheepishly shares that the boy banned long, steaming hot baths, directing her to stay in the tub for no more than 10 minutes flat. Absolutely furious, the Countess grits the young man's name through clenched teeth, fuming that Dominic is systematically robbing her of every little daily comfort. Right after the quick bath, the maid announces that the next step on Dominic's schedule is a soothing body massage session. Clasping her hands with a sweet smile, the maid apologizes in advance, warning that the muscle massage might sting just a little bit. Wincing in pain during the routine, Monica whimpers in agony, swearing to herself that if this doesn't show results, the young cook will pay dearly. Meanwhile, a loud shout calling for Dominic suddenly rings out from outside the Grand Sinclair Palace kitchen. Dominic stops eating, his eyes widening in surprise as his name is bellowed so loudly through the corridors. The current ruler, Patrick, walks into the room with a laid-back attitude, asking with a smile if he just interrupted their lunch. He warmly admits that he caught the mouth-watering scent of Dominic's cooking, asking if he could also sample a little bite of the snacks on the table. Later that evening, with the castle glowing under the starry night, Lord Patrick begins reminiscing about his fond memories with Monica. Patrick looks back to his younger days when he first laid eyes on Monica, dressed elegantly during a grand banquet for the local nobility. The young man confesses with a dreamy look that it was love at first sight the second he saw the beautiful young Monica. He fondly remembers gathering the courage to take her delicate hands for the first time to ask her for a dance across the ballroom floor. He recalls how they pledged their love and tied the knot soon after, smiling as he admits he'll never forget that unforgettable first encounter. Patrick shares that he took over the domain following his father Theodore's retirement, becoming swamped with duties when his wife was blessed with a child. Even though he was drowning in administrative work, he always tried to shower his wife with affection, believing their bond remained rock solid. Yet that smooth harmony between the young couple mysteriously fractured out of nowhere right after the delivery. The ruler of Sinclair breaks down in tears at the table, frantically asking what on earth he did so wrong for Monica to constantly be mad at him now. Drunk and emotional, the Lord vents that her mood swings are out of control, questioning if married life is always this confusing and rough. He points dramatically at Dominic and Ian, saying they couldn't possibly understand, while the two bachelors just stare back with blank expressions. Dominic attempts to calm the Lord down rationally, reasoning that the Countess is likely just overwhelmed due to the upcoming blessing ceremony. The young chief of Evergreen pauses, feeling he needs to share some meaningful words to comfort the Lord's heavy heart. Dominic locks eyes with the ruler of Sinclair, addressing him with sincere respect for a heart-to-heart man's talk. With a calm demeanor and a warm smile, Dominic asks point-blank if the Lord still loves his wife deeply, despite everything. Ian Hanover watches the interaction out of the corner of his eye, wondering if the kid's personal question would actually provide any real comfort to the Lord. Time flies by, and the long-awaited day of the official blessing ceremony for the Sinclair family heir finally arrives. Arriving at the Grand Castle Plaza alongside Ian, Dominic looks around in awe at the sheer sea of people gathered for the occasion. The young man watches the massive crowd of high-born guests gathered before the cathedral, remarking that the scale is truly fit for a ruler's child. A noblewoman gossips in the crowd, giggling behind her fan and wondering aloud how much the countess must have let herself go after pregnancy. Another woman snickers, mentioning it's only been 4 weeks since the birth and that she can't wait to see the smug lady taken down a peg. Ian wonders if this gathering is meant for blessings or gossip, and Dominic agrees that some folks seem far more interested in drama than celebrating the child. Right then, Ian asks why Dominic looks so chill, noting it's only been 3 weeks, and the kid isn't showing an ounce of worry about the Countess's results. The young man simply looks at him calmly, completely unfazed by the knight's doubts regarding his health plan's success. Dominic explains that as long as she followed every guideline, there won't be any issues, though Ian teases that he sounded confident before and is now covering his bases. The kid responds that he trusts her willpower and that having overhauled her eating and daily habits, the sudden water weight should be completely gone. Ian listens to the young cook's argument in silence, contemplating his unwavering confidence. The knight gazes toward the hall's entrance, turning over Dominic's confident words about the noble lady's determination. He briefly ponders the concept of trust, just as the booming sound of cathedral bells begins chiming across the holy grounds. The priest at the altar steps forward, loudly announcing the official start of the long-awaited blessing ceremony. He delivers his sermon on the nobility of life, inviting everyone present to offer their heartfelt prayers with pure intentions. Dominic and Ian stand their ground, observing the solemn ritual alongside other high-ranking members of the castle. The clergyman raises his arms before the grand temple doors, which begin to swing open, letting in a radiant beam of light. The priest formally announces the entrance of Count and Countess Sinclair, while the youth choir begins a sacred hymn. The choir's soft harmonies fill the hall, setting an even more grand and emotional tone for the couple's walk. Step by step, the Count and Countess make their way arm in arm down the cathedral's stone aisle toward the high altar. Ian keeps his eyes locked on the family's silhouette, approaching the clergyman in the center of the sunlit hall. At that moment, he remembers Dominic's confident words about trusting the woman's inner drive, and she truly proved her grit, appearing breathtakingly slim and radiant while cradling her newborn baby in her arms. The crowd starts whispering in disbelief at her stunning appearance, wondering how on earth she managed to shed such severe swelling so fast. Those gossiping noblewomen are left completely floored, unable to comprehend how that figure belongs to someone who just had a baby. Stunned by such a dramatic transformation in so little time, the guests at the venue begin speculating if the Lord resorted to some kind of sorcery. However, Ian knows full well that Dominic lacks any aptitude for mana manipulation, making the use of magic entirely out of the question. Yet even knowing that, the knight can't help but look at the young cook with a mix of deep intrigue and awe. He senses an unexplainable presence in the young man, wondering where such authority and conviction on health and diet come from. Ian turns his gaze back to the altar, but his thoughts remain utterly captivated by the mystery surrounding the boy. Meanwhile, a firm, aged hand tightly grips the handle of an ornate cane, signaling that a powerful figure is observing the scene. Dominic breaks the silence, mentioning to Ian that he plans on heading back to Evergreen Village the moment today's festivities wrap up. The knight finds it strange and asks if he's really giving up his gig as the Countess's dietitian, pointing out how he was just grinning over the gold coins. Dominic explains that he can easily supervise her diet through weekly letters, even if it slightly reduces his generous paycheck. But on the inside, the kid is grinning like crazy with dollar signs in his eyes, already smelling massive business opportunities on the horizon. Night falls quickly, and the warm glow from the castle's towering windows shows the grand celebration ball is in full swing inside. Elegantly dressed guests mingle throughout the opulent hall, laughing and raising their glasses to toast the health of the family's young heir. Monica shines as the absolute star of the night, glowing with charm, while the red-haired gossip watches her from across the room in pure jealousy and resentment. She bites her lip in pure frustration, watching her plan to publicly shame the Countess crash and burn right before the entire nobility. Just then, her personal maid approaches with an update, and the noblewoman urgently asks if she got the intel she requested. The maid confirms that someone was indeed strictly overseeing Monica's meals, leading the mistress to assume it was some master chef. The maid reveals it was actually a custom meal plan designed by the chief of a small, humble village located within their own territory. The noble lady figures it would be tricky to recruit the chief, and the maid cautions that the Sinclair family might push back and spark severe backlash. She knows that stirring up more unnecessary drama will only turn her into the target of nasty rumors among high society once again. Fully aware of the social risks, the woman stares ahead with sheer resolve, deciding she simply cannot let this secret slip away. She reasons that if the kid managed to debloat the Countess like that, he could certainly work wonders on her own figure too. Driven by this fierce obsession, she decides to make a move. Meanwhile, a calm, crisp morning dawns over the quiet coastal village of Evergreen. Dominic wakes up groggy to persistent knocking at his door, grumbling about who could possibly be interrupting his sleep this early. Opening the door, he comes face to face with a grinning old Kalon, who jokingly tells the young man to wipe that grumpy scowl off his face. Kalon asks if the kid isn't curious about what happened in the village over the past month, but Dominic calmly replies that something great went down. The elder unexpectedly drops a heavy brown pouch in his hands, eagerly telling the young cook to open it up and check out the contents. Dominic opens it to find hundreds of gleaming gold coins, the payout from the seaweed sales sent over as commission by Anton's merchant guild. The kid is surprised to learn about Anton launching his own guild, and the elder chuckles, praising the young merchant's bold move. Kalon thanks Dominic with a wide smile, stating that thanks to him, the village brought in far more coin than they ever made from fishing. Dominic humbly replies that he never could have harvested, washed, and packed the seaweed alone, and that the success came down to the fishing guild's teamwork. The young man mentions the elder showed up right on cue, excitedly asking if he can take a look at something very important. Dominic spreads a large map across the wooden table, directing Kalon's attention to the marked locations on the parchment. Curious and a bit bewildered, Kalon rests his hands on the table and asks what on earth the kid is showing him on the map. With a confident and determined look, Dominic declares that if this plan pans out, the villagers will never have to worry about putting food on the table again. Shortly after, the two stroll down to a gorgeous nearby beach, boasting crystal-clear waters and powdery white sand. Dominic points out that the water here is shallow with virtually no waves, while Kalon explains it's a dead zone where boats don't sail and only kids splash around. Dominic compliments the scenery, calling it absolutely perfect, leaving Kalon wondering what the kid is scheming to do with the spot. The young man flashes a mysterious, excited smile, already visualizing the massive business potential of this quiet shoreline. Dominic explains that this stunning setting is ideal for anyone looking to enjoy a relaxing holiday retreat away from their troubles. The kid enthusiastically reveals that he plans to build a resort right there, leaving Kalon and the other fishermen looking completely clueless. Time passes, and the steady rhythm of hammering and construction work begins echoing under the clear blue sky of the coastal area. Ian Hanover watches all the activity with a tired, somewhat puzzled expression at the heavy labor unfolding before him. Seeing the massive wooden frames being erected right by the beach, the blonde knight wonders what on earth they're actually building out there. Dominic steps out clutching 2 wooden batons, barking orders like a boss for the crew to hold the line and keep at it. Steady hammer strikes continue driving wooden pilings into the sandy beach, showing the project is moving along at a rapid pace. The young cook waves his baton energetically in the air, ordering the men to keep working non-stop on the build. Construction on the resort continues at full throttle, driven by rhythmic beats and hard labor from every local involved in the venture. Dominic clacks the 2 wooden batons together in a steady tempo, acting as the head supervisor setting the pace for the entire site. He shuts his eyes and keeps tapping the wood continuously, completely locked in on keeping the crew motivated on the floor. Ian walks over and asks what he's up to, and Dominic states the obvious, that he's overseeing the entire resort construction. The knight grumbles that he's the most annoying supervisor he's ever laid eyes on, telling the kid to get ready to head somewhere else with him. Ian explains they need to attend the important village chief's council, as a full month has passed since the region's last official gathering. Next, the scene transitions to the Grand Sinclair Palace, where the day's fresh agenda is about to get underway. One of the chiefs steps up, proposing that to avoid duplicate gifts for the count's newborn, each village should gift garments in different colors. The villages begin bickering over gift colors, sparking a funny little argument among the elder leaders about who gets to claim blue. Dominic watches the silly squabble with a bored expression, mentally suggesting they just draw lots to get it over with. A maid announces that the soldiers are running drills and that the Lord will be joining them for lunch, prompting the chiefs to eagerly head over as well. The leaders hustle off, thrilled at the opportunity to see the Lord, while Dominic lags behind, failing to see what the big deal is. Letting out a heavy sigh, the young cook finds the whole thing tedious, but tags along just to watch the training as a bystander. Suddenly, a loud, unpleasant gagging sound shatters the quiet of the sunny training courtyard. One of the young recruits clad in heavy armor appears violently sick, prompting Kalon to comment that their training must be brutally exhausting. Another veteran chief brushes it off, grumbling that back in his day, military training was 10 times harder and stricter than it is now. Out of nowhere, the young warrior heaves violently, catching Dominic's attention as he clocks the kid's distressed stomach condition. Dominic rushes over to the struggling soldier, asking point-blank how long he's been feeling this terrible. Dominic asks about other symptoms, and the trembling soldier reports experiencing nausea, chills, and stomach cramps since early morning. The young man's face turns completely pale as his cheeks puff up, showing he's on the verge of another heavy heave right in front of him. Dominic takes a step back with a mix of disgust and concern, noticing the rough shape the young castle recruit is in. While the young man considers the fact that the symptoms kicked off this morning, the palace head chef suddenly appears to greet him. The head chef asks for a quick hand with prep, but Dominic asks if he can take a quick look around the kitchen and check out the stock. The man mentions there isn't much to see, but agrees, asking if he's looking for anything in particular as Dominic zeroes in on a spot. Dominic spots a large wooden crate packed with fresh oysters packed in ice, internally cheering that he finally found the lead. Dominic asks if the oysters came in yesterday, and the man chuckles, confirming they did and assuring him they haven't spoiled since they're on ice. The young man asks if he served those oysters to anyone in the palace, and the head chef admits he gave a few to recruit Mickey. The chef shares that Mickey loves seafood and always helps unload deliveries for a snack, revealing he whipped up some fresh ceviche for him. Dominic thinks to himself that ceviche is delicious when made with raw seafood, citrus juice, and herbs, but carries a massive food safety hazard. He reflects that folks in coastal regions consume tons of shellfish, but notes that eating them completely raw often leads to severe health troubles. The head chef tries to defend himself, claiming he inspected everything and they weren't spoiled, but Dominic cuts him off, stating they definitely are. Dominic fixes the man with a deadly serious look and reveals it's shellfish-borne food poisoning, leaving the seasoned head chef completely stunned. The head chef chuckles, remarking that Dominic seems to know a lot about oyster sickness, but points out it only ever happens during the winter. The man warns he's only keeping his cool because of their friendship, cautioning that walking into someone else's kitchen and causing a scene is dangerous business. He wraps up with a warning, hoping Dominic understands what will happen if he keeps up that attitude. Dominic calmly explains that oyster contamination doesn't just vanish into thin air just because it's summer. He notes it's rarely reported because nobody eats raw shellfish in the heat, revealing that Mickey has been battling vomiting, diarrhea, and fever since this morning. The head chef is left utterly horrified and shaken, desperately asking if that report is actually true. Dominic points out that only Mickey fell ill, asking the cook what he thinks caused it, factoring in the 2-day incubation period. The man swallows hard and breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the massive jam he just landed in over contaminated food. He trembles in fear because the soldiers are in the middle of summer drills, a session Lord Patrick himself came down to inspect. The chef panics thinking he'll get fired, stressing over his daughter's schooling, his retirement plans, and the fact that his wife will end him. He fears being thrown in the stockade for sabotaging the army, but is caught off guard when Dominic reaches out, offering to help sort this out. Dominic gives a warm smile, saying that since they're friends now, he couldn't possibly walk away pretending he knows nothing. The head chef is deeply touched, his eyes welling up with tears of gratitude for Dominic's kindness. Dominic points out that lunch is right around the corner, telling them to swap out the menu immediately, leaving his colleague confused and hesitant. The cook explains that summer drills mirror a real battlefield and that the same strict protocol applies to meal service. He reveals that to prevent food tampering, every ingredient must be cleared with Lord Patrick ahead of time, and the list is already locked in. The man laments that they'll have to dump all the oysters, but Dominic disagrees, suggesting they cook them thoroughly rather than waste prime stock. The cook stares wide-eyed in confusion, asking if he seriously plans on serving oysters carrying the virus. Dominic explains that high heat eliminates pathogens when cooked properly, winning over the man who compliments his deep culinary knowledge. Dominic thinks to himself that the virus is neutralized above 85 degrees, but opts against dropping technical jargon to avoid looking like a fraud again. The cook asks what they're going to do with that mountain of oysters, and Dominic begins brainstorming a solid recipe to prepare them. With a look of pure determination, Dominic decides it's time to roll up his sleeves and get down to cooking. Meanwhile, outside, the sun beats down relentlessly from the blue sky, punishing the soldiers on the training grounds. The warriors maintain their synchronized spear drills under the blazing heat, grunting with effort at every thrust. Lord Patrick Sinclair watches the military exercises from high up in the stands, maintaining a serious, commanding posture. Out of nowhere, Patrick Sinclair twitches his nose and sniffs the air, catching an incredibly appetizing aroma drifting from the kitchen. The Lord is completely intrigued by the delightful smell, wondering out loud where that mouth-watering aroma is coming from. In the kitchen, the golden battered oysters are frying in hot oil, filling the space with an irresistible fragrance. The head chef explains that they coat the oysters in egg batter first, then deep fry them in plenty of oil until they're golden and crispy. Dominic squeezes fresh lemons and blends the juice with sugar, promising that zesty kick will wake up everyone's appetite and have them coming back for seconds. Dominic mentions he originally planned to use the chicken for salad, but suggests whipping up a soup with the rest to avoid any waste. He smiles eagerly, deciding to brew a fiery, spicy chicken soup, perfect for delivering an energy jolt to wake up the tired troops. Since there's no time to prep rice for the entire battalion at the last minute, Dominic pivots, choosing wheat noodles to go with it instead. Ian Hanover watches the whole scramble from afar with his signature calm, sharp demeanor, tracking every single move. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the soldiers continue drilling hard under the scorching sun, giving their all to the spear exercises. However, the irresistible scent of food begins wafting over, making one of the guards' mouths water right in the middle of training. Lord Patrick Sinclair himself comments with pleasant surprise on the amazing aroma, wondering what they whipped up for today's lunch spread. He praises the kitchen's hustle and orders the drill halted for lunch, reminding them to serve the soldiers first so no one gets left out. Hearing the Lord's call, the soldiers cheer excitedly, pumped to finally grab a bite and catch their breath. Patrick reflects that soldiers' loyalty doesn't come for free, acknowledging that unlike his legendary father, he's just an ordinary man. The young lord strives to be a fair, grounded leader to his people, which is why he makes sure to show he cares about everyone's well-being. He believes he should eat shoulder to shoulder with the troops in the mess, rather than be a distant leader who only shows up when trouble strikes. The head chef apologizes for not laying out a royal feast, but the Lord reassures him it's completely fine for a field training day. Patrick asks about the menu, and the cook explains he prepared fried oyster fritters battered in egg, lemon, and minced greens. The dish is dubbed lemon oyster fritters, an exceptional recipe for boosting immunity, promoting clear skin, and even enhancing stamina. The cook presents the spicy pepper chicken soup, cautioning them to eat carefully since the broth is piping hot. The man mentions the soup comes with noodles too, and Lord Patrick Sinclair is thoroughly blown away from the very first bite. The soldiers inhale the meal eagerly, noting that despite the heavy spice, the soup is ridiculously addictive and impossible to put down. The guards banter as they sweat from the spicy kick, while Lord Patrick wonders if the heat is really that intense. Curious to find out for himself, the young lord scoops up a generous spoonful of the rich red broth, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Upon tasting it, the lord finds the soup intensely spicy, with a sharp kick distinct from the tteokbokki Dominic prepared earlier. He feels as though that rich heat is flushing out his entire system, hitting him right in the soul. The Lord praises the dish with great excitement, declaring the meal exceptionally tasty and applauding them for a spectacular job. Hearing the glowing praise from his sovereign, the head chef tears up with emotion, realizing his neck is officially off the chopping block. The cook mentally thanks Dominic for everything, while the young man smiles happily, seeing everyone devouring the meal with gusto. Dominic confesses to Ian that he was a bit worried the seasoning might smell too sweet or end up making people feel bloated. Ian asks if he really doesn't plan on telling the Lord the whole thing was his idea, and Dominic simply asks why on earth he'd need to do that. The knight points out the village needs resources, noting this would be the perfect shot for Dominic to secure a cash reward. Dominic finds it funny, thinking to himself that this high-ranking knight is surprisingly naive about how these things work. He explains there's no point in bragging about the obvious, while the warrior stands with his arms crossed, missing the cook's logic. Suddenly, someone starts calling out for the village chief from a distance, cutting short the philosophical back and forth between the two. The head chef comes running over overjoyed, sharing that everything went great and that the Lord even handed them a generous cash bonus. Dominic playfully asks if the man was planning to pocket all the cash for himself, but the cook promises he'd gladly hand it all over to the kid. He explains he needs to split a cut with the rest of the kitchen crew, but heaps praise on Dominic for working so hard today. Out of nowhere, a gray-haired steward appears, politely asking Dominic to follow him for a private chat in another room. The gentleman informs him that the young man will have an audience with Lord Patrick shortly, suggesting he straighten up his clothes so he doesn't look untidy. Dominic takes the advice in stride, agreeing to tidy up before standing before the castle's top authority. As he passes by the blonde knight, Dominic's expression suddenly shifts to a deadpan look, piquing his guard's curiosity. Wearing a smug grin, the young man thinks to himself that he really didn't need to brag for his talent to finally get noticed. Clocking the real motives behind Dominic's attitude, Ian gets visibly annoyed, a vein popping on his forehead. The knight mutters that he'd love to wipe that smug look off his buddy's face, while Dominic steps into the grand hall and greets the lord. Patrick notes that the troops would have had a rough time if the young man hadn't stepped in, admitting he's deeply indebted to him, though Dominic responds with humility. The lord asks if the issue was indeed oyster contamination, thanking Dominic for flipping a crisis into an amazingly tasty meal. Dominic thanks him for the compliments, reflecting that the lord, eating the chef's food every day, would notice immediately if someone else took the pans. He also gathers the lord was already aware of the oyster issue, so it was no shock that he saw right through the cover-up. Patrick Sinclair catches everyone off guard by asking if Dominic would turn down an offer to take charge of the castle's entire main kitchen. Dominic appreciates the honor, but politely declines, explaining the current chef is plenty talented and that he needs to focus on a pressing project back in his village. The lord grows curious about Dominic's reasoning, asking what kind of mysterious project he's putting together over there. Dominic senses this is the golden opportunity he's been waiting for, flashing a wide smile with his eyes lighting up in excitement. Dominic starts explaining that Evergreen Village is just a poor fishing settlement with no real attractions to speak of. He explains that seaweed sales helped temporarily, but that income stream will dry up, driving him to brainstorm ways to keep hunger at bay. Patrick grasps the situation, asking if the project he's chasing so fiercely comes from that struggle, and Dominic confirms with conviction. The lord smiles and admits to feeling slightly embarrassed, acknowledging that the young man is handling the community welfare that belonged to the ruler himself. Patrick decides he'll back the young man in bringing his grand vision to life, but Dominic politely asks the lord not to trouble himself so much over it. Silence settles over the grand royal hall as the lord watches Dominic kneeling, turning over the next steps of this partnership. Ian Hanover watches the whole thing in silence, utterly baffled, unable to fathom why Dominic would turn down direct patronage from the lord himself. Lord Patrick Sinclair himself slightly widens his eyes, staring down at the young man in surprise at the unexpected refusal. The scene shifts to a distant guild hall at sundown, where a wealthy, shady man clutches his aching stomach while puffing on a pipe. This man is Rondo, the influential master of the Rondo Merchant Guild, grumbling in frustration over how badly his stomach hurts right now. He vents that if young Anton hadn't started hawking that cursed seaweed, he would still hold a monopoly over the county's entire food trade. Rondo screams at his henchmen in a fury, calling them all dead weight and demanding they quit standing around like statues and find a fix immediately. The henchmen, who look like dangerous, seasoned mercenaries, take their boss's yelling in silence and start whispering among themselves in the corner. One of them suggests roughing up Anton or torching his warehouse, but Rondo slams the table in annoyance, yelling that he's no cheap street thug to resort to that. The henchman reveals that the rival's success comes down to the chief of Evergreen, since he was the one who turned that weird seaweed into something good to eat. Rondo takes a thoughtful drag from his pipe, telling his subordinate to keep talking to see where this intel goes. He suggests getting rid of the cook, so Anton crumbles on his own, forcing the fishermen to beg for help and letting them seize control of the seaweed trade. The other thugs around look pleasantly surprised by their peers' sharp thinking, realizing the plan is actually solid. Rondo breaks into a wicked grin, showing off a shiny gold tooth, agreeing that his associate's idea makes great business sense. He orders them to round up the crew to raid the village, instructing his men to cripple Chief Dominic of Evergreen so he never cooks again. Meanwhile, back at the royal castle, Dominic holds Lord Patrick Sinclair's gaze, stating firmly that he doesn't need charity. The lord asks in surprise if the kid truly doesn't want his help, and Dominic makes it clear that he isn't looking for handouts. Instead, Dominic clarifies that he's asking the nobleman to make a serious business investment, leaving Patrick Sinclair intrigued by the term. Dominic explains that if the lord provides the seed capital for his venture, he'll repay the principal along with a handsome return. The lord studies the young cook, deeply impressed by the boldness and maturity behind that business proposal. He bites his lip trying to stifle a laugh, finding the wildly unusual situation unfolding before him genuinely entertaining. The lord bursts into laughter, remarking that Dominic is fascinating since everyone tries to squeeze free money out of him, yet this kid wants a legitimate business contract. Patrick points out that every deal needs terms, asking if he brought anything prepared, and Dominic nods, pulling important documents from his robe. The castle steward takes the papers from Dominic's hands, presenting them to the lord with full courtesy for review. Patrick skims the parchment, realizing Dominic wants the funding without the lord interfering in his management decisions, praising the kid's guts. He accepts the terms, instructing the steward to disperse the treasury funds immediately, setting a repayment term of 10 years. The nobleman guarantees he'll charge an interest rate far below commercial bank averages, leaving Ian quite stunned in the background. Patrick admits he realized he was wasting a brilliant administrator in the kitchen, asking the young man not to let him down on this venture. Dominic drops into a deep bow on the floor, expressing his sincere gratitude for the Lord's immense generosity and trust. The Lord leans back against his throne with a pleased smile, already picturing the massive growth potential of this new enterprise. Patrick reflects that the village might finally gain a landmark that sparks envy even among snooty capital nobles, reshaping the region's future. Kalon holds up the signed parchment, laughing his head off, unable to process that Dominic secured such a massive investment from the Count. Dominic points out with a smile that the old man is holding the document upside down, making Kalon play it off sheepishly. Dominic mentions they can now ramp up construction with the funds, and Kalon agrees that the lack of coin was their only real bottleneck. To celebrate the win, the fishermen throw a huge bonfire party with roasted meats and drinks, raising their cups in Dominic's honor. Outside, under the glow of the setting sun, one of Rondo's thugs rides toward the village with a wicked smirk, eager to stir up trouble. Night finally blankets the village under a bright full moon as echoes of laughter carry across the beach near the lighthouse. Around the beach bonfire, the locals keep laughing and celebrating, praising the kid and saying they always knew he was someone special. Kalen chugs his ale happily, bragging to the rest that all this good fortune came about because he has a sharp eye for talent. The locals tease the old man, saying he only passed the gig so he wouldn't have to learn to read, but Kalon insists he saw the kid's hidden dragon potential. Dominic chuckles at the banter while a fisherman jokes that Kalon's eye is blind as a bat, sending the old man into a mock rage, ready to scrap. Suddenly, one of the guys eating turns around, catching suspicious noises emerging from the dark woods. Looking down the path, he spots heavy movement, alerting the others that shady figures are riding straight toward the beach. The men find the approaching armed group suspicious, and the villagers get annoyed at having their dinner interrupted so rudely. Keeping their cool, the fishermen slowly get to their feet, marching toward the intruders with steady, purposeful strides. Kalon cracks his knuckles with a menacing glare, asking if the intruders have a death wish coming around messing with his village. Dominic watches the scene slightly alarmed, wondering if these friendly fishermen were always this rowdy and terrifying. Ian Hanover draws his sword and joins the ranks to back them up, making Kalon even more confident with a royal knight in the mix. Ian Hanover turns around quickly, advising Dominic to back off immediately and find safe cover so he doesn't get hurt in the brawl. Dominic bolts right away to duck behind a rock, cheerfully cheering on the knight, which leaves Ian Hanover thoroughly annoyed. The bandit leader storms in shouting, demanding to know who runs this place and ordering everyone to drop to their knees with their eyes shut. Kalen tells the knight not to finish off the intruders, since they need them alive for questioning to trace who sent this crew. Wasting no more time, Ian Hanover darts forward at lightning speed toward the closest foe, landing a swift opening strike. A full-blown brawl breaks out on the beach, with the villagers yanking the thugs off their mounts with pure brute force. Completely caught off guard by the beatdown, the bandits panic, wondering if these locals are actually fishermen or monsters in disguise. Chaos takes over the grass as the raiding party scrambles to fight back against getting completely run over by the fishermen. One of the village lads lands a devastating punch square on a masked mercenary's jaw, sending him flying from the impact. Elsewhere, Kalon delivers a crushing blow that drops his opponent cold, proving his physical strength is still unreal. Dominic calls out, reminding them to keep everyone alive, while the downed mercenary leader begins suspecting the village-hired ringers. Dominic watches the fight from a distance, munching on a meat skewer, finding the moves incredible and way more thrilling than his high school scraps. He thinks about cooking up even better meals to thank them for his safety, unaware that a shadowy threat is creeping up behind him. The thug leaps out of nowhere, pressing a sharp blade right against the kid's neck, making Dominic shriek in terror at being caught off guard. Getting a close look at his face, the raider celebrates, confirming this terrified hostage is the exact village chief from the bounty poster. Dominic goes completely pale and shakes in fear upon spotting his wanted sketch, realizing he was the primary target of this raid. The criminal yanks Dominic by his collar, screaming at the top of his lungs for everyone to freeze, threatening to end the kid. Turning around to see the young man held hostage, Kalon is hit with absolute shock and dread, screaming and asking why the kid didn't hide properly. The criminal yells furiously, ordering all the villagers to drop their weapons immediately and put their hands up and surrender. He keeps pressing the blade against Dominic, aggressively warning that they'd better do exactly as he says. Ian Hanover makes a subtle shushing gesture with his finger over his lips, quietly setting up a tactical play to rescue his friend. Catching the blonde knight's signal, Kalon and the other villagers work to keep the bandits distracted so he can make his move. Kalon puts on an over-the-top display of panic, screaming for them to spare Chief Dominic and promising they'll comply with every demand. Dominic feels a bit embarrassed by their melodrama, while the thug snaps at everyone to shut their mouths and give up without another word. Suddenly, one of the thugs sprawled on the ground screams a warning to his boss, shouting that the terrifying knight is right behind him. The bandit leader's eyes go wide in shock, quickly spinning around to block the surprise attack. Ian Hanover clicks his tongue in disappointment at getting spotted, but keeps pressing forward with determination to strike down his opponent. The criminal realizes he's cornered and decides that if he's going down, he's taking Dominic with him, raising his blade for a lethal strike. Callan and the villagers fall into sheer panic, seeing the enemy blade about to come down on their young chief's neck. Even the seasoned knight Ian Hanover is horrified, screaming out for the kid upon realizing he won't make it in time to stop the blow. However, with stunning agility and timing, Dominic uses both hands to firmly clamp down on the thug's weapon arm. He executes a flawless throw, launching the massive man clean over his shoulder in a textbook martial arts flip. Dominic drops to his knees with wide eyes, staring down at his own hands in complete shock at what he just pulled off. Callan runs over to the young man in shock, asking what that incredible move was, and the kid sheepishly replies it was just a basic shoulder throw. The fishermen praise their chief's agility, while Dominic stays lost in thought, trying to process if he really just knocked out the thug. The criminal lies flat on his back on the grass with his eyes spinning, while Dominic starts wondering if he's secretly a martial arts prodigy. Kalin finds the whole thing hilarious, laughingly asking the kid to test the throw on him, while Dominic playfully tells the old man to brace for impact. Ian Hanover watches the scene up close with a serious, guarded look, turning over what he witnessed just seconds ago. The knight wonders to himself if what he saw flaring from Dominic's body during that quick throw was actually an active surge of mana. A short while later, all the raiders are tied up on the ground, and Dominic confirms for sure that they belong to the Rondo Merchant Guild. Anton mentions he was already keeping tabs on the crew for scoping out storefronts, adding that this raid isn't the first time the Shady Guild pulled something like this. The young man explains that Rondo's henchmen are infamous for taking on any dirty job for coin, but is stunned they went as far as a full raid. One of the captured bandits listens to the talk in silence with his head down, wearing an expression of exhaustion and regret across his face. The gray-haired mercenary arrogantly tries to bluff, claiming they're just common highwaymen and don't know anyone named Rondo. Dominic catches the lie instantly, firing back that the prisoner's clumsy delivery only proves their ties to the man. Wearing a sly, intimidating smirk, Dominic plays along with the answer, mockingly asking if they truly know nothing. He fakes disappointment, mentioning he planned on setting one of them free if they cooperated with his questions, leaving the criminals sweating in panic. Suddenly, one of the men in the crew loses his cool at the shot at freedom, screaming at the top of his lungs to be the one picked by the young man. He thrashes against the ropes, desperately shouting that he'll answer everything with complete honesty, begging Dominic to choose him. The prisoners turn furious over their peers' betrayal, shouting and bickering over who gets to spill the beans first. Dominic scoffs, remarking how amusing it is that they flipped their script so fast, pointing out that lying earlier put them in a rough spot. Flashing a sarcastic grin and giving a thumbs up, he says their deceitful attitude makes them even more unlikable. The snitching prisoner is left completely crushed, horrified to hear Dominic coldly declare that he just blew his only shot at saving his skin. The other criminals celebrate, calling it poetic justice, glad to see their turncoat buddy take the fall in his bid to escape. Dominic calmly turns back to the remaining prisoners, asking with dry humor if there are any other volunteers eager to tell the truth. A young recruit breaks into tears, pleading for mercy, explaining he only joined the guild recently and promising to turn his life around if spared. Ian Hanover inspects the kid's hands, confirming his palms are still soft, backing up that the boy truly seems to be telling the truth about being a novice. Dominic gives an understanding smile, accepting the apologetic recruit's plea, and tells the boy to follow him to chat somewhere quieter and more private. The boy weeps in relief, expressing his deep gratitude for the second chance, feeling remarkably fortunate to dodge a harsh fate. The scene cuts to the cabin interior under the evening moonlight, where the debrief among Dominic, his allies, and the young captive is about to start. Dominic asks if the Rondo Guild manages to sell produce so cheap because they run farms that cost next to nothing, and the kid hesitantly confirms. He explains he heard the tenant farmers were forced into unpaid labor after defaulting on debts engineered through predatory interest rates. Dominic asks in confusion about the extortionate rates, wondering if there isn't a legal interest rate cap established across the entire county. The captive is shocked to hear this, while Dominic firmly assures him that there is definitely legislation designed specifically to protect citizens. The boy glumly replies that common peasants can't read and have no way of parsing complex laws, which is knowledge reserved only for the educated. Dominic reflects in silence that the exploitation of the vulnerable and illiterate is a heartbreaking reality that sadly repeats across any world. Dominic asks what else he knows about the guild, and the kid reveals they used to raid small villages to intimidate and rough up rival merchants. The boy reveals they also torched a competing guild hall in the past, making Anton realize that horrific incident was Rondo's doing. Anton explains they'll need solid proof that Master Rondo ordered the crimes, and the young captive remembers a crucial detail. The boy hands over a promissory note signed personally by Rondo for another hit, asking if that document can serve as evidence. Dominic, Ian Hanover, and Anton look at the document in sheer disbelief, stunned by the massive stroke of luck in securing that smoking gun. A delightfully villainous, triumphant grin spreads across Dominic's face, realizing he finally has Master Rondo cornered. Dominic tells the young man that thanks to this help, he likely won't have to spend the rest of his days on the run from the law. The group explains there are mitigating circumstances under the law for those who cooperate, which could significantly lighten the repentant kid's sentence. Dominic tucks the document away, promising his village will shield the young man from harm until this entire mess is resolved. The boy breaks down in tears of gratitude in the dead of night, swearing from the bottom of his heart to walk a completely straight path from now on. The scene cuts to the trial, where Master Rondo wails and screams frantically before the court, crying that the whole thing is a massive setup. He yells at the top of his lungs before the magistrate that he was framed and is entirely innocent of every single charge. Lord Patrick Sinclair looks down at the defendant with disdain, remarking to the steward that the man is beyond help for lying in the face of clear proof. Dominic and Ian Hanover watch the proceedings quietly from the gallery, while Rondo keeps screaming that this is all a terrible mistake. The judge bangs his gavel and orders Rondo to hold his tongue, rebuking the criminal for continuing to lie, despite mountains of witness testimony and evidence. The magistrate reads out the final verdict, convicting Rondo on multiple counts of arson, assault, fraud, human trafficking, and grand larceny. He orders the immediate seizure of all assets belonging to the Rondo Guild, mandating that a portion be paid out as restitution to the exploited victims. The judge concludes the sentence by condemning the villain to permanent, unforgivable hard labor down in the treacherous Bailey mines. As the guards haul him away, Rondo screams in a fury, demanding to know what the corrupt officials who took his bribes are doing to help him. Patrick Sinclair overhears Rondo's shouts about kickbacks, growing thoughtful upon realizing there are crooked nobles shielding that man. The magistrate promises the Lord he will conduct a thorough investigation to hunt down and penalize every corrupt official tied to Master Rondo. The clerk presents the dossier containing the full ledger of all high-value assets seized from Master Rondo's merchant guild. Patrick reviews the property listings, ordering the assets liquidated quickly at auction to pay off the victim's restitution without causing public drama. The auctioneer confirms the public auction will kick off immediately, while Dominic and Ian Hanover prepare to follow the bidding. Dominic tells Ian he intends to use the auction to snap up as many properties as possible, specifically the farmland Rondo used for crops. Ian Hanover is a bit confused by the young man's plan, asking why he wants to target the farm instead of the guild's main headquarters. Dominic explains he needs a farm for his upcoming resort, but the night gets lost in the strange terminology used by the cook. The auctioneer takes the stage and loudly announces the start of the event, requesting everyone's attention for the session's special guidelines. He announces that each buyer is restricted to bidding on only 2 lots today, sparking murmurs and complaints of surprise among the traders. The auctioneer explains it was a mandate from Lord Patrick to prevent a few wealthy elites from monopolizing all of the villain's seized assets. With the new strict rules in place, buyers begin recalibrating their strategies on which specific assets to bid for. Dominic sneaks a glance back, noticing Lord Patrick Sinclair himself observing the auction floor in silence. Patrick catches Dominic's eye and offers a slight nod, signaling that his plan to assist the young man is already in play. The nobleman flashes a knowing, friendly smile, making it clear he capped the bidding rules specifically to smooth the path for Dominic's venture. Dominic gets super hyped, mentally celebrating the brilliant move the Lord just pulled to help him secure the buy. The auctioneer begins reading through the asset list, which includes the guild hall, Rondo's estate, carriages, livestock, and fine jewelry. Dominic folds his hands and starts silently hoping that his main acquisition target gets called up next. The man finally announces the Lubia farm lot, and Dominic breaks into a massive grin from ear to ear, realizing his time has come. The young man excitedly mentions to Ian Hanover that the two-item cap will cause the competition for the farm to drop off a cliff. The other traders around hope the luxury lots don't draw too many bidders. While the auctioneer sets up the opening parcel, Dominic rubs his palms together in anticipation, buzzing with energy for the bidding to finally get rolling in the courtroom hall. The auctioneer presents the next lot, which is draped under a large red velvet cloth atop a wooden stand. Pulling back the drape, the auctioneer reveals an overly frilly pink dress, sheepishly explaining that Rondo used to wear it for personal taste. He opens the floor for bids at the reserve price, leaving every buyer in the audience with looks of total disgust and disinterest. Dominic and Ian Hanover whisper with funny, repulsed faces, with the kid remarking he wouldn't take that hideous dress even if it were free. Suddenly, to everyone's utter shock in the room, a man in the crowd firmly raises paddle number 35 to place a bid. The auctioneer confirms the bid from paddle number 35, asking if anyone else on the floor wishes to make an offer on the item. The dress is sold to the man, who beams with pride, loudly telling the folks around him that he bought the luxury piece as a gift for his wife. Dominic and Ian Hanover stand in dead silence with completely traumatized expressions, picturing the bizarre anniversary gift reveal. The auctioneer announces that the next lot up for grabs is the Lubia farm, making Dominic's eyes sparkle with relief and excitement. The auctioneer clears his throat to regain the room's focus before reading out the parcel's detailed specs to the buyers. He explains the soil is rich but boxed in by mountains, making expansion tough, with the only access route being a very narrow trail. The auctioneer notes that the former workers were illegally indentured and are heading home today, requiring the winning bidder to hire a fresh workforce. The men in the gallery grumble amongst themselves, saying nobody would want to touch such a troublesome farm that will take forever to turn a profit. Ian Hanover is baffled by the odd assortment of lots, asking Dominic if he's genuinely 100% sure about buying this land. Flashing a highly confident grin, Dominic raises his paddle number 36, deciding that farm is the exact match for his needs. Some time passes, and the scene cuts to a tavern, where two mugs of ale clink together in a cheerful toast to celebrate the successful buy. Anton congratulates Dominic on snagging the farm at the baseline reserve, noting the kid had incredible luck having zero competition. Dominic laughs heartily, joking that it wasn't just luck, but good karma rewarding him for always being such an upstanding guy. Anton shoots him a knowing look, asking what the real goal behind buying the farm is, wondering if it'll be operated by Evergreen. Anton asks Dominic to give him exclusive first dibs on any new crops, and the cook sheepishly explains it's nothing too mysterious. Dominic uses the moment to ask for help sourcing seeds, and Anton agrees, asking what exactly he plans to grow on that new plot. Dominic pulls a detailed inventory list from his coat, setting it on the wooden table to show the specific seeds the merchant will need to source. Anton looks over the list, noting that securing the seeds is a breeze, but the specialized fertilizers for each crop might take some time. Dominic catches his companion off guard by stating he won't be needing any chemical fertilizers whatsoever, leaving Anton completely floored and confused. The young man gives a playful wink, assuring him he doesn't use synthetic additives on his crops because he prefers keeping everything 100% natural. Anton tries to argue, assuming Dominic knows nothing about farming, but the kid fires back that he knows exactly what he's doing here. Ian Hanover listens to the cook discuss organic farming, growing pensive as he tries to wrap his head around that unfamiliar concept. Anton mentions he can deliver all the seed stock in 4 days, and Dominic asks if he can settle the tab using dried seaweed and mussels from the shore. Anton happily agrees to the barter with a smile, and they clink their mugs once more to celebrate their business partnership. The following day, under a blazing sun and a cloudy blue sky, loud complaints echo down the winding forest dirt road. The carriage rattles violently along the rutted dirt road, with Dominic coughing and looking green inside from all the rough swaying. Dominic begs the driver to pull over immediately due to motion sickness, but the driver snaps back that the bumpy road isn't his fault. Pale as a sheet and breaking into a cold sweat, Dominic clutches his stomach with both hands, on the verge of tossing his cookies right then and there. Sitting right beside him, Ian Hanover watches the scene with a judging look, letting out a sigh of disapproval at his friend's misery. The knight points out that the auctioneer explicitly warned about the rough road conditions, adding that the kid shouldn't have had so many drinks last night. Hearing his friend heave heavily out the window, the knight coolly tells him to hang in there just a bit longer until the trip wraps up. The carriage keeps rattling down the narrow, tree-lined path, with the driver calling out that they're almost at their destination. One of the carriage's large wooden wheels slams hard against another rock in the dirt road, making the entire frame shudder violently. Finally, the ride comes to a halt and Dominic's leather boots touch the solid ground of the farm, bringing immense relief to the kid's stomach. Dominic breathes a huge sigh of relief, hoisting his heavy backpack while the blonde knight scopes out the farm from his comfortable seat. Dominic is pleasantly surprised to see the lush green fields, noting the parcel is significantly larger than the auction chatter suggested. He checks the dark soil, realizing the ground is exceptionally fertile and top quality, fully justifying the investment made here. With everything unpacked, Dominic tells Ian Hanover it's time to tackle an urgent matter right here at the makeshift farm camp. The young man flashes a knowing grin, casually revealing that their top priority is knocking out that brutal hangover. Ian asks if he isn't going to survey the perimeter, but Dominic jokes that the dirt isn't going anywhere, asking if his buddy wants to eat. The knight reluctantly accepts, and Dominic kicks off the cooking prep, getting the fire going under the iron cauldron to bring fresh water to a boil. Dominic asserts with total conviction that there's no better ingredient on earth for curing a hangover than the secret ingredient he brought along. He celebrates seeing the red liquid ingredient is still perfectly fresh, triggering curiosity and a touch of suspicion from the blonde knight. Dominic lets out a mysterious chuckle, getting ready to reveal the truth behind that unusual ingredient he's tossing into their soup. Dominic reveals it's congealed ox blood, leaving the blonde knight in absolute shock, wearing a look of sheer disgust at the dish. Dominic says he gets that some folks can't stomach it, promising to make the knight's portion separately without adding any blood to the broth. Next, the young man rubs his hands together with excitement, licking his lips as he prepares to deliver the signature touch that will elevate the meal. While the blood cubes and meat simmer in the iron pot, Dominic adds in cabbage leaves that were previously blanched and squeezed back at the end. He seasons the pot with soy sauce, red pepper paste, fermented soybean paste, minced garlic, and ginger, letting everything boil down over high heat. The mouth-watering aroma begins wafting across the farm, making Dominic close his eyes in bliss, feeling his hangover fade away. Overcome by the irresistible fragrance, Ian Hanover does a sudden about-face, asking Dominic to include ox blood in his portion of the soup after all. He says he'll give the dish a shot, and Dominic commends the choice, promising it wouldn't be an authentic hangover soup without the blood curd. Dominic grabs kitchen shears and snips several spicy green peppers straight into the bubbling broth to wrap up the seasoning. The young man dishes out a generous scoop of hot white rice cooked in an earthenware pot to pair with the spicy soup. The hangover soup is ready, looking spectacular, serving as the ideal meal to restore vitality and flush out the entire system. Dominic looks at the size of the massive cauldron, thinking he might have gone overboard on the portions, a habit he picked up back at the village. Dominic thinks to himself that if there are any leftovers in the pot, he can just save them to eat tomorrow. He scoops up a heaping spoonful of soup alongside the warm rice and takes a bite, eager to taste how his recipe turned out. Dominic lets out a satisfied sigh, enthusiastically declaring that there's nothing on earth like hangover soup to shake off a rough morning. He dismisses pills, pizza, and burgers, swearing that a steaming, spicy broth is the only real remedy, while Ian Hanover watches him in silence. Ian Hanover holds his own bowl, swallowing hard, feeling deep hesitation as he looks at the exotic, fiery broth. He wonders nervously if he can actually stomach it, recalling his commitment to understanding the everyday lives of commoners in the realm. The knight finally works up the courage, blows gently on the spoon, and brings a small taste of the congealed ox blood and broth to his lips. While the two eat, Ian Hanover spots strange movement in the distance, pointing toward the entrance of the farm campsite. Dominic notices they're the former tenant farmers who used to work under the Rondo Guild, but clocks something off about how the group is approaching. The workers march over clutching scythes and farming tools with deadpan faces, showing zero signs of a warm welcome. One of the men gruffly asks if Dominic is the new owner of the grounds, and the young cook cautiously confirms. The group's spokesperson slams the butt of his tool firmly against the dirt, telling the new boss to listen very carefully to what he has to say. He yells with all his might, a furious glare in his eyes, declaring firmly that they will never allow themselves to be treated like indentured labor again. Dominic is completely bewildered by the dramatic reaction, stating the obvious, that they aren't under anyone's thumb anymore. The farmers freeze in surprise as Dominic explains that debt bondage has been abolished, leaving the workers looking slightly caught off guard. Out of nowhere, a brown-haired youth comes sprinting toward them, cutting through the tension of the moment and leaving Dominic intrigued by the scene. The brown-haired lad is Lockie, the young former bandit Dominic spared, who flashes a bright, happy smile upon reuniting with the chief of Evergreen. Dominic cheers in surprise upon recognizing Lockie, asking warmly if the boy was one of the farmers who lived and worked on this property. Lockie expresses his gratitude, saying the note Dominic gave him saved his skin, excitedly sharing that he made it back home thanks to that parchment. Lockie introduces Dominic to his father, revealing he's the chief of Evergreen he spoke so much about, leaving the older man completely stunned. Loki's father and the other farmers bow respectfully, offering their sincere apologies for their hostility and marching over armed. The man thanks him for the mercy shown to his son, and Dominic humbly replies that the boy's help was instrumental in taking down Rondo. Dominic adds that Loki was merely a victim of circumstances, celebrating the fact that thanks to this turn of events, he was able to acquire the farm. Right then, an awkward silence settles as one of the farmers' stomachs lets out a loud rumble at the delicious scent of the hangover soup. Clocking how hungry these men are, Dominic flashes a warm, welcoming smile, already planning a generous gesture. With a wide grin on his face, Dominic holds up a steaming bowl of his hangover stew, warmly offering a serving to the farmers. Loki's father accepts the offer, taking a hearty spoonful of the soup and rice, chewing the hot meal with a look of pure astonishment. All the workers begin scarfing down the food in a hurry, and Dominic realizes that this amount of soup definitely won't be enough to go around. Dominic scans the area, spotting fresh potato patches growing nearby, and his chef brain instantly starts drafting a new recipe. He lays out his metal utensils and spice jars across the packed dirt floor to kick off fresh preparations using the local harvest. Dominic digs up mature potatoes straight from the soil, quickly peeling the spuds to prepare an extra side dish. Ian Hanover steps up, politely asking how he can help, and the young man asks the knight to julienne those peeled potatoes into fine matchsticks. Dominic notes the cuts need to be ultra-thin and uniform, and the proud knight accepts the task, taking a deep breath to keep his cool. The knight grips the sharp steel kitchen knife firmly, channeling his elite martial precision into the simple chore. Ian Hanover begins slicing the potatoes at an unreal speed, sending the thin strips flying straight into the wooden bowl. The surrounding farmers stand slack-jawed in awe, whispering in surprise at how masterfully knights handle a blade. In the bowl, Dominic tosses the potato strips with a scoop of flour and salt, working the mixture by hand to form an even batter. Satisfied with the texture of the potato batter, the young cook happily prepares to start frying the new dish in sizzling oil. He pours the mixture into the pan over the campfire coals, letting the potato pancake slowly crisp up until golden brown on the outside. Dominic flashes an excited smile, announcing it's time for the signature finishing touch that will give the pancake recipe an unforgettable flavor. He dusts cracked pepper over the golden fried potato pancake, creating the ultimate comfort dish to coat the stomach and recharge the farmer's energy. Dominic plates the hot pancakes, directing the workers to dip the crispy bites into the special dark dipping sauce. The men swallow hard from pure craving as they catch the delightful aroma and see the perfectly golden, crispy crust of the potato pancake. Lucky's father cuts off a generous piece of the tender, steaming pancake with a wooden spoon, eager to taste this new culinary creation. He dips the crispy potato bite straight into the bowl of dark sauce, letting a few drops trickle off before bringing the food to his mouth. The man tears up from the incredible flavor, declaring through happy sobs that the food is out of this world delicious. Dominic and Ian Hanover watch the group demolish the pancakes with huge smiles, glad to have helped out these hungry workers. Suddenly, Dominic's eyes widen as he remembers a crucial detail, announcing out loud that he has an announcement for the group. He explains he intended to bring this up a bit later, but decides to take advantage of everyone being gathered, asking if anyone has other plans lined up. Loki's father and the other hands look at Dominic with puzzled faces, not quite grasping what the young man meant by asking about their plans. Dominic asks if now that they've received restitution and are free from the Rondo Guild, they plan on returning to their hometowns or seeking work elsewhere. The farmers exchange weary, somber looks, turning over what they ought to do with their lives moving forward from this moment of freedom. Loki's father looks down, explaining that the only trade they've ever known and practiced their whole lives is working the soil as farmers. He wrings his hands nervously, asking if Dominic would allow them to keep working and farming on this very same land. Dominic grabs the man's hands in excitement, thanking him from the bottom of his heart for the fantastic news, catching the farmer completely off guard. The young man admits through relieved tears that he was terrified everyone would leave, stranding him with nobody to manage the grounds. Full of enthusiasm, Dominic suggests signing a formal employment contract right on the spot, leaving the farmers completely floored. Dominic explains with a clever smile that his requirements are straightforward. All they need to do is cultivate the land without applying any fertilizers. He breaks down the generous terms, promising great payouts in gold 4 times a year and bringing in extra hands whenever they need the support. The farmer asks hesitantly if the young man truly wants them to grow crops without any fertilizer, and Dominic confirms that's the only way to do it. The older man ponders the conditions, seriously asking the new boss to walk with him for a moment to another part of the farm. The farmer leads Dominic, Ian Hanover, and Lockie across the farm grass toward a large barn with a red clay tile roof. He pauses before the wooden warehouse's grand entrance, solemnly stating that the secret he wants to reveal is stored right inside. Swinging the doors open, Dominic is left speechless before a truly massive mountain of sacks packed with harvested produce. The farmer reveals that all of that produce was grown without any synthetic fertilizers, leaving Dominic and the knight completely wide-eyed. The man shares that they planned on escaping come autumn and only received a few sacks from that reserve harvest as payment for all their hard labor. He shares that since they figured they were doomed anyway, they decided to stop using fertilizers on half the farm as a final roll of the dice. The farmer looks to the new boss with hope, asking if Dominic could truly manage to sell off such an absurd volume of produce. Dominic celebrates, promising he'll pay a premium for that entire high-grade harvest, which will fast-track the launch plans for his resort. Suddenly, Lockie steps up to Dominic holding a piece of paper, shyly asking the young cook to take a look at it. He presents a detailed hand-drawn map charting out where every single crop variety was planted across the farm, leaving Dominic thrilled and thankful. Dominic inspects Lockie's clean layout, noticing the young man possesses an incredible natural knack for logistics and management. The kid thinks to himself that if Lockie picks up reading and basic arithmetic, he'll turn into an indispensable asset for the farm. He catches Lockie off guard by announcing that he's promoting him to general manager, overseeing all farm production and harvesting, leaving the kid stunned. Dominic winks at the young man, playfully remarking that he's far too tied up with his other big ventures to handle all that himself. He warns the boy that the workload will be demanding and that he'll need to study hard to master reading and math starting today. Lockie and his father weep, bowing deeply in gratitude, swearing they'll give it their all to never let their savior down. The scene shifts to a large city, highlighting the grand wooden crest carved on the facade of the busy Merchant Guild headquarters. At the front desk, the clerk reviews a quest posting, explaining that Evergreen is looking for entry-level mages capable of casting basic alarm or duplication spells. The gray-haired guild client is completely intrigued by the unusual listing, wondering what a fishing village could possibly want with a mage. The receptionist shrugs, commenting that since the payout is low and the location is remote, no experienced spellcaster wants to take the gig. She adds that to draw in applicants, the village is even throwing in complimentary room and board for a duration of up to 3 months. Suddenly, a young mage sporting vibrant blue hair and a classic pointed hat slams her hands on the counter, cheering at the top of her lungs that she'll take the job. A little while later, the wooden wheels of another carriage roll swiftly down the dirt road under the bright sun, ferrying the new magical recruit from afar. The young mage steps off luggage in hand, happily strolling down Evergreen's blooming paths, blown away by the village's tranquil vibe. Taking in the stunning coastal scenery unfolding before her, the girl's eyes light up with pure wonder at the beauty of the place. She gazes at the lighthouse atop the green hill and the beach, wondering in awe if this gorgeous paradise is genuinely just a fishing outpost. Watching children run and giggle across the grass, the mage smiles warmly, thinking to herself that she finally found the peace she'd been longing for. However, that peaceful, poetic moment is abruptly interrupted by a loud, echoing rumble coming straight from the girl's empty stomach. Shrugging off the hunger, she takes a deep breath of fresh air, thinking that while it's a quiet, remote village, she's going to make the most of the next 3 months here. Wearing a bright, satisfied smile, the girl feels completely confident that she picked the ideal mission and perfect spot for the next chapter of her life. Suddenly, the young spellcaster's serene look twists into total shock as she catches the sound of intense bickering coming from a nearby cabin. She quickly checks the time on her pocket watch, alarmed by how late it's getting, looking around nervously to get her bearings in the village. Carrying her heavy luggage, the girl strolls along the grassy path, wondering if there's an inn or tavern around here that serves decent food. Suddenly, she twitches her nose, catching an incredibly delicious, comforting scent of baked goods drifting on the coastal breeze. The spellcaster closes her eyes in pure delight and tracks that amazing aroma, sensing the source of the delicious food is right around the corner. Catching the rich scent of warm batter, the girl sprints over toward the cabin window, ready to pay top dollar to get her hands on a piece of that treat. Peeking through the wooden window, she spots Kalon yelling childishly that since he's the eldest of the crew, the biggest waffle belongs to him by right. Dominic steps in, claiming he was the one who cooked the whole batch, while Sir Ian Hanover calmly notes he only managed to eat 2 pieces. Dominic yells in disbelief, asking if they're seriously going to resort to muscle over a simple potato waffle. Peeking through the window, the mage is shocked to see that delicious waffle is the last one left, while Kylon insists a tough guy like him should get to eat it. She complains to herself that she hasn't had a bite since morning, lamenting that there isn't a single diner in sight in this village. Having no other choice, the girl sighs and decides she'll have to use a special trick to secure that snack. She channels her magic, reasoning that pride won't fill an empty stomach. A brilliant glow wraps around the waffle, making it float into the air, leaving Dominic, Ian, and Kalon completely speechless. The mage devours the entire waffle in one bite, cheerfully giving thanks for the meal. Munching happily away, the girl raves about the incredible flavor under the stunned gazes of the three men. Still in shock, Kalon points at the young woman, asking if she's some kind of food thief. Blushing, Perrault Diane apologizes, explaining she was so hungry she lost her head, introducing herself as a rank 3 mage from the mercenary guild. Dominic mentions he figured she was a mage, introducing himself as the chief of Evergreen, while the young woman apologizes for the waffle, offering to pay for it. Dominic says there's no need to pay and apologizes for mistaking her for a thief, but quickly follows up asking about the potato waffle. Excited and curious, she asks if he baked the treat himself, wondering how he made it so sweet, crispy, and unlike anything she's ever tasted. The mage asks if he sells the waffles and whether snacks are covered under the free lodging offered by the guild. Seeing her enthusiasm, Dominic flashes a sneaky grin, having just landed on a brilliant idea. A few days later, in a small cabin, the teacher instructs the children to pull out their homework quickly, and they eagerly reply. Dominic watches with satisfaction as the mage thrives as a teacher, instructing the village kids with real dedication. Dominic notes the youngsters will make great workers if they learn well, but Ian points out only he would hire a mage to teach reading and math. Dominic thinks it's a stroke of genius, joking that they landed free schooling for the kids just by offering an extra daily snack to the teacher. Ian admits he wasn't sure the plan would pan out, but is glad to see it working like a charm. Dominic mentions construction is wrapping up, and that they'll need to train staff for the resort launch, targeting noblewomen. He agrees with Ian, but explains the real challenge will be marketing, since he needs to generate massive buzz across the region right from the jump. Dominic explains the resort centers on postpartum recovery for nobility, and that ideally they'd bring in an expectant mother for promotion, though that's a tough ask. Ian suggests reaching out to the Countess, but Dominic rules it out, saying her case wouldn't make for a solid before and after showcase. Right then, the young man realizes that even though the resort takes inspiration from a postpartum center, there's no rule barring them from taking other clients. He concludes he doesn't need to stay boxed into that initial concept to make the business a hit. The young man figures he just needs an influential noblewoman in need of wellness care who can spread the word to other high society ladies. With a clever smile, the kid realizes there's only one person who fits the bill for this first client role. A few weeks go by, and an upscale carriage travels toward the coastal village under a clear sky. Viscountess Noella takes in the view from the window, remarking that the coastal village is surprisingly well maintained. Viscount Noella complains about having to trek all this way for a simple luxury stay, asking if she truly wants to hire that chef that badly. She replies that he's only saying that because he didn't witness Countess Sinclair's transformation, reaffirming that she needs to recruit that cook for herself. Noella notes the young man didn't even send an invite to the Countess, speculating he might have felt let down by her modest payment. The woman resolves to show her generosity, thinking that if the cook joins her willingly, the Sinclair family won't have any grounds to complain. Noella vows to recruit the chef during their stay, just as Dominic appears dressed in sharp manager attire, welcoming them to the Evergreen Resort. The Viscountess expresses interest in chatting about Countess Sinclair, and Dominic replies that he's honored to be remembered by such high-profile VIPs. Noella wears a puzzled look, trying to parse the meaning behind the acronym dropped by the property manager. Smiling, the young man explains the term is just resort slang for a very important person. Dominic politely apologizes, playing it off like the slang slipped out because he was so nervous to host them. Charmed by the courtesy, the Viscountess chuckles behind her fan, complimenting the young man on his smooth talk. Dominic gives a polite hand clap, announcing the resort staff will take care of all the nobles' luggage. He directs them to follow the porters to their private suite, wishing them a wonderful and relaxing stay. The Viscountess praises the service and the property's beauty, though the Viscount remains skeptical, expecting to be bored out of his mind over the next 3 days at this retreat. Dominic watches the two nobles stroll off toward the suite's grand double doors. Wearing an exceptionally confident grin, the young man wonders to himself if they'll truly manage to be bored here. Stepping into the resort accommodations, the noble couple is left completely slack-jawed by what they see. Standing inside a breathtaking luxury villa, they wonder if this is genuinely an inn, feeling like they've stepped into a second honeymoon. The attendant shows off the lavish master bedroom, pointing out the dedicated area set up as a private study. Next, the steward pulls back the grand glass drapes to reveal the absolute highlight of the suite. He presents a private beach exclusively for resort guests, politely inviting them to enjoy their stay in peace. The Viscount and Viscountess stand completely frozen, mesmerized by the sheer beauty and elegance by the sea. Swept up in the romance and beauty, the noble couple lovingly holds hands. The Viscount looks tenderly at his wife, softly calling her, "my lady." Noella gazes back affectionately, calling him darling. The ocean waves lap gently against the white sand of the resort's private beach. Lounging on a sunbed, Dominic lets out a relieved sigh, noting the welcome was a complete home run. Ian asks how he can be so sure, and Dominic explains that getting through day one without a single complaint is half the battle won. Suddenly, a shrill scream calling for the chief cuts through the quiet, disrupting Dominic's break. The young mage storms in, shouting and asking if he doesn't think he crossed the line with her. Dominic tries to smooth things over, saying he wanted to chat about the temperature-controlled oven she built the other day. He presents a box of colorful treats called macarons, explaining they're tricky to make, but anyone falls head over heels for the flavor. The spellcaster snaps back, saying he's dead wrong if he thinks he can buy her off with just a few sweets. Brushing off the scolding, Dominic pops a pastry into her mouth by surprise, asking her to just take one little bite to try it. The girl scurries off frustrated, whining that the treat is ridiculously delicious, while Dominic calls out that he needs another temperature regulator installed in the spa. She agrees to head back to work, while Ian thinks to himself that neither a chief who bribes a mage with sweets nor the mage who falls for it are normal folks. Dominic says that now all that's left is the fitness routine and dining service, but Ian doubts the noble ladies will ever agree to exercise. The young man insists that when people fall in love with the setting, any activity feels like a luxury, though Ian points out he sounds way too overconfident. Dominic pitches a wager of 1 gold coin, and when the knight declines, stating knights don't gamble, the kid teases him, asking if he's scared. The noblewoman takes a deep breath and attempts the stretching routine, focusing on keeping her breathing steady while working out. Dominic and Ian watch from afar as several high-born ladies follow the fitness routine on the lawn by the shore to the count. Seeing the hit it's become, the kid collects his winning gold coin, leaving the knight visibly annoyed at having to pay up. Out of nowhere, a resort staffer comes sprinting in frantically, warning that they have a major situation on their hands. The young man and the knight widen their eyes in pure shock, hearing that Lady Owen has just gone into labor. As they sprint, Dominic panics, thinking she was still nearly 2 months out, asking about the midwife and healer's status. The staffer explains they've already headed to her room to assist, following the emergency procedures they drilled for. Dominic is relieved to hear the priest made it first, praising everyone's quick response according to protocol, urging them to hurry over. Inside the luxury suite, Lady Owen screams out from the intense contraction pains of labor. The midwife tells her to breathe out slowly, praising her effort and encouraging her to keep breathing to the count. Shaking in a cold sweat, the expectant mother confesses she's terrified something might go wrong during delivery. She panics, thinking the baby is arriving way too early, crying over the fear that her child won't arrive safely. Suddenly, a warm, magical radiance fills the room, making the noblewoman open her eyes in wonder at the soothing glow. The priest channels his sacred magic, asking her to hold on just a bit longer, assuring her the goddess of life and birth is watching over mother and child. She finds her courage, remembering she has top-tier support around her, pushing her fears aside to focus on delivery. Determined to bring her baby into the world safely, she gives one final push, and the newborn's loud cry rings out across the resort. The attendants tearfully announce it's a healthy baby boy, congratulating the mother on her incredible strength and delivery. Night settles over the seaside village, and word of Lady Owen's safe delivery spreads like wildfire. Gathering around a lovely tea table, the other visiting noblewomen happily chat about how wonderful and joyous the occasion is. Noella asks with curiosity if it's true the midwife and priest were on standby for the early delivery, and a friend backs up the news. She shares that she spoke with the staff and learned the resort runs a dedicated care program covering pre- and postnatal care for nobles. The revelation leaves the women thoroughly impressed and curious about the level of hospitality offered at the property. One of the noblewomen mentions that Lady Owen's personal maids confirmed the staff blocked any unauthorized people from entering the room. She whispers that they hung drapes around the bed to ensure only the medical team could see the patient, sparking admiration. Noella reflects with pleasant surprise on how the resort broke high society tradition, which usually let guests attend deliveries to offer blessings. She remembers how that old custom used to leave mothers deeply uncomfortable and exposed before everyone during such a personal moment. Noella thinks to herself that staying here during her first pregnancy would mean not having to put her vulnerability on display for the whole world. With a bright smile, the Viscountess takes a sip of her tea, realizing just how truly special this coastal resort is. Just like that, the world's first postpartum retreat made a massive splash among highborn ladies, and the buzz quickly began to travel. Under a clear daytime sky, mysterious chuckles of pure satisfaction can be heard, echoing right from inside the village. Dominic breaks into a greedy grin while admiring his chest filled with gold coins, celebrating that he'll clear all his debts in record time. Kaylin tells him to stop grinning like a greedy goblin, but the young man says it's impossible not to smile with bookings completely locked in through autumn. Dominic shares that many clients want to give birth on site, and Ian suggests building a shrine dedicated to the goddess of life in the village to assist with deliveries. Dominic explains the priest is eager for the shrine because births deepen the goddess's bond with the land, and donations from noblewomen would fund the entire build. Kaylin thinks it's a great call and asks why he hasn't accepted yet, but Dominic notes it's a big decision, and he needs to check with the villagers first. Hearing the young man's concern for the villagers' opinions, Colin smiles with pride at the young leader's thoughtfulness. He promises nobody will object and everyone will love it, especially since followers of the goddess of life aren't pushy about preaching. With things settled, Kalon says his goodbyes, mentioning he's heading over to check on the village's seaweed processing workshop. Dominic and Ian watch Kalon head off, feeling confident about Evergreen's direction and future. Ian asks if he genuinely places that much trust in former Chief Kalon, and Dominic replies without hesitation that he does. Ian notes he heard Kalon isn't the most book-smart, but the young man counters that he's seasoned and doesn't keep a closed mind. The knight agrees, acknowledging that Kalon is indeed remarkably adaptable and open-minded toward new ideas. Dominic advises that one should always listen to open-minded elders, as there's always something valuable to take away from others. Ian reflects on learning from the best while using the missteps of the worst as lessons on what to dodge in his own path. The knight admits he picked up another solid lesson from him, and the kid jokes, asking if that doesn't make him a top-tier teacher. Ian quips that he learned to be humbler, but Dominic brushes off the joke, showing him an important ledger. Dominic explains the resort meals are prepared using only pure vegetables, without any synthetic seasonings or additives. Ian asks if he's planning to open a restaurant, and Dominic explains that since the resort concept can be copied, he wants to build a business that's impossible to duplicate. Intrigued by the young man's plan, the knight tries to picture what kind of concept could be so hard for rivals to copy. Wearing a confident grin and raising an index finger, Dominic reveals his secret long-term plan is to zero in on tourism. Meanwhile, at the Sinclair family's imposing castle, the scene settles on the massive, quiet training tower for knights. From within the dark tower, booming laughter rings off the stone walls, with someone thoroughly amused by Dominic's boldness and wild moves. The Lord is entertained reading that the kid used his funding to launch a maternity resort and barred nobles from watching births, unsure if he's bold or just crazy. The muscular man lightly crinkles the report, noting he spent his recent years shut away from the world just to stay away from annoying folks. However, he decides the time has finally come to step out of his secluded tower just to go see Dominic's village in person. Gripping his sheathed blade firmly, the veteran warrior marches toward the exit of the cold, dark stone tower. Drawing the blade slightly, a massive, glowing aura of blue magical energy wraps around the weapon's steel. The warrior smiles, revealing he finally attained the rank of swordmaster in his advanced years, wondering what kind of gift he should bring for Dominic. With a heavy, loud creak, the tower's massive wooden door finally swings open to reveal the way out. Stepping outside, the warrior thinks to himself that his first move should be visiting to see his newborn grandson's face. Just like that, another swordmaster rises in the empire, while on the dirt road, Dominic lets Sir Ian know he has a very serious proposal for him. Dominic asks him to listen carefully because it's a huge deal, making the knight wonder what on earth it could be this time. The young man proposes the knight move his permanent posting over to Evergreen for good, offering unlimited servings of delicious tteokbokki in return. Dominic keeps pitching the tempting deal with his irresistible dishes while the carriage continues on the journey back. In the face of his friend's dismissive sigh, the kid insists he's dead serious, sweetening the pot by offering to hand over his title as village chief. Ian shoots Dominic a dry look, remarking that he always starts talking nonsense whenever the village chief's meeting rolls around. Dominic complains that these repetitive assemblies and summons are a total waste of time, but the knight sternly warns him to watch his mouth. The young man vents that he always files his reports on time and that meeting once every 3 months would be plenty, but the knight calls him out for being insolent. Ian explains that written reports can be forged and that in-person meetings ensure the information is accurate and nothing has slipped out of hand. Bored, Dominic grumbles in agreement, complaining that in this medieval world there's no certified mail, let alone email, to make their lives easier. The knight adds that on top of everything, the Lord seems to hold the young man's work in high regard, which catches him quite off guard. The kid questions why he always ends up kidnapped or dragged away by force if the Lord likes him so much, prompting Ian to fake an awkward cough to dodge the topic. Dominic tries changing the subject by offering a bowl of teokbokki to lighten the mood, but the knight immediately complains, telling him not to dodge the conversation. Arriving at the meeting, another village chief flatters Dominic, calling him the star of the show and pleading to strike a business deal together tonight. A bald chief shoves his peer aside, insisting the partnership should go to him because of his iron mine, warmly inviting Dominic to grab drinks. Another leader tells them to back off and give the kid some breathing room, only to turn around and beg for a resort booking for his daughter-in-law who's due soon. The chiefs start shouting and shoving, ready to settle things with their fists, leaving Dominic exhausted as the meeting turns into even more of a headache. A knock at the door cuts through the chaos, and an attendant walks in announcing they have one final urgent item on today's agenda. The men complain about the delay since it's the busiest season of the year, but the messenger announces the Lord just wrapped up a strategic briefing. The chiefs pipe down, agreeing that nobody would dare argue with the Lord's administrator, curious to find out what the new decree from the castle is. The gray-haired administrator takes the floor, solemnly announcing that before the start of the autumn season, a new campaign will get underway. He places the official mobilization scroll on the table, declaring there will be a monster subjugation expedition, ordering every village to prepare. The village chiefs get hyped up about this year's monster sweep, asking around about the scale of the operation and which fortress the troops are supposed to muster at. Dominic asks if monster hunting isn't dangerous, making another village chief realize this must be the young man's very first time. He explains that the southern region is naturally well shielded and has very few monsters, so hunts only happen whenever their nests get out of hand. Dominic finds it strange to see everyone so excited over something so violent, but the elder admits that while it is risky, everyone's real motivation is pure profit. The old man points out that because the army buys emergency supplies and hires local hands, the villages make serious cash, so everyone competes for the gig. Frustrated, our MC kicks himself realizing his village has nothing to sell to the army yet, feeling a massive wave of envy toward the others. Suddenly, the administrator announces that Dominic has been summoned for a private audience with the Lord, catching the young chief totally off guard. The administrator firmly confirms the ruler's personal summons for the young cook. Without giving the young man any time to think, the royal guards grab him by the arms out of nowhere and tell him it's time to roll. The young man is swiftly escorted into the grand main hall of the luxurious and towering Sinclair Castle. Dominic and Ian drop to one knee out of respect for the Lord, who greets them and asks if they've already caught wind of the monster campaign. Wearing a friendly smile, Lord Patrick announces that he has a very important business proposition for the young man. Dominic points at himself in shock, asking if the offer is really meant for him, and the nobleman confirms it is. The ruler reveals that he wants him to step up as the official field head chef for the troops of Sinclair territory. The young man wonders if that gig shouldn't belong to the military cook, but Patrick explains that even though the castle's chef is great, this situation is completely different. The Lord brings up how Dominic showed even greater culinary and organizational chops back during the previous training, so he didn't hesitate to pick him. The cook secretly curses the day he cured the army of the oyster bug, figuring that good deed just landed him a grueling, thankless job. He mentally grumbles that military pay is ridiculously low, and as a wealthy resort owner, he has zero reason to wear himself out with hard labor. Ian catches the cook out of the corner of his eye and notices him hesitating to accept the Lord's generous offer. The knight is totally baffled that a mere village chief has the nerve to drag his feet on a direct order from his ruler. While Dominic scrambles for an answer, Lord Patrick simply waits with a calm and remarkably patient smile. Hearing the Lord casually mention that a few coins might not be enough to buy his time, Dominic panics and drops into a frantic bow, denying it with all his might. The young man covers his tracks by claiming he was just worried about falling short of such high expectations, making the nobleman chuckle in relief at the excuse. Patrick promises that if he does a solid job, the payout won't just be loose coins, but something he genuinely needs, instantly piquing the young man's interest. The ruler mentions hearing about Evergreen's massive progress, but the young cook tries to play it down, claiming they're still just a humble little village. The young man argues that they don't even have a single guard post, making the ruler laugh and point out that playing poor has basically become second nature to him. The Lord teases that if the news of progress turns out to be exaggerated, he might just have to swap the reward, making the young cook freeze in terror at the threat. Patrick drops the bomb that he had planned to slash the village's hefty taxes, but if they're doing so well, maybe he should pick another prize instead of the tax cut. Driven by sheer panic at the thought of losing a tax reduction, Dominic screams out and rudely cuts his lord off mid-sentence. The young man drops into an overly dramatic bow and loudly shouts that the ruler's generosity and grace are truly bottomless. Ian is on the verge of losing his mind, seeing the brazen cook interrupt the lord right in the middle of a sentence yet again. After the chat, as they walk through the hallways, the young man turns to the knight and asks what that fancy phrase of respect he just blurted out actually means. The young man tries to cover his linguistic slip-up by claiming it's an old mountain dialect meaning the king's royal favor. Ian grips the hilt of his sword and grimly asks if he's plotting treason against the crown, leaving the cook completely bewildered. Dominic says he's glad Evergreen is taking part, figuring that setting up a field mess is totally worth the hassle if their taxes get slashed. Spotting one of the castle guards, the young man casually asks if he knows the ropes when it comes to these monster hunting campaigns. Ian just quietly watches his friend effortlessly strike up a conversation with the castle patrol. The knight bluntly says he doesn't know a thing, leaving the young cook totally confused by his cold tone. Blushing in pure embarrassment, the noble warrior admits it's his very first hunt too, making Dominic laugh in relief as he remembers the guy isn't even from around here. The red-haired soldier chimes in, suggesting that instead of asking the head chef, they should focus on keeping the troops happy to lock in that lord's bonus. Dominic thoughtfully repeats the word soldiers, trying to figure out the best culinary game plan to win over the army on the battlefield. The young red-haired soldier Dominic, previously saved from food poisoning beams, and cheerfully asks how the young man has been holding up lately. Dominic asks if he's been careful around seafood, and the warrior laughs, assuring him they make sure to cook everything thoroughly now. Dominic reveals he'll be running the field kitchen for the campaign and asks what kind of chow they like, to which the soldier jokes that they'll eat anything that doesn't eat them first. He explains that daily drills and missions are so brutally exhausting that the troops will devour whatever meal gets put in front of them in seconds. Dominic gets the picture, but the red-haired soldier suddenly remembers a telling story one of the veterans shared with him. He shares that since soldiers from multiple territories team up for the hunt, troops from neighboring lands usually get treated to massive, savory meat stews. While the others feast like kings, Sinclair's soldiers are stuck gnawing on dry bread and plain boiled potatoes, which was a huge blow to morale. The soldier adds that everyone would be thrilled if he could turn that around, prompting Dominic to jot notes in his recipe book as his competitive drive kicks in. Wearing a fiercely determined grin, the young cook declares that this has officially become a serious matter of personal honor and pride. He sets his sights on crafting an epic menu with soft wheat bread, a hearty meat stew, fresh fruit, and crisp greens to make the rivals completely green with envy. Ian cuts in and bluntly asks if he's actually factoring in the budget allocated for the soldiers' rations. The knight suggests the young man go talk to the castle bursar first to get a real grasp of the available funds. Gripping his favorite kitchen knife, Dominic starts flashing back bitterly to his previous life in the modern world. The young man is utterly appalled to see that the budget allocated to feed the entire army is ridiculously tight and practically non-existent. He laments how miserable life as a nutritionist can be when you're forced to craft meal plans while juggling 1,000 different restrictions at once. Another nightmare was having the kitchen crew straight up ignore his directions and act like they owned the place. But the worst part of all was having a shoestring budget that made him want to cry over the price of a single drop of sesame oil. Not to mention watching students turn their noses up at healthy greens while unfairly comparing their trays to the lobster served at the school next door. Snapping back to reality, Dominic panics upon realizing that this pitiful allowance is truly all he has to work with. The administrator mentions that the Lord ordered them to mirror Baron Delt's budget, prompting Dominic to ask why on earth they're comparing themselves to that specific neighbor. The old man notes that Evergreen is a brand new village, so Dominic wouldn't know the backstory, choosing to fill him in on the past feud. He explains that Baron Delt's lands are the most fertile in the Empire where no one ever goes hungry, something Dominic confirms he's heard before. The elder explains that the fatal flaw of that paradise is its military, since nobody wants to fight on a full stomach, preferring to steer clear of the blade. To compensate, they hire sellswords, which bruised the Baron's pride so much that he pulled off an extravagant stunt to show off during the last hunt. With a smug grin, the Baron cooked up a cheeky plan using his deep pantry just to rub it in his neighbor's face. Dominic figures the flex had to do with the soldiers' meals, and the old man nods, confirming the Baron's strategy was a roaring success. With that detailed rundown, the young cook finally grasps the whole picture as all the pieces click into place. The Sinclair family is a storied lineage of honorable knights, but the current Lord Patrick is strictly a civil official, not a warrior. Because of that, the ruler is super touchy and insecure whenever it comes to anything regarding his military prestige. He flat out refuses to tarnish the grand reputation and legacy built by the warrior lords who came before him. Dominic figures the Lord felt humiliated, getting outclassed over lunch, internally grumbling about why he couldn't just be straight about the budget from day one. The young man says he gets the assignment and knows what to do, but the old man warns him it won't be easy competing against the dirt-cheap produce of Delt territory. Dominic thanks him for the tip and turns to leave, while the administrator shyly sneaks in and asks about any job openings at the resort for his daughter-in-law. Lights flicker across the castle windows as the chill of the night settles over the quiet, sprawling kingdom. Holding 2 pens in his mouth, the young cook thinks to himself that while their budgets might match, the enemy holds a massive upper hand in cheap supplies. Pressed for time and resources, the young man scraps complicated recipes, putting his brain to work on a clever, streamlined kitchen strategy instead. Ian steps into the office, announcing he's back, and the young man barely looks up from his notes to greet his friend. The knight breaks the news that he won't be able to lend a hand in the kitchen this time, because he's been assigned to lead the entire combat campaign. Dominic shoots him a mocking smirk upon hearing he's the commander, deeply annoying the knight, who asks if he's actively begging for a beating. The young man asks if he's genuinely ready for the front lines, and the knight wonders if he's secretly worried about his safety. Dominic laughs it off, saying it'd just be embarrassing if the troops saw his real combat level, but Ian proudly shoots back that his aura mastery is top tier. Brushing off the complaints, Dominic tells him they both need to stick to their roles, promptly kicking the knight out of the room so he can rework his recipes in peace. The warrior walks off in disbelief, grumbling about how a mere village chief has the audacity to dismiss him like that, wondering where the world went wrong. Locked into his work, Dominic sighs, thinking about how things have completely spun out of control since this wild journey first started. The following day at Sinclair Castle, the young man sticks to the game plan and finally submits the full order for the kitchen supplies. Anton looks over the list and asks if that's really going to cut it, finding the request way too modest and offering to pitch in for extra seasoning on his own dime. The young man turns down the help, saying that would step on the Lord's pride, telling the merchant not to sweat it since he has the whole strategy mapped out. Flashing a mischievous grin, Dominic asks his friend to introduce him to a blacksmith, a carpenter, and round up a few alcohol burner lamps for the master plan. The military base camp is set up in a mountain valley where the lords gather face to face after a long time apart. The ruling lord addresses the assembly, thanking everyone for making the long march out to the staging grounds. The 2 neighboring leaders exchange pleasantries laced with fake laughs, doing their best to keep up diplomatic appearances. Spotting the ruler of Sinclair, the Baron drops a sarcastic apology for running late, putting on a show of mock friendliness. Baron Delt gives a smirking grin, remarking that he never imagined the Lord of Sinclair himself would show up on the front lines in the flesh. The Baron sneers that with such fine knights at his disposal, Patrick should have stayed back resting in the comfort of his lavish estate. Swallowing his anger, Lord Sinclair smiles and shoots back that he only made the trip because he wanted to witness the bravery of his own troops with his own eyes. Hiding behind a forced smile, the ruler masks the deep irritation caused by his arrogant neighbor's childish jabs. The Lord claps back, saying he's looking forward to seeing the Baron's legendary swordsmanship that everyone talks so much about. The 2 nobles exchange absolute daggers, sparks of intense rivalry flying as the tension climbs with every single word. The knights and guards quietly watch the standoff from behind, realizing their leaders are dead set on taking this petty feud all the way. The soldiers find the whole thing childish, and the Baron arrogantly suggests ditching the formalities so they can jump straight into the evening feast. Baron Delt mentions reading a military treatise about a surefire way to win the hearts of soldiers, prompting the Lord to curiously ask what that might be. He explains that to command troops, you first have to fill their bellies, making Sinclair's knight think the guy is just running his mouth to show off. The Baron plays humble, saying he'd love to spoil his men with royal banquets, but sighs about how tight budgets are always such a headache. He dares Sinclair to pay close attention to his men's rations, and the Lord counters that warriors need solid nutrition to perform at their absolute best. The Baron slathers Lord Sinclair in sarcastic praise, setting up a verbal trap to put him on the spot in front of the entire assembly. He cheekily asks if the Count would be kind enough to show everyone firsthand how a true Sinclair-worthy feast is put together. Sinclair just smiles right back, holding his ground against his rival's mockery regarding his men's rations. Servants begin laying out the camp tables, carrying heavy silver trays loaded with food. The Baron unveils a lavish spread of hearty meat stew and smoked ham for his men, feigning modesty for serving something so ordinary. Neighboring guards whisper among themselves, thoroughly impressed by the variety and abundance of chow whipped up on such a tight field budget. He boasts that the real secret was all in the cooking technique, arguing that having great ingredients means nothing if the cook ends up ruining the dish. The warriors nod in agreement while the Baron repeats just how hard he worked to deliver this humble spread to his boys. Suddenly, the Baron belts out a dramatic shout to grab everyone's attention for his next dig. He sneers that their field rations could never hold a candle to the marvelous feasts the soldiers of House Sinclair usually enjoy. Delt sarcastically asks Sinclair to honor them by showing how the pros really do it, earning a supremely confident smile from the Count. Sinclair takes the bait with polite charm, while the Baron smugly thinks his rival is just letting his stubborn pride run wild to the bitter end. The Lord invites the Baron to tag along and see firsthand how his troops are dining at the encampment. Meanwhile, in the mess tent, Dominic is on the brink of a full-blown meltdown, barking rapid-fire orders at his assistants. He dashes around demanding they stow the trash buckets and keep everything spotless so their rivals have zero room to talk trash. Lord Patrick and Ian walk in, bewildered by the chaos, as a guard explains that the cook has been muttering about military flashbacks for the past half hour. The knight finds the whole military trauma thing bizarre, but can't help feeling curious about Dominic's frantic behavior. Ian notices that the young man seems shockingly comfortable bossing soldiers around, wondering where on earth he picked that up. Out of nowhere, a soldier belts out a call to attention, startling Dominic right in the middle of his kitchen scramble. Patrick Sinclair gently tells everyone at ease and bids them to carry on enjoying their meals. The Baron steps in right behind him, his jaw dropping in absolute shock and disbelief at the scene unfolding before his eyes. In a quick flashback, Anton questions why Dominic needs weak alcohol lamps, but the young man insists they're the exact tool for the job. The merchant promises to source the goods, but confesses he has zero clue what his buddy is planning to build with a blacksmith and a carpenter. Dominic flashes a knowing grin, wondering aloud if his friend has ever heard of the game-changing concept he's cooking up. He reveals that all those tools and alcohol lamps are going to be used to build custom chafing dishes. The cook explains that the big idea behind the setup is to roll out a proper, modern, open-air buffet line for the troops. Stunned, the neighboring lords whisper to one another, admitting they've never seen field rations served in such an innovative way. A warrior notes with fascination that they're using lit alcohol burners beneath the serving trays to keep the food piping hot around the clock. He adds in amazement that the entire setup is designed so every single soldier can serve himself, picking only what he actually wants to eat. Patrick gloats that his cook's concept is pure genius, admitting that even he didn't fully grasp the brilliant strategy at first. The Baron praises the care shown to the troops, but takes a jab at Sinclair, claiming the military budget to bankroll this luxury must be astronomically high. Calm and collected, Lord Patrick Sinclair replies to his rival that there seems to be a slight misunderstanding regarding the expenses. The Baron breaks into a nervous cold sweat, asking what supposed misunderstanding regarding the budget there could possibly be. The ruler points out that his troops' food budget is identical to Delt's down to the last coin, suggesting the cook explain how he pulled it off himself. Dominic realizes this is his golden ticket to lock down that village tax cut, gearing up to dazzle them with his silver tongue. The young man steps forward politely, and the Baron presses him on whether Sinclair slipped him extra emergency funds beyond the standard kingdom budget. Dominic denies it, stating he worked strictly within the basic budget provided, leading the Baron to question if today's feast is just a one-off stunt. He assures him there's nothing fancy going on, and that the entire spread was carefully planned within the exact spending limits. Turning red with fury, the Baron fumes, shouting that it's impossible to offer this much variety without spending a fortune over budget. Politely, the cook asks the Lord for permission to break down his cost-saving secret to the other nobles, which Patrick immediately grants. He admits that offering so many choices usually drives the bill up, but rather than shortchanging hard-working soldiers on food, he cut costs somewhere else. Confused, the Baron asks where on earth you could possibly make such massive cuts outside the price of raw ingredients. With a sharp gleam in his eye, the young man raises a single finger, claiming there was one perfect area where costs could be slashed. Pressing a finger to his lips with a cheeky grin, the young cook reveals that the massive cuts were made to labor. The reveal leaves the Baron and all the neighboring guards totally stunned, unable to wrap their heads around how that works. He explains that traditional food service demands tons of hands for bulk cooking, plating, portioning, and cleanup, asking if they have any idea how much staff that takes. The soldiers chime in that even with support recruits, plating and washing dishes for 200 men at a time eats up an enormous crew. Dominic breaks down how slashing the head count saves big on wages and rations, making the guard realize the buffet line was designed specifically for this. The cook cheerfully nods, explaining that this setup saves precious time and labor, letting them pour every ounce of energy straight into food quality. The Baron still doubts it's possible to prepare so many dishes with a skeleton crew, so the young man explains the smart trade-off he had to make. He reasons that while every chef wants top-shelf ingredients, you have to choose between fancy delicacies and making sure everyone eats until they're stuffed. In his thoughts, the young man recalls past hardships and the bitter pain of watching folks go hungry. The young man looks back on the day he vowed that his main mission in life would always be to feed people with dignity. A warm smile of pure satisfaction and pride lights up Lord Patrick's face at the young man's explanation. Dominic proudly states that he will always prioritize serving a hearty, well-made meal to fuel folks who put in honest, hard work. The other village chiefs and soldiers listen in complete silence, genuinely moved by the young man's sincerity and wisdom. Lord Patrick notices that's why the seasoning was dialed up so bold, and the cook flatters him, praising the ruler's sharp eye. Dominic explains that exhausted soldiers don't need delicate highbrow flavors. They need punchy, bold food to replenish salt and deliver quick energy. The young man tells the Baron he went with humble yet solid ingredients, using bold spices to make every single bite mouthwatering and satisfying. Totally cornered with no comeback left, the Baron just swallows hard as a bead of sweat rolls down his chubby cheek. He excuses himself, humbly admitting he learned a valuable lesson from Count Sinclair and his cook today. Relieved, Dominic wonders if his play truly worked out, trying to check in with his lord to see how he graded the performance. The young man hesitates upon seeing the lord sporting an intensely smug, triumphant grin after thoroughly dunking on his territorial rival. Under the bright moonlight of the night camp, Dominic lets out a happy sigh, sipping a sweet drink straight from the bottle. Lounging on the grass, the young man celebrates taking down the arrogant Baron, thinking the lord won't have any reason to bother him personally down the road. He eagerly pulls out the official reward scroll stamped directly from Lord Sinclair's castle. Dominic reads the decree cutting Evergreen's taxes down to just 20% for the next 3 years, recognizing his hustle. A massive grin of pure satisfaction and pride spreads across the young man's face as he realizes he secured his big business goal. Thrilled to have hit his target, he declares his shift over and resolves to kick back with a drink every night, since he won't be the one tangling with monsters. The young man thinks about whipping up some fried chicken to pair with his drink when Ian pops up out of nowhere, complaining that he never stops talking about food even after cooking all day. Dominic cheerfully welcomes him back, but the knight seriously asks just how much the young man has been drinking out here alone. Ian warns him they're in dangerous, untamed territory, but the tipsy young man brushes it off, claiming no monster would be crazy enough to show up here. The cook jokes that Ian will protect him anyway, and that worst-case scenario, he'll just toss the beast over his shoulder like last time. Suddenly, the young man clumsily trips over a rock hidden in the dark grass of the camp. Dominic goes tumbling down the slope, letting out frantic yelps of pain before landing flat on the dirt ground. Ian rushes over in worry, asking if the young leader is all right, and reminding him he told him to take it easy on the drinks. Dominic pushes himself up, grumbling in pain, while the Sinclair knight suddenly shouts the young man's name in pure panic. Ian tensely orders the young man not to make a sound and freeze completely, leaving the cook totally confused by the command. Dominic tilts his head, puzzled as he feels a strange, sticky slime slowly dripping down over his shoulder. Looking back slowly, the young man freezes in sheer terror as he finds himself face to face with a terrifying beast right behind him. Ian frantically warns that they're Groot spiders and demands dead silence, explaining that they're blind and track prey strictly by sound. Drawing his glowing blade in fury, the blonde knight bravely lunges at the beasts to pull their aggro away from the young man. With lightning-fast, surgical strikes from his light-infused sword, Ian unleashes devastating slashes across the giant spiders. More colossal monsters start creeping out of the dark woods, making the terrified young man yell that there are way too many targets. The Sinclair knight takes a deep breath, locking in to tap into the absolute peak of his combat prowess. He charges the enemies, unleashing a spectacular energy arc that shreds the air and blazes through the pitch-black night. The dreadful creatures are cleanly sliced in two by the sheer, overwhelming power of the warrior's radiant attack. Sitting on the ground with wide eyes, Dominic gasps in absolute awe as he witnesses Ian's insane firepower. The young man compliments his friend, calling the move incredible, while the knight calmly wipes his blade and sheathes it. Ian drops an edgy, dramatic one-liner over the fallen monsters, leaving the cook cringing hard at his showmanship. Dominic instantly takes back the compliment, grumbling that the knight's cliché catchphrase was so corny it gave him secondhand embarrassment. Ian holds out a hand to help his friend up and asks if he's hurt, to which the young man offers a heartfelt thanks for the save. The knight warns that he'll have to come with him, leaving the young cook thoroughly confused about where they're heading. Ian explains with grave urgency that they need to alert the Lord immediately about the sudden swarm in the area. They spot thick web trails winding through the woods, and the warrior warns that if the broodmother is about to surface, things are going to get ugly fast. Back at camp, the lords lose their cool upon learning that 22 Groot spiders emerged nearby. Frantically checking for casualties, Ian reports that luckily they spotted the beasts early so nobody got hurt, prompting Lord Patrick to thank the heavens. One knight finds it strange since Groot spiders usually nest deep in caverns, and another agrees that something big must have stirred up the mountains. Ian asks permission to speak, and Lord Patrick immediately nods, telling him to lay out his theory. The knight explains that since Groot spiders are super rare, seeing them out in the open like this is completely unheard of. Patrick asks if Ian is suggesting something unnatural went down, and the knight confirms that's exactly what he thinks. He explains this points to the rise of a new queen who, fresh off a molt, needs a massive stockpile of food to rebuild her strength. Deep in the dark woods, the giant spiders continue hauling resources back to their eerie hive. Another knight shrugs it off as just a spider queen, doubting it could cause that big of an uproar. Ian gives him a deadpan look, stating that the situation isn't that simple at all. The blonde warrior drops the reveal that the creature the spiders are serving as their queen isn't actually a spider. He reveals that the spider queen is, in fact, a massive mutated centipede. Patrick and the others are left completely speechless upon hearing that the queen is a centipede. Dominic scratches his head in confusion, noting how weird that is since a centipede's favorite snack is literally spiders. Patrick asks in surprise if that's true, and Dominic confirms, explaining that normal centipedes actively hunt spiders. Patrick wonders why on earth spiders would feed their natural predator, guessing it might be an offering to keep from getting eaten. Dominic disagrees, saying even that doesn't add up, leaving the Baron thoroughly intrigued. The young man points out that spiders hoard rotting meat, but centipedes don't eat that kind of stuff due to totally different dietary habits. Patrick falls deep into thought over the tricky puzzle, trying to figure out what the real endgame is here. Suddenly, Dominic's eyes go wide as a crucial detail hits him like a truck. Dominic calls out to the Lord, asking if that food stockpile isn't actually meant for the centipede at all, leaving Patrick confused by the question. He suggests it might be an offering to an entirely different beast, capable of driving off their natural predator. Patrick freezes, tension written all over his face, as he realizes the sheer weight of what the young man just suggested. Wasting no time, the Lord immediately orders an elite scouting squad of top-tier knights to be assembled on the double. Patrick states that their mission is to uncover the truth behind the monster anomaly and, if possible, take down the centipede for good. Ian Hanover bows in deep respect, promptly accepting his lord's direct orders. The Lord adds that he has one final directive, looking straight in Dominic's direction. Completely lost, Dominic asks in total confusion what that look is supposed to mean. Right on cue, one of the knights steps forward and shoves a sword right into the young cook's hands. Dominic freaks out, screaming about why on earth he has to tag along, while Ian tells the village chief to keep his voice down. The young man wonders if it's too late to make a run for it, but Ian warns him that dodging military orders is considered capital treason. Dominic grumbles that he was just talking to himself and isn't even a soldier, but Ian points out he's officially assigned to the task force now. The cook complains that nobody gave him the memo, noting that the knight even dropped the polite honorifics with him. Dominic screams that he's so done, but the blonde knight promises to keep him safe, asking him to just feed them intel on the creepy crawlies. The young man panics internally, thinking the only thing he remembers is his old drill sergeant catching centipedes for health tonics back in the army. Suddenly, Dominic lets out a terrified shriek as he looks up at the sky and spots flying creatures diving right toward them. He asks if those are eagles, but Ian explains they're wyverns that migrated to the peaks for their mating season. Dominic breathes a sigh of relief seeing they're far off, and Ian tells the squad to push the search before daylight fades. One of the scout knights shouts from a distance, catching the squad's attention and signaling he found something. Dominic complains that the stench around here is sickening, and Ian remarks that's precisely why they tracked the spot down so fast. They come across a massive pile of monster remains, and the blonde warrior notes that everything inside is already decomposing. Ian asks if the young man can make heads or tails of this, prompting Dominic to search for a logical explanation. Dominic theorizes that the monsters grew this massive due to a total lack of natural predators and a surplus of food, just like invasive species in Australia. Ian agrees that there's far more going on here than what the academic records usually let on. Out of nowhere, a violent tremor begins rattling the ground beneath the scouting party's boots. Dominic tries to laugh off the sheer panic with an awkward grin, praying it's just a regular old earthquake. Ian turns dead serious, realizing that genuine danger is about to pop out right in front of them. The knight roars for everyone to brace for combat because the enemy has finally arrived. A terrifying, colossal centipede bursts through the dirt, making Dominic scream in absolute, unfiltered horror. The knights draw their blades, shouting in unison to launch an all-out assault against the dreadful beast. They charge forward bravely to pin the monster down before it can fully emerge, dead set on protecting the realm. While the knights roar battle cries for their families and homeland, Dominic bolts in the opposite direction, focused entirely on saving his own skin. Ian barks an order for the village chief to sprint back and call for reinforcements from the Lord, leaving Dominic super worried about what'll happen to the knight. Ian tells him not to sweat it and launches into an insanely high leap, leaving the young man stunned by the warrior's ridiculous mobility. Suddenly, Dominic catches agonizing screams from the front line, instantly ramping up his anxiety. Looking back, he spots several knights taking heavy damage in the clash against the rampaging beast. Sizing up the fight, the young man quickly realizes things are going to go south fast if they keep brawling like this. Biting his lip, the young man feels the heat of the moment, knowing he has to do something to back the warriors up. He notices Ian Hanover is fighting with everything he's got, but the giant centipede is too fast and its carapace is way too thick to pierce. Dominic realizes that at this rate, everyone out here is going to get wiped out by this monstrosity. A random memory from his past life back on Earth pops into his head, accompanied by a voice calling out to him in good humor. He remembers his military service days, shooting the breeze with his drill sergeant while working the mess hall. The sergeant, with a super hyped look and practically drooling, tells the young recruit to check out something really special. The sergeant explained that centipedes hunt spiders, chickens go crazy for centipedes, and humans love fried chicken, calling it the ultimate law of the jungle. The young cook suddenly snaps back to reality, realizing that old army lesson might just be the clutch key to saving everyone. He glances up at the sky and spots the wyverns circling again, recalling what Ian said about their mating season. Watching the winged beasts glide over the peaks, a wild, tactical plan begins to form in his head. Meanwhile, the metallic clatter of Ian's strikes rings through the forest as he desperately tries to crack the giant centipede's armor. The blonde knight yells for his men to focus their strikes strictly on the soft joints between the monster's armor plates. Ian tries to order a retreat with the wounded but gets completely cut off when he sees Dominic pull off something absolutely wild. The cook emerges holding a blazing bottle of strong liquor, having whipped up an improvised Molotov cocktail in the clutch. Ian is utterly flabbergasted seeing the young man standing right there with fire instead of running for his life. Panicking over the danger, the knight screams, demanding to know what Dominic is planning to pull off with that flammable bottle. With a roar of effort, the cook heaves the lit bottle with all his strength toward the brawl. However, Ian spots the trajectory and screams in panic that the young man threw the projectile completely off target. Dominic snaps back that he missed because the knight distracted him, sharply yelling back for him to get out of the blast zone right now. The blonde knight leaps backward in a flash to dodge the blast that's about to rock the area. With insane agility, Ian Hanover snatches the flaming bottle right out of midair while slipping past the centipede's reach. With pinpoint accuracy, the warrior slams the flammable bottle straight onto the beast's head, triggering a massive burst of flames. The fire spreads rapidly across the giant creature's shell, making its eyes glare through the blazing inferno. The mutant centipede begins writhing in sheer agony from the fire, leaving the knights stunned by the outcome. The knight slides to a halt right next to the cook, who rushes over worriedly to check if his buddy is in one piece after that risky stunt. Fuming, Ian snaps that the young man almost blew him up and asks how he dares pull a stunt like that on his superior. Dominic tells him to drop the tough guy act and take cover already, while the knight stubbornly insists the battle isn't over yet. Suddenly, the loud whoosh of beating wings catches both their attention, making them look up at the sky in pure dread. To make matters worse, several wyverns begin diving rapidly from the clouds, making the cook groan that they just jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire. Ian dramatically announces he'll go down fighting to the end, but Dominic snaps, yelling why he'd want to fight when the chicken just pulled up. Indignant, Dominic explains that centipedes hunt spiders and chickens hunt centipedes, shouting that this should be common knowledge. The young man screams at the top of his lungs for the knights to clear the area so they don't get caught in the crossfire between the apex predators. The vicious wyverns swoop down at breakneck speed, locking their razor-sharp talons and fangs onto the massive prey below. The winged beasts brutally swarm the flaming centipede, kicking off a vicious turf war between monster predators. One of the wyverns digs its talons and fangs deep into the fire-weakened shell of the giant bug, tearing into its target. The flying reptile uses all its raw power to rip the mutant creature apart once and for all, completely shattering its defense. Hiding behind the bushes, Dominic and the knight watch the monster showdown from a distance, with Ian marveling at the wyvern's sheer efficiency. Ian asks if the young man knew all along that wyverns preyed on centipedes, and Dominic casually admits it was honestly just a 50-50 gamble. The blonde warrior is left sweating in disbelief, asking how on earth he could roll the dice on something like that with so much confidence. Dominic explains that since the wyverns migrated to the mountain to breed and raise their young, their instincts shift dramatically. He reasons they would never allow a dangerous predator near their nests. Plus, the centipede serves as the ultimate protein snack for their hatchlings. Ian Hanover listens closely to the young man's brilliant breakdown and nods in agreement, totally sold on the logic. With the situation finally under control, Dominic turns to the blonde knight with a cheeky, money-hungry grin. The cook beams from ear to ear with dollar signs in his eyes, asking if he's getting a fat payout for saving the day. Lord Patrick Sinclair calls Dominic over with a huge, warm smile plastered across his face. Patrick thanks the young man for his sharp wits and quick thinking, announcing he'll be awarded a Centurion-level bonus along with the Silver Medal of Honor. The knights erupt into thunderous applause, congratulating Dominic on the medal and agreeing that he completely earned the honors. But as Patrick turns to thank Ian, Dominic's face drops, bitterly wondering if that measly scrap is really all he's getting. The young man lets out a dramatic silent scream in his own head, feeling totally ripped off for all the sweat he put in. Back in his quarters, Dominic stares down at the fancy Silver Medal of Honor with a grumpy, unimpressed pout. Slumped lazily on the couch, he grumbles that it's just a heavy hunk of metal that brings zero practical perks to the table. The cook sighs, remarking that the grunts always do all the heavy lifting, just as Ian walks into the room asking why he's pouting so hard. Dominic sits up and asks if he's staying on as the commander, but the blonde warrior replies that command has already been handed back to the Lord of Sinclair. Ian explains that he's returning to his original post of guarding him, while Dominic privately wonders if that post was actually meant to babysit him. Dominic tries to comfort his buddy, saying losing the title sucks, but at least he didn't walk away with chump change for a reward like he did. The young man flashes the Medal of Honor, grumbling and questioning the blonde knight on how this could possibly count as a real payout. Ian patiently explains that the Silver Medal of Honor is exclusively granted to those who pull off truly monumental military feats. The knight drops the detail that the medal also acts as a golden ticket, granting him first dibs on the most valuable battlefield loot. Hearing that secret perk makes Dominic's eyes blow wide open in sheer shock at what he just found out. Stuttering with sudden hype and surprise, the young cook asks what exact grand prize he's supposedly entitled to. Ian Hanover reveals that the single most valuable item from the brawl was the giant centipede's intact carapace, and that it now officially belongs to the young man. The cook instantly drops to his knees, loudly praying for the Lord's long and prosperous life, making Ian Hanover sigh over how fast his loyalties flip. Even though the monster subjugation campaign wasn't wrapped up yet, Dominic secured special leave from the Lord and caught a carriage back to Evergreen. A few days of total peace and quiet rolled by in the coastal town, exactly the way the young man had always dreamed of living. In his home kitchen, the young cook was already fired up and working at full blast on another one of his signature creations. The ingredients danced in the wok over roaring flames, sending a mouth-watering, smoky aroma wafting through the entire space. Dominic grins excitedly as he tosses the pan, cheerfully remarking to himself on how absurdly amazing the food smells. With expert precision, the cook plates a hearty serving of freshly boiled noodles, dressing them up into a neat, perfect nest. Right after, he ladles a steaming, rich red broth packed with fresh seafood straight over the entire bowl of noodles. The dish was finally complete, and the cook proudly presents his special, piping hot seafood jampong. Dominic dishes out the steaming bowls, inviting each of his guests to grab a portion and dig into the new creation. With chopsticks already locked and loaded, Callan's eyes go wide, practically drooling just from taking in the gorgeous spread. The blonde knight politely offers thanks for the meal, getting ready to savor the hot noodles with his usual calm elegance. The mage Perot slurps with her mouth full and tears up from the spice, thanking the chef while whining about how fiery the broth is. Former Lord Theodore Sinclair lets out a hearty belly laugh of pure joy, praising the dish and declaring the recipe an absolute masterpiece. Dominic lets out an awkward laugh, noting how at home the former lord looks here, while the old warrior laughs, saying he's obsessed with the resort. The cook asks if the old man will be all right eating this since it's terrible for gout, but he flexes his swordmaster vitality with pride. The two meatheads happily chow down, praising the intense, spicy kick as the ultimate comfort food for real men. Dominic just rolls his eyes, thinking to himself that those two are totally playing tough through the chilly heat. Dominic asks when the old man plans to head out, and the swordmaster says he wants to check out the centipede shell auction before taking off. Kalon asks why the auction has to go down in the village, pointing out that merchants would rather hit the capital to bring more gold into Evergreen. The young man explains that hosting the auction right here in town will rake in more than double the profit compared to selling it off in the capital. With a cheeky, ultra-confident smirk, Dominic wags his finger, telling everyone to lean in and listen closely to the game plan. Meanwhile, atop a sun-drenched hill, two cloaked travelers let out a sigh of relief as they finally roll up to their destination. One traveler shades his eyes with a hand against the glare, checking out the sprawling view ahead with deep curiosity. He scoffs, wondering aloud if this seaside spot is really just a run-down, sleepy fishing village out in the middle of nowhere. The travelers step into the bustling streets of Evergreen, and their jaws hit the floor, realizing the village looks like a completely different world. A local noodle vendor greets them warmly, offering a piping hot bowl and a free drink if they order 5 servings. The cloaked men stare at the steaming noodles with wide eyes, gulping hard from hunger and the mouth-watering scent in the air. They debate what to grab, leaning toward meat and a cold draft, quickly noticing a juicy, charcoal-grilled beef sandwich stall firing up nearby. One traveler flashes a confident, sneaky grin beneath his hood after seeing the crazy abundance and quality of the village's food scene. The group leader suggests they split up to explore the town more efficiently, agreeing to link back up in 1 hour flat. A short while later, they're strolling down the street carrying multiple bags packed with goods they snagged from Evergreen's boutique shops. One walks along munching on a delicious sandwich, while the other lugs a box full of goodies, completely charmed by the town. The cloaked travelers meet back up in the square, laughing in surprise over how they all ended up going on massive shopping sprees. They share a relaxed laugh, amazed by how far the village blew past their original expectations. Watching the town bustle from afar, Dominic sports a look of pure satisfaction with a winning smirk on his face. One of his staffers approaches Dominic to offer a cup of the brand new tea blend they just launched in town. The young chief gladly accepts the cup, thanking him politely as he gets ready to take a sip of the new brew. Dominic explains that auctioning the loot in the capital would get eaten up by heavy taxes and broker fees, making it tough to walk away with fair profit. The cook argues that the auction itself isn't the main event. It's the massive commercial demand that comes right after it. Kalon, Ian Hanover, and Perot stare blankly at Dominic, having zero clue what he means by this demand factor. The young man points out that the village is far from the big cities, asking if wealthy travelers are really going to pack up and leave the second the bidding ends. Theodore Sinclair plays along with a knowing nod, while Kalon instantly spots that the old man didn't catch a single word of it. Dominic adds that the rich visitors will drop small fortunes on luxury stays and fine dining, gladly hanging around for a few extra days. Kalon agrees, noting that new shops are moving in, and resort revenue is bound to skyrocket with the fresh influx of customers. Theodore praises the young man, understanding why his son wanted to scout him so badly, jokingly offering him a government post on the spot. Flustered, the young man smiles and says he's flattered, but insists he's perfectly happy just running his little village. With a greedy gleam in his eye and a broad grin, the cook admits his true goal here is simply amassing a ridiculous fortune. The young merchant Anton cheerfully tells Dominic that the new tea house is crushing it and they'll break even on the build in no time. Dominic proudly agrees, pointing out that the 3-story building they put up will definitely become the village's signature landmark. Dominic remembers the festival kicks off tomorrow, deciding he'll take a walk around the square later to personally inspect every single booth. The Festival of Life is a sacred traditional celebration held to pray for the good health and bright future of all the children. The event came together with the help of the priests of the Goddess of Life, who were already working wonders over at the resort. Dominic plans to leverage the priests' blessings to rake in massive profit selling protection charms to the hyped-up crowd and visitors. The young man kicks back in his chair, feeling like he can already hear the coins clinking, itching to get rich and retire early. Out of nowhere, a loud, obnoxious shout from outside shatters his peace and quiet, leaving him startled and annoyed by the commotion. Looking down from the balcony, Dominic, Anton, and Ian Hanover spot a heated argument going down over booth space in the public square. An aggressive guy threatens to rough up a woman if she doesn't clear out, but Dominic's eyes go wide as he realizes who the bully is barking at. Emmeline cracks her knuckles with a terrifying smile, calmly replying that sounds great since beating sense into loudmouths happens to be her specialty. Dominic turns ghost white in pure terror watching the scene, mentally screaming that they're totally doomed because of this mess. The bully keeps running his mouth, claiming he'll have to break a few of her bones to teach her a lesson and snatch that prime vendor stall. The thug's goons gear up to gang up on her in a loud, cowardly display of aggression. But the lady reacts in the blink of an eye, delivering devastating strikes that send the attackers crashing to the dirt with scary ease. Dominic dashes over in a panic, desperately pleading for Madame Emmeline to cool it before she puts anyone in the emergency ward. Dominic and Ian break into a cold sweat, thinking about how monumentally stupid those guys were to pick a fight with the scariest person in town. The young man remembers she's the former second-in-command of Colin's Merc crew, and that breaking more of their bones would be a PR disaster. One of the bruised troublemakers wobbles over, shaking like a leaf, asking if Dominic is the village chief, getting an instant nod. The guy complains that it's messed up to treat traveling merchants who came to support the festival like this, instantly setting the lady off again. Dominic fires back that they always welcome traders, but points out that from his balcony view, it was crystal clear who threw the first punch. Shivering under her death glare, the man tries to apologize, suggesting they let bygones be bygones if he gets a spot on the far side of the square. Dominic casually cleans his ear with a smirk, sarcastically asking what kind of nonsense the troublemaker is trying to feed him. The guy freezes up entirely, having zero comeback against the icy, unyielding vibe of Evergreen's young leader. The cook puts on a stern game face, bluntly telling the troublemaker to follow him if he genuinely wants to do business in this town. The young man thinks to himself that shady merchants always crawl out during festivals, but vows he won't let anyone ruin the good vibes for the tourists. Determined to stamp out price gouging at the fair, Dominic leads the men straight to the town hall, leaving them baffled by the location. The men complain that the assigned spot is way too far from the main square, but Dominic fires back that the plaza is strictly reserved for local residents. The bully tries to grease Dominic's palm with gold coins, but the young man subtly threatens him with jail time, casually dropping the former lord's presence. Hearing the legendary swordmaster mentioned, the merchant is struck by pure panic, breaking into a frantic cold sweat. The troublemaker takes the deal out of pure fear, and Dominic celebrates the win, telling his clerk Rocky to wrap up the stall lease. The man turns to leave with his head low, nursing his bruised ego, but Dominic sternly calls him right back with a suspicious glare. The young man explains that the town operates on a strict price cap system, ordering him to post all product prices clearly for the public to see. He drops a strict warning that he'll be running daily spot checks across the fair, and any unfair price hikes will get them booted on the spot. Dominic praises Reiki for doing a solid job mapping out the stalls, getting Evergreen completely geared up for the big festival kickoff. Dominic tells the clerk to have the fishermen direct any outside vendors straight here, and Rocky proudly promises to handle everything like a pro. Rocky remembers a quick message, letting Dominic know that former Lord Theodore asked him to drop by his quarters before dinner. The clerk adds that the former Lord's invite extends to Sir Ian Hanover as well, leaving both of them pretty curious. Dominic recalls the old man mentioning he wouldn't be stepping out today because of a very special guest, and Ian confirms he heard the same. The young man's eyes immediately light up with greed, figuring this VIP might open up some sweet, profitable business connections down the road. Hyped by the possibilities, Dominic sprints off at full speed so he doesn't show up late and catch an unnecessary lecture from the old lord. Ian Hanover lets out a deep sigh, rolling his eyes at how shamelessly transparent Dominic's gold-digging motives always are. Arriving at the fancy door of Theodore's quarters, they knock politely and hear the old man's voice telling them to come on in. They step into the room and give a respectful bow, politely asking if the former lord summoned them for anything specific. Suddenly, Dominic spots a small figure chilling on the couch, watching them with curiosity, wondering which of them is the village chief. The young man and the knight glance over with intrigued looks, trying to size up the mysterious guest sitting on the fancy sofa. A stout dwarf with a massive red beard greets them warmly, catching Dominic off guard since he's never seen one in person before. The young man reminds himself that in a fantasy world, tons of non-human races exist, with elves and beastfolk being the most common. But standing right there in front of Dominic with his arms crossed proudly was a genuine powerhouse dwarf of this fantasy realm. The dwarf bluntly asks why they're staring, introducing himself as Stonehammer after Dominic admits it's his first time seeing a dwarf in the flesh. Dominic thinks to himself that since non-human races live under noble protection, an everyday commoner like him would rarely cross paths with one. Theodore Sinclair breaks the silence and motions for Sir Ian Hanover to step up to the couch, getting a quick nod in response. Theodore checks out the blonde warrior up close, asking if his body has been feeling itchy lately, and Ian Hanover admits it has, though it's manageable. The old man calls him a fool and orders him to hit the beach at dawn to train, making Dominic excitedly ask if Ian is finally hitting Swordmaster tier. Theodore tells the cook to zip it, explaining that Ian Hanover is simply entering the stage where he learns to properly channel and control his mana. Dominic looks puzzled and asks if the knight didn't already know how to do that, bringing up how he used mana in that fight with the giant centipede. Ian Hanover clarifies that there is a world of difference between flaring mana and commanding it at will, leaving the young man confused but impressed. Dominic pivots and asks why he was called in, knowing it wasn't just to say hi to Stonehammer, and the old man confirms it. Theodore Sinclair puts on a serious yet friendly face, revealing he has a huge favor to ask of the young village chief. The elder asks Dominic to let the dwarf crash in Evergreen for a while, as Stonehammer loudly complains about how bitter and gross the tea tastes. Dominic asks if it's just for a vacation, explaining that moving in requires a referral, but the old man fires back, telling the young man to just write the referral himself. Dominic honestly admits he doesn't get why the dwarf Stonehammer would want to settle down in a humble, simple village like theirs. The young man explains they don't have mines, smithies, or famous taverns, making the dwarf Stonehammer gasp in sheer horror at the news. Dominic sports a deadpan look upon realizing the dwarf got completely hoodwinked into coming to Evergreen without knowing a single thing about the town. Theodore Sinclair compliments the young man's sharp wit, whispering that the dwarf is actually on the run from the authorities of his home kingdom. Dominic instantly shuts down the request, reasoning that harboring a wanted fugitive could bring down heavy trouble and penalties on the entire town. The dwarf Stonehammer loses his cool, shouting at the top of his lungs that he never committed a single crime in his life. Dominic asks why he's running if he didn't break any laws, and the dwarf explains that he just hates getting dragged into annoying human politics. The dwarf reveals he asked Theodore to help him find a quiet, out-of-the-way spot, making the cook spot a massive golden opportunity right in front of him. Dominic flips his attitude in a heartbeat, grabbing the dwarf's hands with a greedy grin and giving him a warm welcome as the town's newest resident. The dwarf asks if he can put up a house on the hill and set up a workshop, and Dominic agrees instantly, winning over his new bearded buddy. Theodore asks what that annoying human drama was all about, and the dwarf explains he overheard the juice by total accident while passed out drunk in the street. Stonehammer puts on a dead serious look and whispers the massive scoop, revealing that the crown prince isn't the emperor's biological son. Hearing that insanely dangerous state secret leaves former Lord Theodore completely frozen, at a total loss for words. Dominic's jaw hits the floor with his eyes wide open, fully grasping the insane danger of the classified intel the dwarf just casually dropped. Sir Ian Hanover freezes up in a cold sweat upon hearing that bombshell scandal involving the highest royalty in the entire empire. The dwarf chuckles, mentioning that the stuck-up prince isn't the legitimate heir and that honestly, the two never even looked alike anyway. The dwarf finds the whole thing hilarious, but notices the dead silence in the room and innocently asks if that's a big deal to humans. The next day, a stressed-out Dominic walks with the group, repeatedly pressing the dwarf on whether he spilled that dangerous tea to anyone else. The cook demands total secrecy to avoid a disaster, but the dwarf fires back that unlike humans, dwarves never tell a lie. Eager to change the subject, Stonehammer points to a vendor and cheerfully asks the chief to treat him to a grilled sausage and a cold brew. Later that evening in the dark square, Dominic bumps into Ian Hanover on a walk and realizes the knight couldn't catch a wink of sleep from stress either. Catching the troubled look on the blonde warrior's face, Dominic realizes even the stoic knight was thoroughly shaken by that explosive secret. Dominic figures nobody could possibly sleep after hearing that kind of wild news, except of course for the dwarf, who was having a blast eating his fill. They take in the lovely hustle and bustle of the street stalls, with Ian explaining that this special night market is only happening because it's festival eve. The cook notes that plenty of stalls are catering directly to the resort's wealthy guests, getting the dwarf Stonehammer totally pumped up. Ian Hanover sighs in worry, praying the dwarf doesn't stir up trouble, while Dominic wonders if the two of them are the only ones stressing out over nothing. The dwarf laughs loudly, downing his mug of brew, completely oblivious to the massive anxiety he triggered in the other two. Stonehammer keeps munching on sausages and laughing his head off, while Dominic tries to unwind by nibbling on a skewer to distract himself. Dominic and Ian shoot him intensely nervous looks, silently praying the dwarf never lets that terrifying secret slip to anyone else. The next morning, the village wakes up to brilliant sunshine for the grand official launch of the first annual Festival of Life at the main church. The high priest cradles a newborn baby and belts out a prayer, blessing Baron Owen's child with the sacred grace of the goddess of life. He lifts the baby toward the heavens beneath a radiant light, declaring that a child deeply loved by Mana has officially entered the world. The noble family watches with tears in their eyes from the church pews, hearing that their son's path ahead will be glorious and bright. The baby's mother weeps with joy, witnessing the goddess descend to bless her little one, finding the moment deeply sacred and unique. Dominic wonders in shock if that was a full-on spiritual possession, but Ian Hanover clarifies that it was a genuine divine descent witnessed in the flesh. The young man lets out a nervous chuckle, marveling at how even divine manifestations actually happen in this wild fantasy world. Thinking like a true businessman, Dominic rejoices because the divine display will cause the souvenir charms to sell out in minutes at the fair. Dominic mentions that all that's left now is the evening auction, and Ian Hanover seriously questions if throwing this whole event was really necessary. Flashing a confident, playful smirk, the cook insists it is, saying that's where all the true charm and romance live. The auction was set to go down in style alongside a lavish, high-class seaside masquerade ball under the gorgeous moonlight on the beach. Two masked noblewomen gush over the party, gossiping with curiosity about the young village chief running the show, finding the vibe super romantic. The young man explains that guests could pay a little extra to pick out vibrant masks, letting everyone let loose and enjoy the grand ball. Rocky dashes over excitedly, reporting that the masks are flying off the shelves, and Dominic tells him to log every sale so they can split the cut with the artisans. Out of nowhere, a stout figure catches Dominic's eye, and the cook is stunned to see the dwarf Stonehammer strutting over. The dwarf rocks up shirtless, wearing a bizarre mask, making Dominic scream in horror for him to put some clothes on, while the dwarf defends his fashion pride. Brushing off the wardrobe check, the dwarf announces he wants to join the auction, but the young man sarcastically asks how, reminding him he's flat broke. The dwarf whispers a confession that he has no coins, but insists that his race's very existence is cash money, leaving Dominic thoroughly confused. He proposes auctioning off 5 crafting commission vouchers once his workshop is up, guaranteeing the profit will cover the centipede shell. The young chief smiles in relief, thinking about how proud and dependable dwarves are in business, managing to make bank without a single coin in their pockets. Dominic and the dwarf take the stage, and the young man kicks off the show, calling out for all the masked guests to grab their seats. The auction gets lively in a flash, and Dominic enthusiastically steps up to put the dwarf's custom crafting vouchers on the block once and for all. Outside the manor, a few guests stroll along the shoreline, asking others if they aren't heading inside to join the fancy masquerade ball. Patrick asks if the blonde warrior wants to hit the party, but Ian Hanover calmly replies he'd rather stay put and stand guard for his lord. 2 white seagulls soar freely through the clear blue sky over the gorgeous coastal scenery of Evergreen, which was buzzing with celebration. The following morning, calm and steady footsteps echo along the village dirt road as someone takes a peaceful stroll toward the resort. Dominic walks at a super relaxed pace alongside Ian Hanover, soaking in the bright, peaceful morning after the massive auction win. Emmeline walks by hauling heavy wooden crates and greets them, earning a cheerful, friendly wave back from the young man. She offers to give him one of her deep tissue massages if he's feeling sore, making Dominic laugh nervously, begging her to spare his spine. The young chief reflects that while the festival buzz has settled down over the past few days, the overall vibe in town is still top-notch. The steady flow of new tourists and travelers hitting Evergreen just keeps climbing daily, locking in the success of his business plays. The monster shell auction was a massive hit, and the side cash from the masks was insane, proving the town's tourism pivot was a home run. The cook flashes an ambitious smirk of pure satisfaction, seeing that life in the village has finally found a steady, solid groove. The mage Perrault Diane walks over carrying a stack of report papers, cheerfully greeting the young man with a warm smile. She compliments how fresh he looks and celebrates how peaceful things are, mentioning she just wrapped up the urgent magic tools for the resort. Dominic asks how the kids' lessons are coming along, and the mage shares that the sharpest students will soon be ready to help out the town. She plans to prep the top students for the civil service exam, and the young man cheers, noting the town hall desperately needs more staff. The mage offers to recommend the top candidates for the roles, and Dominic thanks her warmly as she gets ready to make a personal ask. Blushing a bit and looking shy, the young mage reveals she'd love to move to Evergreen permanently, asking if that would be okay. Dominic enthusiastically accepts on the spot, and the young lady adds that she wants to set up a magic item boutique catering to visiting travelers. The young man promises to issue the building permit right away, mentioning he was actually planning to place a custom magic order very soon. Dominic asks if there's a spell to speed up food fermentation, but the girl explains that decay spells are high-tier magic beyond her current level. However, she suggests using premium fermentation catalysts sold by the Magic Tower, crafted from mushrooms, which work like a charm for cooking. Dominic offers to order the supplies for her immediately, and the young lady thanks him a ton, asking him to buy in bulk. With that issue settled, Dominic claps his hands in excitement, deciding it's the perfect time to go whip up his special multi-layered bean paste. The cook slams a massive black cast iron pot onto the floor with a loud thud, gearing up to tackle some heavy-duty kitchen prep. Kaylin asks if the young man is brewing up an enormous batch of paste this time, and Dominic grins, confessing he's gearing up to launch a restaurant. Kaylin cheers that he'll finally be able to just buy his meals, curiously asking what kind of special paste this is going to be. The young man explains it's doenjang, nothing like the standard stuff, and laughs seeing Kaylin guess gochujang, promising he'll eat those words later. Dominic asks where Sir Ian Hanover ran off to, and Kaylin explains the guy went to train with the former lord and mentioned he'd be late today. Dominic chuckles, joking that the knight definitely ran away in fear from Theodore Sinclair's notoriously brutal boot camp. Kaylin claps his hands to rally the crew for some hard work, ordering them to haul out the stone mortar to crush the cooked soybeans into meiju. Dominic nods in satisfaction, thinking about how the local guys picked up the process and can now handle the prep work like total pros. He directs them to mix it at a ratio of 6 parts soy to 4 parts wheat, surprising the workers who were used to using pure soybeans. The cook explains that the wheat brings a natural sweetness to the blend, and Kaylin cheers, pounding the mortar hard while praising that sweet note. Next, Dominic instructs them to knead the dough thoroughly, ordering them to pour in the salt water at the exact right moment during prep. One of the guys asks for a massive pork feast later as a reward, and the cook promises they'll all eat until they pass out. A short while later, the young chief slips quietly into his kitchen to start whipping up the main course he promised the boys. He gently lifts the lid off a massive simmering pot, releasing a thick cloud of mouth-watering aromatic steam that fills the room. Dominic confirms the pork marinated in doenjang is simmering nicely, explaining that he went with pork belly and pork shoulder for today's spread. The young man gives a satisfied smirk, noting to himself that the pork just needs a few more minutes to simmer before moving on to the next step. Using raw grip strength, he squeezes the salted radish strips to wring out all the excess water quickly and cleanly. Next, the young man tosses in seasonings like chili powder, sugar, fish sauce, and minced garlic to pack the radish salad with bold flavor. The cook mixes the ingredients energetically with both hands, cheerfully humming a little tune to pass the time in the kitchen. To bring the dish home, the young man pulls the braised pork from the pot and begins slicing it carefully into neat, delicate pieces. The young man sighs slightly over not having salted shrimp paste on hand, but comforts himself knowing he already has a batch of samjang ready to go in the pantry. The dish was finally complete and looked incredible, pairing the juicy braised pork with the spicy radish salad in the most appetizing way. Suddenly, the young mage Pero bursts through the door full of energy, and Dominic greets her warmly with a huge, welcoming smile. She brings the red potion that cuts 6 months of fermentation down to a single week, warning that the only side effect is a slightly tart aftertaste. Dominic is hyped with the results, and kindly invites her to grab a bite of tender pork before she heads out. Drooling, the mage turns it down, confessing Madame Emmeline is dropping 3 new types of pastries today in town, and she can't miss out. Wasting no time, the girl sprints off at top speed, saying the pastries might sell out if she's late, leaving Kaylin totally dumbfounded. Kaylin can't wrap his head around picking bread over juicy meat, commenting that folks from the capital are weird as hell. The big guy turns to the rest of the crew, loudly shouting orders for everyone to grab their bowls and dig into the feast. Dominic spreads his arms with a wide smile before tables loaded with succulent platters of braised pork, inviting everyone to eat their fill. Kaylin and the other fishermen get starry-eyed with joy, letting out loud cheers at the sight of the insane feast on the table. The guys dig in with massive appetites, praising the decision to make the young man chief, while Kaylin boasts that he called it from day one. The workers laugh loudly in agreement, slapping Kaylin on the back, while Dominic just quietly takes in the wholesome scene with a smile. A funny memory flashes through the young man's mind, thinking back to when Kaylin and his crew aggressively pressured him to cook for them early on. Dominic feels genuinely grateful, remembering that ever since they took him in when he had nothing, he wanted to repay them with great food. The cook suggests they link up again next week, promising to whip up a mysterious, mouth-watering dish none of them have ever tasted in their lives. Wearing a playful, teasing smirk, he promises the guys are going to get completely hooked on the new recipe. Suddenly, the door flies open, and the dwarf Stonehammer bursts in yelling for the humans, totally breaking up the conversation. The dwarf sprints in wildly, with fists raised and drool flying, loudly begging them to spare him a piece of that meat. Dominic smiles with a deadpan look, remarking that the dwarf has a supernatural radar whenever booze and meat are on the table. The loud dwarf's booming voice echoes across the village under the gorgeous sunset as he keeps laughing and begging for a cold brew. A whole week flies by in a flash, and Dominic pops open one of the large clay jars, eager to check on the recipe's progress. He peeks inside and grins from ear to ear, seeing that the fermented soybean paste has deepened into a rich, dark hue. The young man scoops out a sample with an iron ladle, celebrating that the base is fully primed to transform into mouth-watering chunjang. Carrying the paste, the cook heads into a back room fitted with a massive stone wood-fired stove to wrap up the cooking process. He fires up the burner, explaining that all that's left is to stir-fry the paste with clam stock and caramel syrup to lock in the ultimate flavor and texture. The cook dumps the dark fermented bean paste into the bubbling liquid, creating a loud sizzle and an irresistible aroma. Stirring the pot with a ladle, Dominic realizes it's been a minute since he saw Ian Hanover and Theodore, wondering how their training is going. Right on cue, Ian Hanover walks through the kitchen door with a smile, prompting Dominic to laugh about speaking of the devil. Right behind the blonde knight steps the imposing elder Theodore Sinclair, and the cook cheerfully gives him a warm welcome. Dominic happily greets Ian Hanover, saying the knight showed up right on time to join the feast. But Dominic's smile quickly fades into worry as he takes a good look at the knight, asking what on earth happened to him. Dominic keeps staring blankly at his buddy, repeating the question to figure out what went down. Ian Hanover looks completely drained and hollowed out, angrily thinking about how someone could lose this much weight and what's so great about being a swordmaster anyway. Theodore Sinclair pats him on the back, saying he's finally getting the hang of it, but Ian privately thinks a little more of this will literally put him in the ground. The old man mentions hearing about some interesting chow and asks if they can grab a bite too, getting an enthusiastic yes from Dominic. Offering to lend a hand in the kitchen, Ian steps up to work, leaving Dominic super grateful for the surprise help. Dominic tells the knight to stir constantly so the black sauce doesn't burn, and Ian acknowledges the instruction. Dominic thinks to himself that you can't serve jjajangmyeon without whipping up a batch of crispy tangsuyuk to go with it. He dredges seasoned pork tenderloin in potato starch and drops the pieces straight into the sizzling, hot oil. Hearing the crisp crackle of the fryer, the young cook beams with pure satisfaction at the results. Ian announces he finished stir-frying the base and asks for the next step, to which Dominic tells him to just finish frying up the remaining ingredients. The young man directs his buddy to fry the pork, chicken, and veggies, reminding him to swap out the oil before tackling the greens. While the two hustle in the kitchen, Theodore watches from afar, letting out a thoughtful hum. The old man reflects to himself that he has no clue how he became so chill since he started hanging around this duo. He figures that, for now, the best move is to just let the good times roll. Suddenly, Kalon and the other fishermen poke their heads in curiously, asking if that mystery dish is finally ready to eat. Kalon looks pretty skeptical at the dark color of the food, but another fisherman admits the aroma is out of this world. Theodore scolds the guys, calling them country bumpkins, explaining that in coastal kingdoms, using squid ink to darken pasta is considered a top-tier delicacy. One of the guys takes the plunge, wrapping the dark noodles around his chopsticks to give the new dish a shot. Taking his first massive bite, the veteran's eyes pop wide open as he freezes in pure shock at the mind-blowing flavor. Feigning concern, Theodore claims the dish won't suit his friend's palate, trying to snatch the entire bowl for himself. But before the old man can make off with the food, a heavy hand clamps down on the rim of the bowl, stopping him dead in his tracks. Kalon glares at the old man, asking if he looks like a fool who'd fall for such a cheap hustle. Catching the old man's dramatic reaction, all the fishermen realize the food is incredible and start fighting over the bowls. Dominic tries to calm the chaos, asking them not to scrap and making sure they dish out the sweet and sour pork and egg drop soup too. Watching the sheer hype around him, the young cook feels like all his kitchen sweat was totally worth it. The fishermen scarf down the spread with gusto, while Dominic reflects that people really need good comfort food to live happily. Kalon sheepishly sneaks up behind Dominic, who turns around with a smile, asking if the big guy finished eating and wants seconds. The former fisher boss scratches his head in embarrassment, saying he's stuffed, but hesitates to spit out what's on his mind. Building up the nerve, he asks if the cook could maybe teach him that mind-blowing recipe, catching Dominic totally off guard. Feeling awkward, Kalon tries to backtrack and tells him to forget it, but Dominic smiles, saying he doesn't mind teaching him at all. The big guy's jaw drops in absolute shock, unable to believe the young cook's incredible generosity. Dominic explains he knows about the plan to open a diner, but sets one condition. Kalon has to exclusively use the soybean paste he crafts. Hearing the young man's kind words, Kalon gets so choked up that his eyes tear up with emotion. With a shaky voice overflowing with raw gratitude, the big guy stammers out his heartfelt thanks. Later on, the clatter of washing dishes echoes as empty bowls get scrubbed down and stacked in the yard. Sitting by the well, Ian compliments how the fishermen licked their plates clean, and Dominic laughs, noting dish duty will be a breeze. Scrubbing a bowl, Ian asks with a thoughtful look if it's really okay to just give away a killer recipe on a silver platter like that. The knight points out that if he sold that trade secret to a high noble or a wealthy merchant, he could make an absolute fortune. Dominic says he knows, but views the locals as his own family, leaving Ian deeply touched by his loyalty. Dominic jokingly asks if that was a backhanded compliment, and the knight laughs back, saying his friend is at least pretty sharp. The young man explains that since he supplies the core paste ingredient, it makes no difference, adding that the town still has a long way to grow. He keeps scrubbing away, reflecting that even though the place has grown a lot lately, they're still missing so much. Dominic wags his finger, stating there's only one way to scale up fast, and Ian guesses it's by pulling in tourists to spend their cash here. Ian praises his friend's memory, asking what they need to build to become a must-see hotspot that draws crowds. Dominic says folks are looking for rest and recreation, and Ian jokes that the cook would do way better as a scholar than a fighter. Dominic glances up with a mischievous sparkle in his eye, deciding to throw a direct question at the blonde knight. The young man asks what the single most critical factor is to make a place a sought-after landmark, leaving his buddy stumped. Ian ponders whether it's gorgeous architecture or mouth-watering food, but quickly realizes neither is the real answer. Dominic figures that even the former lord and the dwarf Stonehammer have visited spots far nicer than this little village. Flashing a bright smile, the young cook reveals that the ultimate factor in drawing crowds is the people. Ian Hanover looks completely lost, trying to wrap his head around what Dominic means by the people. The young man explains he plans to build an academy in town to gather talented folks who can help build up Evergreen. He adds that passing the recipe to Kalon is part of the strategy to raise skilled locals and boost the town's value. Ian chews on the idea, and Dominic clarifies with a smile that it won't be anything as fancy or grand as the Imperial Academy. He details that he wants to start by teaching basic subjects to local kids, then roll out technical trade programs for adults. Ian deduces that carpentry, cooking, and building would be on the curriculum, remarking that those are the crafts of master artisans. Dominic says teaching the basics will boost jobs, but Ian asks what happens if graduates just pack up and leave for other towns. With a smirk, the cook points a finger, saying he needs to school the knight on another core rule of the world. He calmly breaks down that society runs on blood ties, hometown roots, and alumni networks. Ian asks if he's talking about forming political factions, and Dominic admits it could happen, but says he has no plans to do it openly. The young man points out they don't even have the clout to build factions like that, and they're not a bunch of scheming nobles. Dominic confesses he just wants to see his people thrive, preferring to watch his school's grads do well in life without having to move away. Ian Hanover silently wonders if these simple sentiments could also be seen as political power plays or corruption down the line. Dominic shakes his head, explaining that even if grads leave, having friendly faces spread out across the world is a massive asset. The knight watches his friend from the side with a thoughtful gaze, taking in every word of that mature breakdown. Catching his friend's silence, Dominic flashes a friendly grin, getting ready to hit him with an unexpected offer. The cook asks Ian to take charge of the military training classes at the academy, making the blonde warrior jump in total surprise. The young man reassures his buddy, saying he only needs to teach basic techniques, and that pitching in will cover his room and board. Trying to dodge the new chore, Ian stammers out an excuse, claiming he still needs to lock in on his own personal training. Out of nowhere, a booming voice shouts accepting the gig, scaring the daylights out of the two young men who nearly tumble off their seats. Theodore Sinclair appears with a mischievous grin, firmly ordering his disciple to take Dominic up on the offer. The young knight's jaw drops, seeing his respected master suddenly butt into their conversation like that. The old man doubles down, loudly declaring the boy has his full blessing, making Ian yell in disbelief at his mentor's call. Theodore laughs heartily, saying Dominic knows what the boy needs, while Ian mentally recalls how the master didn't even trust the cook at first. The veteran heavily praises the brilliant idea of an academy for commoners, and Dominic replies that he pitched it because he's a commoner himself. He asks if nobles would ever trust their heirs with a commoner headmaster, making the old man burst into laughter in total agreement. Clapping a heavy hand on the cook's shoulder, Theodore says he can't just stand by and watch the Empire's first commoner academy pop up without getting involved. He proudly declares that he'll personally take on the role of headmaster and commander of the combat division. Dominic does a total spit take with his water in pure shock and screams for a contract, while the master laughs, promising to sign everything later. Theodore praises the noble goal, but voices concern over how commoners will afford tuition at this new academy. The elder warns that regular donations will be tight without noble backing, and Dominic nods seriously, fully understanding the risk. The young man knows schools in this world rely on hefty tuition and endowments, and that even the Imperial Academy leans on the Emperor. He concludes that to teach folks who don't have cash, locking down a wide pool of willing sponsors will be absolutely crucial. Theodore offers to write a letter asking the Count for a grant, but Dominic thanks him and says he's already got an alternative workaround. He explains that taking money from just one backer means losing control of how the school is run, accidentally splashing water all over the night. Theodore chuckles that greed is written all over his face and asks for the plan, leading the young man to reveal a game-changing model. Holding up 2 fingers with determination, he breaks down the core concept of having students work while completing their studies. The young man flashes a winning grin, announcing that this innovative approach will be the work-study scholarship system. A few days fly by under the warm, sunny coastal weather, bringing another lively morning to the small seaside town. Dominic emerges, stretching his jaw in a massive, lazy yawn, looking like he just rolled out of bed and is still completely half asleep. The young man is lounging comfortably in a hammock strung between trees, quietly grumbling that he's way too lazy to get up yet. Ian walks over annoyed, seeing his buddy slacking off while everyone else is working, but Dominic defends himself, saying he'd just get in the way. The young man argues that the dwarven blacksmith is miles ahead when it comes to construction, and Ian is forced to admit that's true. Dominic adds that Perrault and Theodore are already setting up the curriculum and structure thanks to their experience, and the knight nods again. Ian asks why he isn't handling promotion, but the young man reveals the Fisherman and Merchant Guild already took care of all the marketing. Annoyed, Ian asks what's left for him to do, and guesses it's school lunches, sighing over the fact that this slacker is the director. The knight looks away with a sigh, prompting Dominic to ask what that sarcastic jab about his workload was supposed to mean. Suddenly, an urgent courier arrives with word that the respected Count is demanding the young cook's immediate presence. Arriving at the lavish estate, Dominic offers a polite, respectful bow to the ruling lord of these lands. The ruling lord asks about the school project, and Dominic confirms it, explaining that even Master Theodore threw his full support behind it. Lord Patrick Sinclair states he backs the concept too, adding that the cook doesn't need to hide behind his father to get things moving. The young man finds the Lord's deadpan look unsettling, wondering if something went terribly wrong with the project somewhere along the line. Out of nowhere, the ruler reveals that unfortunately, a massive problem has popped up because of this new academy. Dominic jumps in shock, finding himself surrounded by towering stacks of scrolls, asking what all of this is supposed to mean. The Lord explains that the papers on the left contain a massive roster of folks from various towns begging to enroll. The cook is amazed to see all the names and ages neatly cataloged, admitting the local officials really know how to get work done. The Lord adds that the files on the right were forwarded from other districts, since the town of Evergreen doesn't even have a central office yet. Giving him a sharp look, the ruler asks if it isn't ironic that he's stuck doing all the administrative paperwork instead of the chief. The young man breaks into a cold sweat in pure terror, realizing the powerful Lord is thoroughly ticked off by the situation. Dominic immediately bows, stammering out apologies, while the Lord waves it off, saying he's just speaking out of concern. To the young man's shock, the nobleman orders the school project to be scaled up way bigger than what was originally planned. The young man worries about the construction bill, but the noble chuckles at his shrewdness and tells the butler to hand over a payment draft. The butler hands it over instantly, leaving Dominic stunned by how ridiculously fast everything is moving. The ruler wraps up by saying he hopes he never has to clean up Evergreen's administrative mess instead of its chief ever again. The cook bows in sincere apology once more, while an aide asks the Lord what they should do with the rest of the paperwork. The Lord flashes a clever, self-satisfied smirk, pleased knowing his grand scheme is going to pan out smoothly from here on out. Dominic and the blonde knight freeze when they hear a casual question about needing an administrator for the town. Striking an imposing pose with a raised finger, the ruler solemnly declares that starting today, Evergreen is stepping up to a whole new level. He loudly proclaims that the settlement is officially shedding its village status to become a recognized city. With that, news of Dominic's Commoner Academy spreads like wildfire, reaching all the way to the imperial capital. However, gossip and rumors begin brewing among the capital's high nobility regarding the mysterious new institution. A noble remarks with a snobby tone about the rumor that the so-called Southern Bumpkins are about to launch a brand new academy. Inside a lavish greenhouse, high society ladies question why commoners and working-class folks would ever need any sort of formal education. One noblewoman laughs condescendingly, accusing the Southerners of losing their class by mingling with commoners and giving them big ideas. The other women laugh arrogantly, nodding along in full agreement with the harsh shade thrown at the new school. One mentions the school won't even teach classic noble subjects like theology, leaving another lady shocked and curious about what they actually cover. The young maid Ellie chimes in, clarifying she heard their curriculum is focused on practical trade skills for merchants and clerks. One noblewoman scoffs, calling those skills useless and claiming commoner parents must be absolute fools if they can't even teach that at home. While the wealthy ladies laugh loudly at the banter, the maid goes quiet, looking visibly hurt by the nasty insults. Feeling a mix of anger and deep frustration, the girl tightly wrings her hands, keeping her boiling resentment to herself. It becomes crystal clear that the buzz surrounding the Commoner Academy didn't sit well with every corner of high society. In another corner of the empire, a blue-haired young man walks down dark alleys, wondering at what point his life started going downhill. He questions if the slump began when he graduated as valedictorian of the Imperial Academy, or back when he first enrolled. With a hollow, defeated look, the blue-haired youth wonders if his only real mistake in life was being born a commoner. He curses being a limping, mixed-blood orphan, since no matter where he works, folks always dump the worst tasks on him. The young man curses high society and wishes tomorrow would never come, until his foot catches something on the ground with a rustle of paper. Glancing down right by his boot, the man notices a dropped envelope, wondering if it's a lost letter. He picks up the paper and checks the sender, discovering the letter was penned by the respected Lord Thomas from the Development Bureau. In the letter, the Lord explains he has something important to share, and that the message came straight from the Northwest Territories. On the back of the page, there's a note claiming it's just a funny idea, asking him to read carefully all the way to the end. The sender asks if he's ever visited the southern coast, describing the region as a gorgeous, welcoming, and truly free land. His eyes widen upon reading that on House Sinclair's lands, there sits a quiet, peaceful coastal settlement named Evergreen. With a fresh spark of hope reigniting in his chest, the man realizes what he has to do and decides he needs to head south immediately. With burning determination in his eyes, he resolves that if the place truly lives up to the hype, he'll pour his entire life and soul into that vision. Meanwhile, Dominic and Ian walk wearily down a dirt road through the tall, quiet trees of the southern forest. Ian complains bitterly about how anyone could sit through meetings for a whole week under the exhausting excuse of training. Dominic looks utterly wrecked, confessing that the mountain of administrative paperwork nearly took him out. The exhausted cook grumbles that he should have skipped town ages ago as a memory from a week back resurfaces. Looking back on Patrick Sinclair's decree, Evergreen was officially bumped up to a city, and Dominic was appointed mayor for an indefinite term. Back then, the young man panicked upon finding out the district would swallow up neighboring towns and that he'd be managing the whole show. Lord Patrick noticed his freakout and sneered, asking why the new mayor was looking so gloomy. The ruler kept talking in a subtle, threatening tone, saying he hoped the young man wasn't thinking of pulling any funny business. With a chilling grin, he asked if Dominic was considering turning down the gig, and the young man immediately stammered that he'd never dream of it. Thinking fast, Dominic realized there was no dodging a direct order from the Lord, deciding he should milk every possible perk out of the deal instead. He asked what the aide was holding, and the Lord explained it was the updated regional map showing the lands under his direct command. Checking out the coastal map, Dominic noticed that Evergreen's expanded territory made the sea its primary strategic asset. A massive, telling realization clicked in the young cook's head as he saw right through the true motives behind the promotion. Dominic asked point blank if the Lord happened to need a deep-water port, leaving the powerful noble stunned by his sharp wit. The young man asked if Lord Patrick planned to build the largest commercial trade harbor in the entire South right there in Evergreen. Stepping up with total confidence, Dominic promised the Lord he would make that monumental vision an absolute reality. In exchange for his hustle, the cook asked for a few small favors from the Lord, making the blonde knight pretty suspicious of the pitch. Dominic requested that the tax exemptions be locked in for 10 full years across the board, and the Lord agreed that would be a breeze. He also asked for the new city to be granted high-level administrative autonomy, which caught the noble ruler off guard. Dominic explained that a lack of independence would create a nightmare of paperwork shuttling back and forth between the town and the castle. The young man argued that the massive distance would bottleneck decisions and totally paralyze the city's day-to-day operations. The Lord agreed and gifted the cook an ultra-expensive magic communication crystal meant strictly for reporting critical emergencies. Dominic immediately turned on the charm, kissing up to the Lord in thanks for the gift, making Ian Hanover cringe in second-hand embarrassment. The Sinclair Knight stood in dead silence, just watching his friend's shameless, over-the-top brown-nosing in utter disbelief. The cook kept admiring the magic gem and sizing up its hefty market value, leaving Ian stunned by the new mayor's brazen greed. The knight kept walking quietly in thought, while Dominic let out a long, reflective hum to keep the banter going. He remembered studying the harbor map, mentally noting that the deep water zone below the wild blooms would be ideal for larger vessels. The young man also recalled asking the knight if they had any specialty local goods they could start shipping out for export, and he remembered slumping face first onto his desk, groaning over the soul-crushing administrative workload waiting for him. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ian Hanover glanced over at the gray-haired young man, quietly admitting to himself that he worked like a dog all week. A faint smirk tugged at the veteran knight's lips as he admitted to himself that he was genuinely hyped to see what Evergreen becomes. He wondered what kind of rare, high-level talent was hiding behind Dominic's goofy, cowardly, and clumsy facade. Back in the present, the town was throwing a massive bash, with fireworks lighting up the night sky to celebrate the huge milestone. Dominic and Ian Hanover walked into the plaza carrying heavy packs, with the young cook left speechless by the scale of the party. Suddenly, Kalon came charging full tilt toward the young man, loudly roaring his name across the illuminated square. The big guy wrapped the young man in a bone-crushing hug, screaming that he heard the news and cheering that the village is an official city now. He kept shaking the kid around in pure excitement, while Dominic gasped for air, begging the big guy to let him go before he passed out. Kalon threw an arm around Dominic's shoulders, telling him to stop spacing out and look at how hyped his people are. The cook stared in awe with tears in his eyes, thinking he never imagined he'd live to see a day this monumental. Nearby, a little kid asked her mom what becoming a city meant, and the woman smiled, saying their lives were about to get so much better. At a tavern table, the elders laughed loudly, saying they could finally sing their old tunes to represent the dignity of their grand new city. Taking in the genuine celebration all around him, the young mayor felt a deep wave of relief, finding the whole scene beautiful. Looking over at Kalon, Dominic thought to himself that his biggest wish was simply to live in peace without getting his hands dirty. Kalon admitted that he originally founded this settlement so his family would never have to worry about danger again. The big guy strolled calmly alongside the cook, asking in a warm, friendly voice if the young man could do him one single favor. He held out a hand with a broad smile, asking Dominic to build a safe haven where people never have to stress about tomorrow. Dominic was deeply moved and surprised to hear such a noble, heartfelt wish coming from a man who used to look so terrifying. A soft, knowing smile formed on the young cook's lips, realizing he shared the exact same dream as Kalon. He shook his friend's hand, joking whether the big guy was just trying to dump all the hard labor back onto his shoulders again. Kalon laughed, saying he was too sharp, when the dwarf Stonehammer suddenly popped up from below, asking what they were whispering about. The dwarf shouted that the drinks were already flowing nearby, dragging his buddies along with a booming laugh to go grab some brews together. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and a peaceful calm settled over the new city of Evergreen, easing things into a steady rhythm. Inside his cozy kitchen, Dominic is leaning over a bubbling pot, getting ready to whip up a delicious new recipe. He tosses fresh clams and chopped radish into the boiling water, letting everything simmer until the broth turns a rich, milky white. The cook adds a pinch of salt to dial in the perfect baseline flavor for the soup he's crafting. Next, he chops up scallions super fine along with red peppers, dumping them straight into the hot pot. A sound catches his ear, and looking back, Dominic spots someone wandering into his kitchen. It's Ian Hanover, clutching his head with a massive hangover look on his face, quietly mumbling that he's finally awake. Dominic asks if he's holding up and teases his buddy for drinking so heavy when he can't handle his liquor, making the knight beg for quiet. The young man offers up a bowl of steaming clam soup, explaining that it's the ultimate cure to kick a hangover and settle his stomach. Ian sips the soup, pointing out that Dominic drank a ton too, but the cook laughs, revealing he was secretly tossing his drinks out the whole night. Dominic stretches out and starts chatting about his prep list and kitchen game plan for the brand new day ahead. He extends his arms to shake off the morning's sluggishness before locking back into his prep work. Outside the tea house, a few stacked wooden crates and a sack loaded with fresh greens have just been dropped off at the entrance. Dominic reads 2 sweet notes left by the locals, who dropped off freshly harvested radishes and scrubbed clams through the night. He smiles, thinking about how he keeps scoring top-notch ingredients, finding it adorable that everyone can write notes now after learning in town. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo outside, and another guest walks in, grabbing the attention of both guys at the table. Theodore Sinclair and the dwarf Stonehammer stroll in, hyped, with the smith congratulating the cook on officially becoming the new mayor. Dominic chuckles, thanking them for the quick visit and inviting the newcomers to take a seat before the clam soup gets cold. Wasting zero time, old man Theodore grabs a bowl and downs a massive gulp of the hot broth with pure joy. He raves about the incredible flavor, and the dwarf agrees with his mouthful, laughing that the soup would pair perfectly with a stiff drink. Dominic is baffled that they're already thinking about booze so early, while Theodore pivots, asking how construction is moving along in the city. The young man explains the roads are paved, but admits the real hurdle is the port build, which desperately needs an expert engineer. He reasons that Kalon and the guards can handle local security, and the future academy grads will step up to run the city's administration. Dominic also plans to assign the available crew to manage trade and the market exchange, making sure everything runs smoothly soon. At Town Hall, he counts on Rocky and Perro to steer all the complicated paperwork and organizational tasks of the administration. However, since they lack anyone qualified to engineer the port, Old Man Theodore offers to hook them up with a top-tier professional. The veteran shares that a trusted contact tipped him off about a brilliant young mind who graduated top of his class from the prestigious Imperial Academy. But right as he's about to drop the prodigy's name, a loud bang on the door startles everyone, cutting the old man off mid-sentence. Several mysterious figures in dark hooded cloaks stand silhouetted at the kitchen entrance under the bright morning sun. The blue-haired young man slowly pulls back his hood, asking in a calm voice if this is the official residence of the city's mayor. Looking at the young man's ragged appearance and dusty clothes, Dominic flinches, internally wondering in shock if the guy is just a beggar. Flashing back a few hours, the young man was traveling with his crew checking a map, mentioning in relief that they were almost there. Catching the stunning coastal view opening up at the end of the long trek, the man gasped in total awe at the sight of Evergreen. Under the graceful flight of seagulls along the sunny shore, the crew picked up the pace, realizing they made it way ahead of schedule. One joked the hustle was fueled by their leader's curiosity, while another wondered if the wild rumors about this place were actually true. The leader replied that rumors usually exaggerate, but admitted that for this paradise, the hype actually undersold it. He watched the lively square and kids running around laughing, feeling the infectious, peaceful energy radiating from the locals. The traveler watched warmly as a mother scooped her little girl into a sweet hug after playing on the grass. The blue-haired youth's eyes welled with deep emotion, seeing such a simple, pure, and wholesome scene of everyday life up close. He thought to himself that you can't fake smiles that genuine, ordering his crew to go track down the respected local chief right away. Back in the present kitchen, the group of newcomers stood waiting on pins and needles for the young cook's reply. Dominic mumbles the word beggars in total confusion, leaving everyone at the table pretty shocked by such a blunt, unfiltered label. Stonehammer guesses they're drifters, while Ian whispers a scolding to the young man for saying that out loud, triggering protests from the squad. The leader cuts off his crew, sarcastically asking if that insult is seriously the first greeting the mayor has for them. He points to his own tanned skin, asking if he doesn't recognize it, and Dominic stammers back that he's got a really nice tan. The blue-haired youth's face twists into a furious scowl, making Dominic break out in a cold sweat under that menacing glare. The cook tries to calm himself down, reminding himself that he's got heavy-hitter allies sitting right beside him to handle any trouble. Finding sudden courage, Dominic points a finger and demands to know who he is and why he's barging into someone's kitchen first thing in the morning. The young traveler leans hard on his walking cane, loudly pleading for the mayor to take him on as his right-hand man from here on out. He drops into a deep bow before the young man, showing all his raw resolve, leaving Dominic completely floored by the sudden move. Later on, the men help fire up the grill, while Dominic carries a basket of fresh veggies, still trying to make sense of the wild chaos. Dominic compliments how sharp they look cleaned up, and the young man awkwardly explains the grime was just from rushing the trek out here. The cook says he'll whip up lunch since they're starving, and the crew gladly agrees to help prep the feast. Dominic reassures the young man with a smile, saying it's fine since nobody should ever put their guests to work on an empty stomach. The young traveler flashes a warm smile, putting himself entirely at the mayor's service for whatever tasks need doing. Dominic chuckles to himself, figuring that if he feeds them a massive meal, they won't bring up tough demands later, keeping everything on script. Watching the cleaned-up visitors, Dominic feels even more sure of his theory, noticing telling details in their looks. He zeroes in on the man's hands, spotting the distinct calluses of someone who spends endless hours writing with a pen. On top of that, Dominic picks up their refined capital accent, even though they clearly aren't part of the old money noble elite. The young man concludes they're the prodigies from the Imperial Academy, figuring they fled south just to escape the rigid class barriers. Either way, the cook resolves to feed them like kings to get them on his side, knowing meat is the ultimate bait. The cook lays out juicy cuts of pork belly, smoked meat, and savory German-style sausages he prepped beforehand. Dominic cheers Perrault's magic support, thinking about how having magic to build a cooler and a food dehydrator makes preserving meats a breeze. He tosses seasonings in a large bowl to prep pickled onions and seasoned green onions to pair with today's barbecue. Right after, he whips up a batch of fluffy, piping hot steamed eggs to serve as a comforting side dish. To top off the welcome feast in style, the young man decides to switch things up, ditching the standard grill grate entirely. Ian, Theodore, and the dwarf Stonehammer watch with wide, hungry eyes, letting out a synchronized gasp in the kitchen. Dominic lets the meat sizzle over the curved, scorching hot surface of a cast-iron cauldron lid. Veteran swordmaster Theodore Sinclair steps up quickly, snagging the first piece of crisped pork to give the treat a taste. Biting into the juicy meat, Theodore Sinclair goes into total bliss from the sheer explosion of rich flavor bursting inside. The old man and dwarf chow down, praising the unique crisp outside and tender inside, while Dominic explains the secret is the high heat retention of the cauldron lid. The dwarf shows off a massive lettuce wrap stuffed with meat, shoving the whole thing into his mouth at once, earning some playful shade from the young man. Dominic spots the crew standing around the yard, asking why they aren't eating while the locals are going to town on the barbecue. Looking shy, the blue-haired leader picks up his chopsticks to dig in, while his buddy beside him is already chewing with stuffed cheeks. The newcomers rave about the brilliant idea of wrapping grilled meat in crisp greens, blown away by how delicious the combo is. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal, the cook smiles warmly, relieved that the awkward tension between them completely melted away. Dominic pauses and announces aloud that he needs someone with serious port-building expertise, causing the travelers to freeze in place. The blue-haired youth stammers, asking how he knew, then immediately presses on whether the plan is for a commercial or military harbor. The young mayor replies it'll be commercial, and the prodigy ponders aloud that they'll need luxury specialty goods to drive maritime trade. With a sharp gleam in his eye, Dominic confidently reveals he's already locked in the ultimate product for that exact trade goal. Pointing a finger upward with pride, the young man boldly announces that the secret flagship product will be top-tier porcelain. The prodigy asks in shock if he plans to trade with the dangerous eastern continent, but Dominic laughs it off, saying he'd never be that crazy. The prodigy pushes back, arguing that ocean voyages are impossible without a compass, asking how else they could possibly source precious porcelain. Facing the traveler's heavy skepticism and doubt, the gray-haired cook simply flashes an ultra-mysterious grin. Pumping his chest with pure pride, he casually announces that he plans to manufacture the fine porcelain himself right here in Evergreen. Hearing that absurd claim, Ian, Theodore, and Stonehammer spit out their food and drinks in sheer disbelief, screaming at what they just heard. The dwarf scrambles forward, grabbing Dominic's arm and stammering, asking if it's really true that the young man knows how to craft fine porcelain. With starry eyes, the blacksmith begs the mayor to teach him the formula, promising to bring over all his dwarven apprentices for production. The blue-haired prodigy notes with dead seriousness that if Dominic truly knows how to make Eastern porcelain, the port build becomes secondary. He emphasizes they could pull the entire continent's wealth right here, and the young cook simply gives a quiet nod. The young man recalls that the nobles of his past world were obsessed with Asian porcelain, paying fortunes because they couldn't produce it. That exquisite luxury good was literally worth its weight in pure gold, standing as the ultimate symbol of wealth and status. Dominic figures in this medieval-style world, the hype would be identical, but wonders how the Lord will react to him mastering such a craft. Ian notes in shock that not a single artisan in the Empire has cracked porcelain, and the suspicious prodigy asks if Dominic is an undercover spy. Dominic waves his hands, trying to brush it off, claiming he was just brainstorming and doesn't even know if the master plan will actually pan out. The young man jokes that if he knew everything, he wouldn't be just a village chief, but insists that if they nail the technical side, the odds of success are huge. Dominic adds that with the dwarf on board, the odds are locked in, making the blacksmith laugh with pride as he gladly takes charge of the project. The cook suggests setting up shop in the old village hall, leaving the blue-haired youth stunned to realize the city doesn't even have a proper town hall yet. Dominic just flashes a warm, knowing smirk, confirming it, then immediately announces that the young traveler passed the job interview. Night falls quietly as a gorgeous full moon shines brightly in the starry sky above the large wooden roof of the evergreen tea house. Inside his office, Dominic lets out a tired sigh over the stacks of scrolls on his desk, wondering if he took on way too many chores. Suddenly, Ian Hanover steps into the room, surprised to find his friend burning the midnight oil, and Dominic greets him. The young man hands over a roster of workers ready for assignment, asking for the night's take, to which Ian jokes that he's already delegating. Dominic denies scheming anything, explaining he's simply trying to assign the most qualified folks to each specific job. Ian argues there's also huge value in learning through trial and error, questioning why he's stressing so hard over it. The knight takes a deep breath and remarks that a true leader must have their own core skill set. Ian Hanover states that knowing how to place full trust in the capabilities of others is also the hallmark of a great leader. Dominic smiles and agrees that trying to micromanage everything alone is exhausting, asking the knight for his take. The cook shoves the report straight into his friend's hands, celebrating inside for successfully dumping the boring paperwork. He cheerfully says goodbye, leaving everything in the knight's hands, while Ian Hanover asks in shock what the young man is going to do instead. Dominic breaks into a hyped grin, revealing he has another urgent mission to tackle, crafting bone china. He pictures a stunning piece of milky white porcelain painted with a gleaming golden dragon, the ultimate vision for his project. The young man reflects that regular porcelain requires kaolin clay fired at extreme temperatures, making pure white impossible without it. He remembers that in historic Europe, kaolin clay was crazy rare and hard to find, forcing artisans to hunt for creative workarounds. As a clever alternative, they mixed ground bone ash into regular clay to pull off the famous bone china. The result of this technique was an insanely gorgeous, translucent, durable cup coveted by high society everywhere. Holding a simple clay pot, Dominic figures the local tech level is roughly on par with 15th century Europe. The young cook feels pretty confident in his background knowledge of ceramics and clay, though he still has a few questions. Stonehammer shakes him violently, begging to learn the technique, leaving Dominic struggling with how to break it down for the dwarf. Dominic explains they just need to pull off a glossy, pure white finish, and the dwarf nods, saying that's the hardest part. The smith admits in frustration that he's tried firing every white pigment he knows, but they all melt away under the kiln's extreme heat. Dominic suggests mixing white materials directly into the clay, and the smith lists off trying seashells, lime, glass, and eggshells. The dwarf admits he even crushed up precious pearls, leaving Dominic floored by the insane cost of that useless, flashy test. Stonehammer justifies his desperation, saying that even with special white earth, his test runs ended in complete failure. Dominic thinks to himself, realizing the dwarven smith is super sharp and already caught on that soil composition is the secret. The young man figures the dwarf would never stumble onto regular kaolin clay, since it actually forms from a very specific type of rock. Dominic grins, revealing there's still one white, lightweight, luminous ingredient the master blacksmith hasn't tested in the clay yet. The stubborn dwarf repeats that he already tried valuable pearls, but the young cook firmly replies it has nothing to do with pearls. Curious and impatient, Stonehammer demands to know what the ingredient is, and Dominic smiles, revealing the secret is bone. The dwarf's eyes pop wide open, freezing in absolute shock at the creepy, unexpected answer from the young mayor. The smith freaks out, thinking he's going to use human bones, and Dominic snaps, asking what kind of monster the dwarf takes him for. Relieved, the dwarf apologizes for the mix-up, then asks why Dominic would randomly suggest using bone ash. Dominic explains he uses beef bones to brew rich broths, and the dwarf pities him, wondering if the cook was too poor to eat real meat. The young man asks if he knows what happens when you boil beef bones for 10 hours, and the dwarf replies you obviously get bone broth. Dominic corrects him, saying he's talking about the color change in the water, leaving Stonehammer trying to guess the shade. The young man enthusiastically confirms the broth turns a milky, chalk-white color thanks to the minerals released by the bones. Locking in, Dominic reflects that while the chemistry might differ slightly, the final visual result will be identical. He plans to get the dwarf on board with bone china, knowing that even if it's not traditional, the distance from the east will make it super valuable. The young cook smiles with confidence, concluding that even if quality varies a bit, market demand is going to be massive. Dominic suggests using cattle bones and hypes the smith to run a quick test, asking if he knows how to build a solid kiln. The dwarven smith laughs with pride, promising he'll pull all-nighters working on this innovative, fun project. Dominic smiles in satisfaction seeing the dwarf's hype, thinking it was a genius move to recruit Stonehammer to work in the city. Looking out the window, Dominic breathes a sigh of relief, having finally locked in the ultimate fix for the porcelain puzzle. He stretches his arms, concluding that first thing tomorrow, he'll need to do a routine check on another big project. The next day, Dominic and Kalon walk side by side across the green grass toward the wooden frames set up near the city beach. Kalon asks if the sea mustard seeds actually sprouted out there, and Dominic confirms the shoots have already started taking off in the water. The fisherman inspects the board, wondering why nobody ever tried farming this before, and Dominic explains folks didn't even know it was edible. Kalon praises his ideas, while Dominic remembers his student days, wondering when he'd ever actually use his aquaculture knowledge. Addressing the fisherman's doubts, Dominic reasons that if they can raise sea turtles, they can farm seaweed just like an ocean crop. He breaks down the biological process where dried seaweed spores release into the water and latch onto collector frames to sprout seedlings. After that, the seedlings get woven into thick ropes and dropped straight into the open sea to grow through standard aquaculture. Skipping the overly complex science, Dominic simply proposes dropping the seaweed in the water to harvest seeds, while Kalon wonders if it'll really pan out. Dominic encourages his buddy to test new methods, promising that if they pull it off, they'll harvest massive yields safely. Kalon grabs Dominic's hand with hype, declaring they're going to be swimming in gold with this new venture. Next, the big guy asks if they should go ahead and haul those wooden crates straight out to sea. Dominic agrees, saying they can move them soon, mentioning he heard farmer turtles migrate around this time of year. Kalon agrees with the young man, but points out that those sea beasts tend to be super wary. He suggests waiting a few more days, warning that even though Dominic has never seen one, those turtles are straight-up monsters. The warrior notes safety comes first, and Dominic takes the advice, though he still has one concern lingering in his head. The young man knows the seedlings need time to take root in the sea if they want to survive the harsh winter coming up. Sensing his urgency, Kalon proposes they wait just 3 more days before making a move. Dominic agrees, warning that if the turtles don't show up by then, they're launching the boat regardless. 3 days roll by, and the boat finally sets sail under a clear sky to execute the ocean farm plan. The wooden frames for the seaweed cultivation are loaded securely on board the vessel. One of the deckhands calls out that everything is stowed, and Dominic compliments the crew on a job well done. Kalon asks why the mayor needs to come along in person, but the young man replies it doesn't matter, and that he wants to be hands-on. Kalon laughs loudly, messing up the young man's hair, saying he must be the only mayor in the world who acts like this. Right then, Ian steps up announcing he's tagging along too, making the young man ask if the knight actually knows how to swim. The knight hesitates for a second before insisting he does, leaving Dominic pretty suspicious of the answer. With everything locked down and everyone on board, the crew finally sets course for open water. While Kalon raves about the gorgeous weather, Dominic gets wrecked by brutal seasickness and starts throwing up over the side. Kalon tries to reassure his buddy, saying they're almost at the island where the water is deep enough. Ian tells Dominic to hang in there just a little longer, and the young man weakly replies he'll try. The blonde knight watches the horizon closely as the ship cuts through the waves. He takes a deep breath looking at the blue expanse, thinking about how calm and peaceful the ocean feels today. Dominic cuts him off, annoyed, warning that saying stuff like that out loud is practically asking for bad luck. Suddenly, a violent slam rocks the boat with force, scaring the daylights out of the young man. The hull takes a massive hit from beneath, sending water splashing up all around them. From the violent jolt, Dominic completely loses his footing and starts tumbling toward the sea. Before the young man hits the water, a hand shoots out and snatches him by the collar. Dominic thanks him for the save, but notices the knight himself is shaking like a leaf. Panicking, Ian tells the young man to get back up because he's way too heavy to dangle like that. The young man gets super annoyed by the warrior's attitude, nearly cussing him out in response. Right at that moment, a colossal turtle rises from the ocean depths, charging straight at the boat. Dominic snaps, frustrated that the monster didn't show up earlier and chose to pop out right now of all times. Kalon yells in panic for nobody to let the creature latch on or climb the side of the hull. The sailors try to steer back toward land, but the heavy cargo makes maneuvering nearly impossible. Dominic asks if they can dodge it and how many there are, to which Kalon replies it's just a lone straggler. The warrior blames himself for letting his guard down and missing the lone beast's wake in the water. Dominic panics seeing the wood splinter, wondering how a fishing vessel could crack so easily. Kalon awkwardly confesses the boat hasn't had any maintenance in over 6 months. Freaking out, the young mayor screams that the very first thing he's doing if he survives is drafting maritime safety laws. Ian tunes out the bickering and shoves a rope into Dominic's hands, telling him to hold on tight. Dominic grips the line confused, asking what the knight is planning to pull off next. Ian explains he's going to clear the beast from under the hull, telling him to haul him up the second he signals. Wasting no time, the blonde warrior dives straight into the water, sending the mayor into a panic. Dominic freaks out, remembering the knight hesitated earlier and probably doesn't even know how to swim. Sensing the danger, the young man knows he has to move fast before things turn tragic. Dominic tosses the rope to Kalon, telling him to hold the knight's lifeline no matter what happens. Right after, the mayor dives into the water himself, leaving the bald warrior totally stunned. Underwater, Dominic opens his eyes and starts scanning for the knight through the dark blue depths. He finally spots Ian a bit further down, trading blows against the giant turtle. Even submerged, the knight shows off his crazy skill, landing sharp strikes on the monster. Suddenly, Dominic hears a sharp, deafening shriek echo through the water. The young man thinks they just need to keep up the pressure to win, but quickly notices something off. He realizes the knight is running completely out of breath and won't last much longer. Dominic worries seeing his friend in trouble, knowing he needs to step in right now. Running out of air, the desperate knight decides to throw everything he's got into one final strike. He curses his fading stamina, wishing he could breathe underwater just like on land. Ian is startled to see Dominic wildly flailing his arms right in the middle of the water in front of him. Even the giant turtle halts its attack, staring at the goofy scene with a completely confused look. The knight realizes the monster is distracted, spotting the ultimate opening to strike. He launches forward with a powerful kick, blitzing straight toward his defenseless target. The warrior gets above the sea beast, raising his blade for the finishing blow. With a clean slash, he slices the creature, which lets out one last shriek before going down. Dominic watches the beast slowly sink, cheering in relief that they won the brawl. But panic hits again as he spots the knight losing consciousness, starting to sink into the deep. Dominic swims over at full speed, managing to grab onto the rope tethered to the boat. Out of nowhere, a rogue fish smacks him right across the face. The young man gets disoriented, seeing a massive school of fish swarming frantically around him. He starts feeling the crushing water pressure, fighting with everything he has not to swallow seawater. The school of fish sweeps past like a wild aquatic avalanche, shoving aside everything in its path. The scene shifts to the sunny shore of a deserted island, with seagulls circling overhead. Dominic comes to, lying on the warm sand while a seagull pecks at his head. He jumps up yelling for help, while the knight remains sprawled out right beside him. The young man looks around confused, wondering if this is the island Kalon brought up earlier. He panics thinking the knight didn't make it, but breathes a huge sigh of relief feeling him breathe. The young man decides to scout for fresh water before sending up a flare, since he's parched. He walks along the beach, figuring an island this size must have a natural freshwater spring somewhere. Walking along the shore, the young man finds massive eggshells scattered across the sand. He checks out one of the shells, realizing the turtles really did migrate to this deserted island to nest. Suddenly, the young mayor spots steam or vapor rising up through the nearby brush. Curious, he creeps over and pushes aside the foliage to peek at what's hidden there. Before him sits a gorgeous, natural hot spring, making the young man realize why the beasts chose this exact spot. On another part of the beach, the blonde knight finally wakes up, gasping for air after the ordeal. The warrior asks where they landed, and Dominic calmly explains they washed up on a nearby island. He hands over a broad leaf filled with fresh water for his buddy to drink and bounce back. Ian thanks him and takes a gulp, but spits it out immediately because it's scalding hot, making Dominic laugh nervously. The knight wipes his face confused, asking how on earth you find hot water on an island like this. Dominic excitedly reveals there's a hot spring here, joking that the giant turtle was basically their fairy godmother. He explains the mineral quality is top-notch, and the spot would be prime to draw tourists during the winter. Dominic tells the knight to go soak while he preps their pickup, but Ian insists on helping build a raft. With a confident smirk, the young mayor tells him there's zero need to build any raft. Dominic activates a magic ring that sparks instant flames, leaving the knight floored by the trick. He explains he requested that single-use emergency item from Perrault the mage, anticipating things might go south. The young man says he'll use the fire to send up smoke signals, telling the warrior to be back before the rescue ship rolls up. The knight heads over to the hot spring, relaxing in the soothing heat of the natural pool. Stepping into the warm water, he lets out a deep sigh, mentally admitting the soak feels incredible. The blonde warrior looks at his own hand, sensing he's right on the edge of breaking through to a new tier of power. Remembering Master Theodore's advice, he grips his gold pendant, focused on pushing past his limits. Suddenly, Dominic's voice echoes out saying the rescue boat pulled up, asking if he's going to take all day. Ian calls back that he's getting out, and the mayor says he'll head to the rendezvous point first. The knight gets dressed quickly on the beach and takes a deep breath, feeling totally recharged after the soak. Ian glances down quietly with a thoughtful expression as he straightens his gear. A brilliant magical aura laced with golden threads subtly flickers around his body. The knight firmly touches the red gem pendant hanging around his neck. A faint smile appears on his face, realizing his combat power has finally started to level up. Carrying himself with fresh confidence, the warrior gets ready for whatever comes next. Dominic waves cheerfully at the boat pulling up to the shore, shouting for the crew to head on over. The bald man and his mates land on the beach, while the young man happily remarks that they got here crazy fast. Right off the bat, the newcomer smacks the kid upside the head for his lack of manners, though Dominic whines that he almost lost his life. He keeps lecturing Dominic for running off with just a note, even threatening to break his leg so he learns his lesson. Next, the man turns angrily to the blonde knight, saying he deserves a thrashing too for letting it happen. The old man yanks Dominic's hair while complaining that the knight pulled the same dumb stunt, but the young man tries to cool everyone down. Facing the chaotic scene on the beach, the blonde knight looks pretty embarrassed, politely asking everyone to calm down. He steps forward and bows to the group, offering a sincere apology for causing them so much stress with his sudden departure. With his head lowered, the young man confesses he genuinely had no clue they would worry this much over the whole thing. Dominic and the rest of the crew freeze in dead silence, not quite knowing how to process the knight's humble apology. The man explains he freaked out because he views them like his youngest sons, but Dominic fires back that the man's actual son is his age. The old man gets fired up again, but the young man quickly pivots, pointing out there's an incredible hot spring sitting right over there. Hearing about the hot spring, the guys sprint off hyped to check it out, leaving Dominic sighing over how simple-minded they are. With the dust settled, Dominic turns to the knight, sincerely thanking him for putting their safety on the line like that. The knight lowers his head looking a little shy, taking the chance to apologize to the kid as well. Dominic just gives his companion a gentle, easygoing smile, showing there's zero bad blood between them. He teases that the guy should speak up so the others can hear him, but the knight tells him to shut up, annoyed. A few days roll by, showing the soothing warm waters bubbling continuously through the area's natural springs. The former lord kicks back in the hot bath, letting out a long sigh of pure bliss at how amazing the water feels. Suddenly the door opens, and inn staff bring out a special banquet spread the old man had ordered. They serve sweet rice cakes along with a glass of omija tea, getting the man super excited for the snack. Wasting no time, the former lord grabs the chilled glass and takes a huge gulp to try the new drink. He savors the beverage with a massive grin of pure satisfaction, loving the unique blend of flavors. The man finds the tea fascinating for mixing sweet, bitter, and sour notes, making it prime to wipe out daily fatigue. He then takes a bite of the pastry, remarking that the sweet treat pairs up nicely with the bold flavor of the tea. The old man relaxes even deeper in the pool, thinking he can barely believe young Dominic whipped up something this incredible. He reflects that sticking around this mysterious kid guarantees an endless stream of fun and entertainment. Right then, a staffer announces it's time for the meeting with the academy directors, and the Lord says he's on his way out. While getting dressed, he wonders if there might be more to all of this than just pure fun and games. The scene flashes back to Dominic, asking the former Lord if he'd like to become the academy's new dean, catching him off guard. Dominic pushes the idea, saying that even if you search the entire South, you wouldn't find anyone with better experience and prestige for the post. The old man tells him to stop the flattery, but the young man argues it would be amazing to have someone so accomplished leading the school. He adds that such a noble move would definitely go down in the history books as the legacy of a legendary wise ruler. Dominic even puts on a dramatic show, dropping to the floor and crying about what a tragedy it would be if such a legend got left out of history. The Lord is left completely speechless, breaking into a nervous sweat, clearly swayed by the kid's dramatic pitch. Seeing his hustle work, the young man flashes a smirk as the old man caves, asking how long he'd have to serve as dean. In the present, the former lord signs the paperwork, feeling a little salty about how easily he fell for the kid's smooth talk. One of the administrators calls out to him, snapping the man back to the meeting about rolling out new foundational courses at the academy. The director explains that trade courses will continue, but stresses the importance of teaching foundational theory to all students. The dean questions if that'll pan out since it takes forever to see results, but the director asks for permission to negotiate backing with the mayor. He promises with burning determination that if the mayor backs the program for 10 years, he'll deliver stellar results no matter what. Dominic, who was watching quietly from the corner, cuts in, saying there's zero need to negotiate anything. The young man proposes creating an ironclad internal rule barring foundational funding from ever getting slashed. The director is floored, knowing typical leaders usually ignore basic theory because it doesn't bring quick returns. He starts seeing Dominic as someone capable of reshaping history, while the young man plans to launch new shops to fund it all if things go south. Deeply moved, the man shakes the kid's hand, vowing to put his life on the line for the project, leaving Dominic stunned by the sheer hype. Later on, the former lord boots up a large communication crystal to hold an important video call with his son. The young man on screen asks how his father is holding up, but the elder tells him to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. The son asks if he remembers that giant centipede caught earlier, and the father wonders what could possibly be wrong with the auctioned beast. The son explains he found the monster's colossal size suspicious, so he sent an investigation request to the capital's magic tower. On screen, the Lord's son reveals the lab results came back, confirming that creature actually belongs in the desert. Hearing that, the former lord freezes, asking in shock if the beast truly originated from the desert wastes. He recalls that the giant monster surfaced right at the base of the Great Southern Mountain Range during the subjugation mission. His son continues explaining that the timing of the beast's appearance lined up with its natural emergence cycle. The young man on the broadcast notes that the whole thing is way too weird to write off as a simple coincidence. The son points out the desert tribes wouldn't mess with the empire for no reason, so the Lord thanks him and says they'll talk later. Facing this serious revelation about a looming desert threat, Dominic goes dead silent, sweating with tension. He plays dumb, claiming he still needs to test the fried chicken batter, trying to sneak away while saying his goodbyes to the Lord. However, the former Lord calls him out sternly by his title of mayor, making Dominic freeze in his tracks and answer in fear. The man smirks, asking what major moves the mayor has actually been making on the ground lately. He points out that all the projects Dominic kicked off are being handled by others, leaving the young man with zero excuses left. The old man concludes that Dominic needs to make a trip out to the desert, making the kid panic and ask why on earth he has to go out there. The Lord asks if he didn't just hear the whole call, but Dominic whines that he did and wants nothing to do with such a troublesome gig. The administrator senses the awkward vibe, suggesting they head back to their quarters since it looks like they're in the way. Suddenly, Dominic's eyes light up as a quick scheme hits him to avoid getting dragged into this mess alone. He grabs the administrator, saying they shouldn't act like strangers since they're all tied to the same fate now. He asks if the Lord minds if the rest of the crew tags along, and the old man casually shrugs, saying that's totally fine by him. The administrator is deeply touched by the gesture, having zero clue Dominic only pulled that stunt so he wouldn't suffer in the desert alone. Right then, the blonde knight pushes open the door, stepping in after noticing his master was meeting with the crew. The Lord says Ian's timing is clutch and orders him to pack his bags too, leaving the young knight totally confused about where they're even going. The elder then coldly answers that they need to march out to the desert to uncover what that mysterious tribe is really scheming. The scene shifts to a long dirt trail, showing the group's carriages and horses making their way out toward the desert. Lounging comfortably inside, Dominic cheers that upgrading their carriage suspension made a night and day difference in travel comfort. The young man expresses gratitude for Viscount Delt's help in letting them ride with his caravan, proving he was a friendly rival to his master. He recalls how during the hunt it looked like they hated each other, but realized deep down they're actually solid friends. The administrator explains that once they reach the territory, they'll head straight to the Viscount's castle, who promised to introduce them to the Desert Trade Guild. Looking out the carriage window, the blonde knight calls out that their destination is finally showing up on the horizon. Dominic pokes his head out for a look, letting out a gasp of pure awe at the stunning scenery unfolding before him. A gorgeous, massive estate framed by lush green hills and blooming fields sits beautifully beneath the blue sky. The young man remarks that the view must be incredible in the fall, adding that storing all that harvest must be a ton of work. Mid-sentence, he catches a strange sound coming from the road and quickly peers out the window to check out what's happening. He spots a squad of desert merchants dressed in their regional garb, riding just ahead along the dusty path. The desert riders guide their mounts at a steady pace beneath the shade of a large red canopy to shield themselves from the harsh sun. The young man whispers to the others in surprise, noting that's the desert tribe, and their paths seem to have crossed sooner than expected. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a specific feature on one of their mounts, letting out a gasp of pure excitement. Dominic points hyped and yells at the top of his lungs, realizing it's a real-life camel walking right in front of them. Ian tells the kid to lower his voice so he doesn't stir up trouble, but Dominic snaps that camels are the true charm of the desert. The knight warns him seriously that those traders aren't everyday peddlers, and that every single one of them is an elite, battle-hardened soldier. The leader of the desert convoy overhears the chatter, turning back to ask in a firm voice what the imperial merchant just said. Dominic and Ian freeze up, breaking into a nervous cold sweat after getting caught running their mouths like that. Quickly, Dominic switches to a humble vibe and offers an apology, explaining it was his very first time seeing a real camel instead of a painting. The desert merchant's gaze softens at the honest excuse, asking curiously if the kid is really that fascinated by camels. He cheerfully replies he is, while the other passengers whisper among themselves, wondering since when the mayor was into that kind of thing. Outside, the blonde knight just shakes his head watching the scene, thinking to himself that the kid is totally faking the enthusiasm. The young man smirks inside, confirming Ian's hunch, reminding himself that nobody gives a hard time to someone who's super friendly and polite. Dominic reflects that desert tribes face heavy prejudice in the Empire, remembering the grief Kareem caught back in the day over his dark skin. He figures an entourage this size draws stares of fear and suspicion wherever they ride, making their journey pretty uncomfortable. Keeping that in mind, Dominic knows a genuine show of warmth makes all the difference, and sure enough, the merchant offers him a ride on the camel. The young man celebrates inside that his charm worked, eagerly accepting the invite while thanking him for the rare opportunity. Riding atop the camel, Dominic has a blast with the experience, thinking it beats riding a horse by a mile, and that he should totally buy one for himself. The desert merchant asks the kid if he traveled out to this land with the goal of selling imperial goods. Dominic says no, explaining he plans to link up with Viscount Delt's merchant guild to head straight out into the desert. The kid asks him not to look at him so suspiciously, promising that while he has his own goals, his curiosity was totally genuine. The veteran trader sighs, watching the young man closely, trying to read what he's actually after. Sahar finds the answer intriguing, asking if he isn't scared of them, but Dominic replies you couldn't travel if you were scared of everything. The leader praises his guts and asks for his family name, but the kid explains he's just a commoner with no last name, saying he can just call him Dominic. Sahar asks what trade he works in, and Dominic says he deals a bit in seafood, but has a massive interest in desert spices. The man chews on the spice topic, warning that most common varieties are already locked down under monopolies, making it tough for the kid to break in. Dominic then asks if competition is also fierce for niche spices like cumin, cardamom, and turmeric. The leader asks if the kid has visited the desert before, and Dominic admits this will actually be his very first time. Sahar finds it odd that he knows the spices so well, since those particular seasonings rarely catch the eye of imperial guilds. Dominic recalls an imperial noblewoman telling him those spices have aromas and flavors way too intense for their palates, making imports pointless. The young man argues they only feel that way because they haven't been introduced to them properly, which is why nobles don't buy them. He states with total confidence that what folks call unfamiliar today could easily turn into the next massive trend tomorrow. The desert leader listens closely, agreeing that everything really comes down to the person handling and pitching the goods. Dominic adds that the perceived value of any product can shift completely depending on how it's presented and marketed. The young man thinks to himself that there are tons of incredible spices in the desert that imperial merchants haven't tapped yet. With eyes sparkling with hype, he realizes that with those seasonings, he can finally whip up an authentic, mouth-watering plate of curry. The merchant lets out a soft chuckle, amused by running into such an interesting and sharp conversationalist on an unfamiliar road. He then invites Dominic to ride along with them on the trek to the desert, finally introducing himself officially by the name of Sahar. The scene shifts to the castle of Viscount Delt, who looks utterly floored, asking if the young man is really traveling side by side with Sahar. The kid confirms they met on the road, prompting the Viscount to congratulate him on befriending such a high-profile figure. Dominic looks puzzled, so the Viscount explains that Sahar is a legendary merchant who commands the total, absolute trust of the desert sultan. Delt catches the kid's stunned reaction, asking in shock if he truly had zero clue who that powerhouse was. Outside the estate, the desert crew continues loading and strapping down heavy crates of caravan cargo. Dominic breaks into a nervous sweat, thinking that this whole lucky break feels a little too smooth and dangerous to be real. Ian walks in without knocking and asks what's eating him, making Dominic complain about his manners, but the knight shrugs that a shadow doesn't knock. Dominic kicks himself, thinking he never should have let the knight hang out with the old fisherman since he picked up some super rough habits. The knight brings it back to the kid's anxiety, asking what's up, to which the young man replies he just feels like something is off here. Dominic explains that Sahar, being a VIP who holds the Sultan's absolute ear, is precisely what's setting off alarm bells in his head. Ian asks if that isn't a good thing, since his original plan was literally to find an inn with an influential desert noble. The young man argues it's weird for a big shot of that tier to travel all the way out here in person, since a powerhouse would usually just send an underling. The knight asks if trade might not be his real objective out here, and the young man nods, agreeing the whole setup is definitely suspicious. Dominic shares that he chatted up the warehouse guards and found out trade volumes are normal, ruling out an emergency food run. The kid falls quiet in thought, trying to piece the puzzle together to find the real motive behind the leader's trip. Dominic wonders what genuine reason could possibly pull a merchant of that stature all the way out to the Empire in the flesh. Meanwhile, the scene pivots completely to the lavish imperial palace of Everhorn, glowing majestically under the starry night sky. A woman asks if Count Sinclair really took zero action even after the magic tower's warning, and the servant respectfully confirms it. The red-haired woman sneers, calling him a cowardly rat, and complaining that her play to spark a border clash with the desert tribe fizzled out. She then grills the kneeling man on whether he uncovered why Sahar traveled down south, leaving the aide sweating and hesitating. Losing patience with the lack of answers, the woman violently hurls her teacup against the wall right next to the terrified man's head. The servant drops flat on the floor, frantically begging for mercy, but she coldly demands that he at least speak to her with some backbone. She snaps that he can't handle a single thing right with either the south or the desert, coldly asking what the point of keeping him around even is. The noblewoman fumes, bringing up that rumors claiming the crown prince isn't the king's legitimate son are spreading at the worst possible time. She decides she'll save punishing and tearing those southern idiots apart for later, leaving the servant shaking in sheer terror. Finally, with a dark, terrifying glare, she orders him to dig up immediately what actual motive brought Sahar to the Empire in person.